to that, like iodide and whatnot. But there's other like potassium, calcium. There's other chemicals that are also salts that we don't eat, but they are salts.
Yeah, I'm just saying you should have some very extremely lightly refined sea salt. That's what I'd recommend.
I like doing that. I don't know if it's absolutely necessary, but I enjoy it. But there are also like naturally sodium-containing foods as well that you can get like your sodium needs from.
Yeah,
that
I mean that's what Blob would tell you. Blob would tell you you shouldn't be eating rocks. You should get all your salt from your food. So, but again, I listen to these extreme views, and if it's logical, then like for instance, water being a universal solvent, they'll just wash all the minerals out your body essentially. That's again, this is not, if it's logical, I'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's
actually.
not.
Is that how is that logical? That doesn't sound logical at all.
Water can't dissolve everything, right? There's water all over the ground I'm walking on right now, and it's not dissolving the grass and the rocks and the pavement and curb, right? So just because it's a universal solvent doesn't mean it's just going to dissolve all the salt and all the minerals in your body and you'll flush them out. That's not how biology works.
Well, again,
I do recommend not drinking acetone, and it's a pretty good solvent.
Yeah, so is methanol. Methanol is a great solvent. 10 milliliters will make you blind. 50 will kill you.
Yeah.
So the main reason I think I don't drink water, I would say, is because I don't have access to really good water. Right. That's the main reason. Because tap water.
That's something to be worried about. Yeah.
Yeah, tap water's pretty shit, right? It's got a lot of stuff.
It can be.
Yeah, I feel you, Andy. I hardly ever just drink a glass or a cup of water. Like that's just not really appealing to me. So I mean, occasionally I will, but usually I get my water from the food I'm eating or the other fluids that I'm drinking. And I feel like a lot of people do that.
Pump it out of the ground under my house and drink it. It's great. But not everybody has access to that.
If somebody's got a well, a proper well that they dug, and that's awesome.
Well water's fantastic. I treat it to make sure it's not got any bacteria in it, and that it's not, the dissolved mineral content isn't too high. But it's really good water. I like it.
But yes, I do drink a lot of fluids. So just to make sure everybody's clear on that.
We're not afraid of your dehydration and that you're going to be jerky any minute now.
No, I feel great. Honestly. I just think it's funny that you get I know it's a long time ago now, but Michelle Obama, remember that whole campaign? You got to drink 8 glasses a day or whatever the fuck she said.
The number of glasses changes from person to person.
Yeah,
it's probably more of like a percentage of your body weight or something, but you should definitely bring in some good quality fluids and not get them from like garbage sources, right? Like some of the commercially prepared beverages are probably not that great for you.
Yeah, I just went through phases of perhaps many of you have too. I just went through phases of, for a while, for instance, I just drank distilled water. For literally months and months, I just drank distilled water. And everybody said, that's terrible for you because all the good sort of goodness has been taken out of it, basically. It's got nothing in it. You should add some salt or something like that into it.
Well, the dissolved minerals would be gone, yeah.
Yeah. So I went through little phases like that. Oh, I'll just drink spring water. I'll just drink this sort of water. Then I'll just drink this sort of water. And then I just stopped altogether. So it's quite funny.
I think water's generally good for you. I don't know about drinking distilled water. I've never looked into it. I don't know why it would hurt you.
Yeah, what's the argument against having water, Andy?
Well, I'm not keen on all the chlorine in the water and God knows what else there's in it, fluoride and stuff like that. So,
like city type water, yeah. There's not the water, it's the chemicals that are added to it.
There was one guy in Geos one time following. Oh, I forget the guy's name, but he was like, "Oh, I really like this guy. Follow him. I think that every single thing he says is correct." No joke, the thing he said. But one of the things he was trying to sell was that water is bad for you, like water dehydrates, and we were trying to be like, "Oh, you mean like impure water or water filled with random other pollutants and toxins?" And he's like, "No, just water. It's dehydrating."
Yeah, that's kind of the thinking behind it, really. I mean, it goes back to Tom Barnett, a fellow Australian. Do you know who Tom Barnett is, Eggs? He's bald head, long ginger beard.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, he's great. Go look into him. He's like one of these guys like Amanda Vollmer, a nutritionalist, sort of a naturopath, if you will. People go and see him when they've they fucked with the mainstream. Not that I want, shouldn't go down that road, I suppose. But when they've got no options, or let's put it another way, they want to do it in a natural way. That's the nicest way I can put it without saying what I really want to say. But if you know me, you know what I really want to say. But yeah, he's good, Tom Barnett, and he went through a phase of drinking lots. He was wanting to be an Olympic swimmer, so he drank fucking liters of water every day. And then I think one day he got into a situation where he went to a big concert or something like that, and he just fucked up somehow, and he didn't have his water, and he just changed his whole shit around. He was like, "Wait a minute, I don't know." He just felt better, or so. I can't remember the exact story because it's years ago when I watched him.
You get from my perspective, that could be that sounds a bit like a placebo.
What's that?
Could be. Or it could be he was over consuming water and actually making himself ill from hyperhidrosis or something like that. Like there is too much of a good thing, right?
Yeah, like distilled water with no electrolytes. You're just draining your body of electrolytes, which is bad.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I can't remember. Gio's pretty good to talk to about water. Again, I'm not opposed to it. If I was going to get one of those reverse osmosis things that you put out, that sort of attaches on the thing outside, but it was like £200 or something, 200 quid. And
yeah, they're not cheap, and you got to change the filters.
Change it every year, I think, or 2 years.
Yeah, so it's 6 months to a year. Yeah, something like that.
I was like, oh, this is crazy. It's just
you don't change the whole thing, just the filter. It's not the whole. It's not the whole unit. It's just the filter.
Yeah, it's really not that. It's really not that difficult.
I think it would cost about $70 Canadian a year to change that out, if I don't remember incorrectly. I have one. I need to change mine soon, actually. Thanks for reminding me. But yeah, it wouldn't cost a whole amount every.
Yeah, and it's just you have a higher upfront cost, whereas the alternative option that people get for water is generally hugging around those 5-gallon plastic jugs, which is cheaper in the short term, but long term, it's not only less convenient by a mile than just having your sink have good water, but it's also not particularly cheaper by any insane amount.
I probably haven't drank tap water for about over 15 years, I'd say. So remember that episode of Curb where the table and Larry's like, tap. Oh, I love that. It's tap water. You haven't got a filter? Sorry. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, Jace. How's your lady friend? Is she okay? Because she was in a bad way, right?
No.
Is she on the mend at least, or?
I'm very confused. My girlfriend is doing just fine. I'm not sure who. Right. She'd never had any issue. I think.
Oh, I thought you said
someone else.
I thought you said she had Crohn's or something like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, she's had that for years and years now. She's in remission. Sometimes it flares up a little bit. Sometimes for the last few years, she's been doing pretty good with it.
Yeah, that's an.
I thought you meant like a car accident or something.
Oh, no,
I'm like, I don't.
No. I mean, that's a very sort of dangerous. It's like inflammation of your guts, isn't it? Like your intestines and whatnot. So it's a terrible thing. It seems to be quite more common as well. Like I'm seeing it more and
It's an
more.
autoimmune condition where your own immune system starts attacking like epithelial and other types of cells in your intestines and digestive system and whatnot.
Yeah, it's like your small intestine becomes really inflamed. It's kind of like the parent or the sister disease to ulcerative colitis.
Have you ever heard? This is going to sound a bit strange.
She has UC. Well, my girlfriend has
ulcerative
UC.
Colitis. She has ulcerative colitis.
Yeah.
So wait, she has UC or Crohn's?
UC. She's got UC.
Wow. Okay, yeah, because those are different. One makes it like hard to shit, and the other makes it to where you shit out buckets of blood. Every 5 minutes.
And it goes right back up the thing with Crohn's. With colitis, I think they usually just chop a bit off. But
that's a possible option. Yeah. She can get the procedure where they give you the bag and whatnot. But right now she's trying to she's been doing okay with just medication. So that's what she's been doing so far.
I was just going to say, have you ever heard of this thing? And this is going to sound really dumb, so you'll have to forgive me. But have you ever heard this idea that there's some connection between smoking tobacco and healing your intestines or something like that?
I mean, yeah, that was literally me. Because I had very severe ulcerative colitis, and smoking pipe tobacco was really, really good for me. Like it actually just one shot my symptoms.
It's bizarre, isn't it? That is bizarre.
Yeah, it's really weird because it makes Crohn's worse, but it helps alleviate ulcerative colitis. And I had no idea that there were like several studies on tobacco helping ulcerative colitis. I just saw people having anecdotes of people would get ulcerative colitis when they went on a health binge and stopped smoking, and then their symptoms went away once they went back on it. So I just saw that. I tried it, got a cigar, took a cigar, and it's like, yo, I can live now.
Pretty wild. What a bing. Well, other than this being a shitty subject, it may be on the lines too much of health talk.
I hate the health rules, but yeah, we're stuck.
Did our Canadian trucker fucker friend leave finally?
He makes me laugh. He's always like the R slur. He says it all the time. R slur. What are we gonna do about all these R slurs? Like eggs. What are we gonna do about them? Hey?
My one buddy, I'd be like, "Hey, stop being the N-word."
N-word. What? And what about these J hobbits everywhere? I mean, controlling everything.
Little hobbits.
Oh man. Poor guy's afraid of words.
Hobbit.
Did everyone wake up this morning free of pain?
Wait a minute. Doesn't he remember his fellow countryman, Jordan Peterson, did the... Hello! You got a tidy room, eh? Like young. Sorry.
Yeah.
But his fellow countryman said, I will not be forced into forced language, or whatever the fuck he said. And then he went, it's like tidy room. Wow, the fuck that guy talks.
Yeah, wash your penis.
Jordan Peterson. Working for the Daily Wire.
Yeah, I mean, he was always just like a center-left lib kind of guy. And his entire, like, his literal stated goal was essentially just like, I am here to be the gatekeeper to make sure that people don't go to, like, those super dangerous, like, right ideas.
Dude, when he starts with his hands, oh, forget about it. I mean, the wizardry's started. It's over.
I think it's an important one where, like, I'm not a huge fan of Peterson anymore, but I think it's a important or valuable thing to go, hey, people are going to become disaffected by the loony stuff that lefties are saying. But if you don't present more like other liberal alternatives, people just go basket case the other way. They just go uncritically all the way over to whatever is the most opposite to whatever I dislike.
Yeah. Which I do agree with that in principle, which is my big beef with like people in here. Like generally, there's a lot of people who are like super lefty on a lot of things, to where it's just like, if you're not willing to even entertain or talk about certain issues, the only people that talk about it are the people that are the, extreme hateful people. So if you completely refuse to talk about something, anybody who's like, oh, this is an issue, I'm noticing this in my life, they're only going to be able to go over to like, the literal, KKK, Sig Heil people.
Yeah, and it's like, I think that happens as well because you just like, that used to happen, I think, pre-internet through a deliberate choice, right? You had to sort of go, okay, I don't like these actual socialists, so I'm going to go and see what the Nazi Party have to say. And that would take a really conscious thought of picking yourself up and finding out what beer hall they're meeting in, and then go there and listen to them. Whereas nowadays that's done so much by algorithm that just the next video you click on is that little bit more likely to show that view. And if the only views you're getting are from people who, other videos in their feed are, like you say, the Sig Heil stuff, it breaks the whole debate. That's why I think the left have been losing for years. Like, rather than recognizing they need to make a big attempt where it's okay to question certain issues and still recognize that it's important that, healthcare and education are still base ideas that are useful ones, but they've just been handing victories to the right for a decade now.
Well, it's also important to recognize culture, because that's been totally taken away, hasn't it, in a lot of ways.
I mean, that's the whole thing with like the Bernie Sanders thing, right? Is that like he was focusing on like, the economics thing that, everybody can kind of agree with. And the way that they attacked Bernie Sanders was like, okay, but if we got rid of the banks, but if we tax the rich people, that still doesn't get rid of racism. And it kind of really heavily shifted it all into like that cultural aspect, which is not popular at all, and gets away from like the more classical leftist ideals that people could actually vibe with.
Yeah, and many people, like, there are many conspiracy theorists on the left who are like, oh, that's part of a deliberate campaign. But I don't think it is. I think it's just that people are stupid and they will glom on to fun, exciting issues where the idea of protecting workers' rights is kind of, it's a little bit played out. So it's a little bit dull. So it just doesn't get much airtime.
Well, it should, since Elon Musk has been dismantling agencies that investigate big companies and their mistreatment of their employees. So it certainly should, because a lot of those agencies are no longer around. So people who will work are going to be facing more unsafe situations without repercussion for their employer.
Elon Musk, the actor?
Well, his agency, that whole Doge bullshit.
Just to give one of the major people being regulated the hands to whether he's being regulated is just, trying to like have chats with it about people. And I'm like, you don't.
It's insanity.
It's wild.
It's insanity. Like, how could you let someone who owns these companies go into the government and start dismantling the agencies that are investigating his companies? And it's like, people are so stupid nowadays, they don't even have to hide it. Like, he was until today, I think he resigned today or stepped back or whatever, but he was like the head of Doge. Like, he was announcing that he was like the head of he wasn't even trying to hide it. People are just so polarized nowadays. They don't even see, I guess, what's going on in the background.
Well, the thing is, he started as a bit of a lefty, didn't he? As I remember, he was all like, all lefty. Yeah, He was lefty, and then all of a sudden he was hardcore right or something. I don't know. That's what it seemed to me. I don't follow politics.
Yeah, in that sense, it's kind of hilarious that like almost every single like quote unquote right figure in mainstream discourse, they were all lefties before. Like there's nobody who is like, you know, a right leaning person in 1990 that is still relevant today.
Yeah, Sam Harris, Rogan, Peterson, like you could start with him, and Trump himself, like loads and loads of them, and for the left to be then blaming that on the right is like, well, how? If the right are gaining just from disaffected middle ground people, then fine, you could blame that on the right. But if you are losing members of your own congregation, you don't blame the other church, right? You need to have a look at what you're preaching.
Yeah, I hear you. I live in an area where there's a lot of liberals or Democrats, whatever you want to call them, and a lot of them in the last election, and even the first election that Trump was in, some of them voted for him, but most of them are now not too happy about that decision.
They voted for Trump.
Yeah. There's some Democrats I know, people who claim that they're Democrats or whatever, that voted for Trump either in the first election or in the last one, but they're not too happy about it. They're not too happy about it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of it's like the Simpsons episode where the two aliens come down and get nominated as the heads of either party and get it unmasked, and at the end they're like, it doesn't matter, you have a two-party system. Where the Democrats showed, like, the reason Trump got elected was because the Democrats showed they weren't listening and they weren't interested in the will of the people, because there was a groundswell of support for Bernie Sanders and they didn't like it and they scuttled him and they got caught. And at that moment, they had an opportunity to go one of two ways. One is the way they went, which is nothing to see here. We're all still fine. Send up Hillary, like we didn't just get caught being undemocratic, despite calling the Democrats. Or they could have gone the direction of going, geez, I've realised we at somewhere along the way lost the point of what we're doing, and became more about party than about politics, and had a massive bloodletting, right, and pushed Bernie through and pushed a bunch of young people through like AOC and actually made a difference. But they didn't. And now they're just this festering swamp that sent a confused old man that couldn't finish sentences up to the next election. Like, they still clearly don't listen.
Yeah, and then who they sent in afterwards was somebody who was deeply, deeply unpopular with everybody when they ran in 2020. And the entire like campaign, when everybody like doesn't like what's going on, like people are struggling, people want like something different, and then the campaign promises essentially more of the same, and we're getting endorsed by every celebrity. Like, celebrity endorsements is the reason why you should have voted for.
Yeah, like it became clear that the way they chose Kamala, the way they chose Hillary, and the way they chose Biden was to do with internal politics, and like, oh, it's my turn now. You know, I've circled the wagons effectively. I've gotten the right card, people in positions of power to make this play, rather than who's going to run the country best and what do the electorate want. And they just keep showing that, and so people keep voting for the asshole that threatens to bring it all down.
If voting mattered, it would be illegal. I mean, I know. It's just so dumb that people believe in this shit. It's so silly. But you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of once upon a time, ancient. I'll tell you a story now. The priests used to push somebody forward, and he's going to be king for a year. Only, you can do what you want for a year. You can have fun, and then we're going to push you into this volcano. That's what it reminds me of. Except now, in honor of our friend Al Trucker, who's just left, now it's a bunch of F wizards and J slurs who are controlling everything.
It's interesting to say it would be illegal. Like, all of the efforts put into like voter suppression, doesn't that sort of point to it mattering?
Voter suppression. Hilarious.
Well, how's that hilarious?
Because I don't think any of it's real, obviously.
gone to court.
Dude, do you think court's real? Okay. You need to read some Eustace Mullins, brother. You know, Eustace Eustace said if you're going into court is akin to going into a Freemason's lodge. And you're only going to get justice if you're part of the fellowship. So
yikes. Nothing's real.
Did I say nothing's real?
Voting's not real. Courts aren't real. Like the place where we judge voting is the courts. The courts aren't real. What is real?
You never looked into Freemasonry, obviously.
No, I know Freemasons. Obviously. Why is that obviously?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Blue Lodge. I'm not talking about the lower levels. Obviously, I'm talking about the highest level. I'm not talking about you couldn't get some effective change at your local level, right? You could get a wheelchair ramp or something like that. You could affect some kind of change. But if you think you're going to change something at the top, then, oh dear. Very naive.
Local changes by voting, right?
Listen, at a local level, I would agree with you that it is. It's fine. It's very real. You could affect changes in your own community. Absolutely.
And
here's something I think you might agree with, JS. It's like I think that the world would benefit massively if we reduce the amount of time that companies held patents on drugs. And if you test drugs on Africans, you should then sell it cheaply to the Africans. But I don't think, like in line with what Andy's saying, I think if I stepped up, managed to get the nomination for president and stepped up and said, my platform is going to be about making healthcare more accessible in this way. And yes, it's going to massively damage the profits of pharmaceutical companies. A, I wouldn't get elected, but B, let's say the people understood it, even the people who held stocks and bonds and stuff in big pharma companies. Do you think I'd ever really be able to get the nomination and run for president on that platform with the amount of wealth and power that big pharma have?
No.
Exactly right. They would engage in a really complex smear campaign and get PR against me and dig up some, person from school who said I pulled their hair, or you would just see to it that was never an option that's on the table. So I kind of agree with Andy, where we only ever consider fixes for things that are commercially viable to fix, and all of the other ones just don't ever seem to be issues that either side discuss.
Well, I mean, like you said, those are two good suggestions, and the pharmaceutical industry is aware of these things. They know about patent issues, and the whole scientific community, and even like archaeology, anthropology, geology, right? When they find artifacts now that belong to indigenous people, they try to give them back to the indigenous people, and keep it respectful. It's not the 1800s anymore, where they just come in, murder the people, and take their stuff and their artifacts and whatnot. Same thing with pharmaceutical. That attitude has spread into the pharmaceutical industry. We try to be more accommodating and rewarding of your test subjects or the people you're running trials on, really. So those are good suggestions, and if you just left it at that, I don't think they'd have an issue with it.
I mean, if I were to step up and run on a platform of, let's say, like patents expire within 5 years, and all drugs that treat all conditions, you must recoup the profit you need within 5 years, because after that point, you're welcome to keep making the drug, but you cannot enforce patents to prevent people from copying around and allowing other people to benefit from it. And I think I would, if they couldn't destroy me reputationally before that election, I would commit suicide with 2 gunshots to the head. I honestly do think that.
Yeah, you won't get anywhere near it, dude.
Yeah, basically
it's
just
like,
doing.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's like Elon Musk. He's allowed. You don't corner the electric car market in America. He's allowed to, right? He's just put forward as a, this is the guy, this is the face, basically. But you're allowed to do these things, as if you join the right fellowship. Sorry, SK, you go.
Yeah, no, basically just doing all of the popular economic things that most people would agree upon just without all the gay shit.
Well, there would be a way to go about doing that, right? First of all, we'd have to run the numbers and get all the specifics about the profit margins on certain drugs and stuff, and see if that's even a worthwhile thing to change, and see what the current laws are, right? Then you would just have to get the right people involved, right? You'd have to actually go to the pharmaceutical companies and the lawyers there and the scientists there, right, and do it the right way. Right, there's a way to do things.
If I went to the pharmaceutical companies, I think they would be like, yes, absolutely, great idea. Let's work with you on this. And then I think that the right way would involve going, well, we can't do it immediately because think of the stock market and the investors and the da-da-da and the da-da-da. So the best way to bring this about is with a 20-year time span. And so by the time we get to 2045, then we're going to be ready for this shortened patents thing or something. And they would, I think that the right way would involve them pitching and enforcing that the only way to do it would be at an extraordinarily long scale, and the hope that they can fight against it the whole way there, and water it down by the time it lands as legislation to be voted on.
Do you think they're going to put somebody there that's going to take money out of their own pockets? Are you fucking mental? What's going on here? It's
really like you can't work with these people. You just have to say like, deal with it, because like if you actually do any change that's going to hurt them significantly and help, actual people, because in this case there's a little bit of a zero-sum game going on.
What are you talking about? Right, the pharmaceutical company, right? I've worked with a bunch of them. They're always looking to change things, to do things a different way, to do things safer, because that all goes into profit and reputation, which are the two biggest things for them, right? So what on earth are you on about that they're not going to work with you, right? You just have to do it the right way. If you just come out and start slandering about patents and other things about pharmaceutical companies, then yeah, they're not going to want to work with you. You're first going to have to do the research. So the first thing I would do is actually make sure that changing these patents timeframes is actually feasible and a worthwhile thing to do. So I would partner with people at these companies and actually do the research with them about the numbers, whether we just have to write like a review, just summarize what's already out there, or do our own studies. But that would be step one, right? You got to get the data, make sure it's actually scientifically valid and worthwhile thing to do. And then from there, that's where you can take it further once you have the relevant data in the showing that it's actually something that's worthwhile to do.
No, it's very simple.
We'd have to isolate the V-slur first, right? We'd have to isolate the V-slur, make sure that's real. That'd be step one, J-Ace. Let's isolate the V-slur, make sure it's real.
Isolate the what?
What they say it is. And not just created in the
process.
What
are you talking about? Isolate the V-slur?
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no. It's very simple what you do, right?
Well, there's tons of viruses that have been isolated. I've told you about the PDB, right? There's literally isolated proteins from viruses. There's billions of them that have been pictured with cryo-EM. Pictures have been taken of these things, and they're in the PDB, in the nucleic acid database, which are all open source and free, and those will lead you to the actual primary scientific publications that'll have more information and pictures for you, right? So all this stuff is out there, pretending that it's not.
The entire point of them saying it like that was to
it's
not
just silly.
Like get super into it. But yeah, the solution is simple. Pharmaceutical companies cannot charge more than double what they charge the average European country, and like implement this in like a year.
Yeah, but you don't even know that most of the drugs that pharmaceutical companies make, they don't even profit off of, right? So like your suggestions are literally like worthwhile. They're worthless because you don't even have like a base understanding of what's going on with the profits in the pharmaceutical industry.
So they're going to have to charge everybody else more instead of charging the US, 10,000 times markup and then charging European countries, like 20% markup. They're just going to have to spread out the cost everywhere if they can't exclusively get all of their profits from the US.
I think that JS's point is right though, which is if we dig into the stats and that's the case, then fine, but we would need all of that data first to then construct meaningful policy that people could go, oh, okay, look, they're still going to be raking in 4 trillion, but I still can help my mum with cancer medications without us all losing our jobs and ending up bankrupt.
No, I totally, I hear you on that, but that's different than, right, the whole thing, that's insurance, right, and how it relates to pharmaceutical companies and medical treatment. I totally agree with you there that is certainly a problem, that it costs so much, especially in America. If you have a health issue, it's basically you're going to go broke, like, unless you're very rich or very well off. If not, you're basically going to go broke. So that's something I can agree with you with. But that's a different thing than like profit margins on pharmaceutical sales and stuff. That's a whole different ball game, different area.
Yeah, it's different, but I think...
And the pharmaceutical companies are interested in these things, right? So when you do the research, you should be doing it with them, right? You shouldn't be doing it adversary to them and slandering them, right? They're interested in these things too. Because like I said, it all comes down to profit and reputation, and your reputation has a big influence on your profit. So they want to know about these things and how to do things safer, right? Because that's going to get them more sales and more customers in the long run.
Yeah, like I said, people believe anything you tell them these days. I mean, they only have to say boo now on the news and everybody goes and buys all the toilet rolls off the shelf, just empty it, get masked up. They can't wait to put their muzzles on, let's face it.
Well, I hear that a lot here, right? Like I hear people, for some reason, they think evidence is repeating some quote from some guy, right? But in the scientific community, right, that shit don't fly. And most scientists don't believe anything they hear. They want to see especially if it's related to scientific things. If it's just some average, everyday, meaningless thing, sure. But I'm talking about like scientific fields. If you're talking about those, right, they want to see the primary data. They're not going to just take your word for it. Even if you have a Nobel Prize in that field, right, most scientists, they might do the whole trust but verify thing if you're that credentialed in the field, but they're still, if they're going to make a claim to it themselves in like their own paper, they're going to go and look at the primary literature. They're not going to just believe some guy's word. They're going to make sure that it's actually true, or that they can prove it themselves or demonstrate it themselves with their own experiments, right? So like, you shouldn't just believe everything you hear. That's a terrible philosophy to have.
Well, people do though. That's the point. People just believe them. So I mean, germ theory.
Well, a lot of the conspiracy people certainly do.
Debunked. Not just
as long as it's against the what they perceive as the establishment, they'll just eat it right up, and then they repeat it here to me as if that's evidence that evolution isn't real or abiogenesis didn't happen.
I was going to mention that to you.
It's so silly.
There's a great talk by he's not a biologist, so I'm sure you won't take his opinion very, very, very seriously, but there's a great talk with Alex O'Connor, and I was going to send it to you, Eggs, but I'll send it to you too. You probably won't be interested in it, Jay, because again, he's not a biologist, but John Lennox, he's a mathematician, and they talk on evolution for about 15 minutes, and it's actually really insightful what he says. Now, obviously, he's got a bias, so he is going to question evolution, isn't he? Because he's a Christian. He's a hardcore Christian, I suppose.
But for it to be insightful, right? first step for something being insightful is the person saying the piece of information has to actually know what they're talking about, right? They have to know the basics of the topic, along with the person receiving the information, right? If you don't know how to spot bullshit because you don't know what evolution actually is, then people can tell you whatever you want to hear, and whatever agrees with the worldview you have, you're going to think is insightful.
Yeah, would you like me to send you the video?
Sure.
I'll send it to you, Eggs, as well.
Sure. Well, let's be careful in this conversation that we don't go near anything that could be constituted as medical advice. Maybe sort of back away or just go to a different conversation. Or
no, it's about evolution.
I'm working on my own language.
I talk with people,
I'm inspired by Al Trucker. I think we should come up with his own language. Like, just have just R slurs and J words and shit. It'd be so fun. It'd be like Howard Stern with the FCC, all that stuff. It'd be fun.
Eggshells, it was about evolution, not medical stuff per se. But right, like when I talk to most conspiracy and creationist people in these forums, right, like they can't even explain what evolution is correctly to me, like the basics of it. So I don't know how they're getting incited. Like you have to know what the thing is first to be able to be go further with it.
Wasn't about the evolution bit. I agree with you on that. You need to know what you're debunking. You need to be able to give a good steel man in order to debunk it. It was just that before that there were bits talking about terrain theory and stuff that I was like, let's be careful with the conversation.
He's not even talking about someone steel manning evolution. He's just talking about someone being able to actually state what the definition of it is. Because so often in these arenas you get people that state that evolution is one species changing to another, but they mean it in a haphazard way such that an elephant becomes a pine tree.
So what's a steel man if not that?
So a steel man would be saying something like the change in allele frequencies over generations, right? That would be a simple summary that is actually correct for what evolution is and that most people can understand.
Yeah, is the little trick to it. They've took micro adaptation and then they threw that word in. Evolution. Microevolution equals microevolution. Whee! We all came from a single-celled amoeba. Isn't it great, everyone?
Some animal was just blocking my path up ahead. Don't want to get attacked. What is that?
But Australia's the dangerous place.
Well, I've been attacked by a dog before. But okay, sorry, I don't mean to change the topic, right? So like microevolution and macro evolution aren't like real things. In evolutionary biology, it was used by like a avian biologist one time, so a guy who studies birds, to like differentiate things on like something that he was doing, right? So like the fact that you don't know that like micro adaptation and macro adaptation, or micro versus macro evolution, aren't real things already indicates to me, right?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't believe it. Like somebody came in the other day and they were talking to, I think it was Eden, and he's like, "Do you want to learn the flat Earth arguments?" to this new guy, and he's like, "No, I don't really believe in that, so I'm not going to start looking into it." That's how I feel about it, Jace.
Yeah, but evolutionary biologists, right, don't propose that micro and macro evolution is a real thing, right? It's a creationist straw man. It was used by one person, one avian biologist, like back in the 60s, in one paper in a primary journal where you publish primary research, right? It's in one paper. And the fact that you don't know that, right, Andy, that you don't know that those words are just creationist straw man already indicates to me, and it indicates to me about the source that you're getting your information from.
That's fine.
How would changes in allele frequency lead to new organisms, though, or new proteins?
Cladogenesis, right? Well, there's a difference between proteins are controlled by genes. So you change a DNA base, right? You change a codon, and you're going to get a different protein. But when you're talking about organisms, that's a process called cladogenesis, typically. So if you look up that word, you could see how you get subpopulations within an original population, and they could be isolated geographically, genetically, and geographically. They could be isolated by disease. There's certain ways that a subpopulation can get isolated, right? And then divergence starts to happen. Mutations as they breed, the original population is no longer breeding with the subpopulation because the subpopulation has been isolated, but they came from that original population. Now, as both populations breed over time, different mutations accrue in the two separate populations now, until you will get to a point to where they can no longer, even if they were able to breed together, they could no longer breed together because they're so genetically distinct now. And this is a process called cladogenesis, and it's like a basic thing in evolution. Yeah, it's not some mystery.
Yeah, so if you have allele frequency changes, like at some point in the evolutionary process, you need to have new alleles. So if you're just saying evolution is the change in allele frequency, then when are you getting these new alleles?
Mutation. Right?
Okay,
so I said that was a simple summary that conveys the point properly in a simple way, right? That wasn't like some big complex definition of every aspect of evolution, right? Mutation is a key part of it, right? Allele frequencies change, but mutations also happen. And if you change the base in an allele, it becomes a new allele. So if you have a mutation that changes the DNA base, which is what a mutation is, now you have a new allele. And almost every time you reproduce, especially in animals, there's tons of mutations that are happening in these genes all the time. That's why organisms don't look identical to their parents, because there's literal processes that biology goes through to make sure that when the animal sexually reproduces, that it's not the same exact alleles, and it's not just a copy of the parent, right? There's mutation on purpose.
Yeah, so whenever you have meiosis, you have basically you'll be making like a 23N chromosome set. And so you'll be mixing those between what you have with your parents, like from the mother strand and the father strand. And then basically that'll come and conglomerate with another 23N chromosome with an egg. And so it is going to be a little different, but you're not going to have like new alleles. And even if you do have a mutation in an allele, then how is that a new allele instead of just like a mutated allele?
Because mutations happen randomly, right? So say before meiosis happens, your DNA is copied. A whole new version of your DNA is synthesized from the template, from the strand that your cell has already. It replicates the DNA. It makes another copy of it before meiosis even happens, right? So mutations occur right from the jump during that process where your enzymes are synthesizing this new strand of DNA. It's not identical to the parent strand, right? There's already mutations in that DNA. They're random where they're located. So they could be in a gene, they could be, or an allele gene / an allele codes for a gene. So they could be in the allele, they could be in some regulatory area of the genome, right? They're spread out and they're random. But straight from the jump, there's mutations in these genes from the parent. And then meiosis has a process that's called recombination, where the chromosomes literally on purpose break off and exchange portions of the DNA with each other, homologous chromosomes, to cause even more diversity, right?
Right,
So
you're
straight from the jump, you have different alleles sometimes because you have mutations, and then you have recombination during meiosis, which literally can swap the whole thing around.
Yeah, right. So that's what I was kind of describing, like the recombination process where you have the chromosomal crossover. So basically, this is how you have the sperm and the egg being made, the genetic information for them, because you can't have 46 chromosomes go into a new human. You have to match it with another human. So they're going to take off pieces from each chromosome that they got from each of their parents, mix them up, and then make a 23N chromosome. But that's not making new like functions. My question is, like, if the allele frequency changes, if that's the definition of evolution, then you're working with alleles that are already there. But for the evolution that we need to have,
you're not.
Hold on, you go on for a very long time. So I'm having to like say multiple points. So like the process that we need for novel, proteins, novel organisms, basically that biodiversity we see today, you need to have more than just allele frequency change over time. You'd have to have new alleles. So the definition for evolution that we're using right now isn't even sufficient.
Well, there's no mystery about how like I could go in the lab and make new proteins just from evolutionary change. Like there's no mystery in how new proteins come about, right? Like even just the sickle cell trait explained is a good example of how a new protein comes about, right? Sickle cell anemia is caused by a change in a protein, right? A different protein than the wild type or the normal variant in a human emerges because there's a point mutation. One DNA base is swapped in the gene, or the alleles that code for the gene that handles the kind of structure of your blood cells, right? And so because you have this new protein or a different protein, but the first time it came about, it would have been a new protein, right? Now you have this sickle cell trait, and if you have two versions of the allele, then you'll have the actual condition. But the sickle cell trait confers an advantage against some things, while having sickle cell anemia obviously can be disadvantageous.
That's a defective protein, though. The HBS,
it's
the
still a new
protein.
it's a defective protein. It's already there.
It's not defective, right? It's selected for because it confers an advantage under certain environmental conditions, right? Where we only call it defective because there's some people who will have that trait and they're not in an area where it's beneficial to them. So some things can crop up where it can turn detrimental because biology is plastic like that. Right, but if you put that person in a certain circumstance, now having that sickle cell trait is advantageous for them. So context is super important. It's not a defective protein. The first time it came about, it was a new protein because it had a different amino acid sequence than the wild type variant. So that means it's new. It's not the same, right? So it's exactly what you were asking for, whether or not you want to call it defective or not. And there's thousands of other examples. People literally make new proteins all the time.
Okay, so it's not able to like sufficiently carry the oxygen. The HBS protein, as I said, it has a mutation which causes it to become rigid, and
you're discussing sickle cell anemia.
You're
talking about somebody with double recessive versus somebody who's heterozygous. Why don't you guys agree on which one you're going to talk about? Somebody with trait or somebody with disease?
Right now.
Yeah. Well, I am talking about the trait, not the disease, not where the actual structure of the blood cell has been sickled. Right. We're talking about the trait.
My point was just that like this is not a new novel protein with a novel function. It's a protein that was already there that's now, mutated to be less like advantageous in certain conditions, as you mentioned. So it's like caused it to have like a weird it becomes really rigid and sickle cell shaped. So yeah, but like
no, it doesn't.
Yes,
because we're talking about sickle cell trait, not sickle cell anemia. Right? Again, you're not characterizing what I was talking about properly. Sickle cell trait, not sickle cell anemia.
So then are you saying
okay, so you don't like that example. You don't like that example, right? I'll give you two better ones. There's the bacteria that came up with the enzymes naturally because nylon was placed in their environment. As these bacteria replicated, they developed these enzymes that were able to process the nylon into food. And the same thing with a nitroplast and a different bacteria. Usually bacteria cannot just take nitrogen out of the air and just convert it to ammonia and organic nitrogen containing compounds. They can't typically do that. But this bacteria was placed in this highly nitrogenated environment and developed entirely new proteins, entirely new enzymes that could convert this nitrogen into biologically available nitrogen from the air into biologically available nitrogen. And it was called a nitroplast. So those are two examples of new proteins. Like this happens all the time. Like saying that new proteins don't come about, new enzymes don't come about is ridiculous.
So the nylon thing, they originally thought that happened from a frame shift mutation, creating a new protein fold. But they saw that the nylonase activity evolved from a pre-existing enzyme, or a carboxyl esterase, that already had a lot of broad and promiscuous substrate specificity. And they were saying basically this point mutation, a small number of point mutations in 2 amino acid substitutions that increased activity towards nylon, but it was already like with this from this protein that already had a very broad substrate specificity.
It's different enzyme because the original carboxylate enzymes could not take nitrogen out of the air, or this inorganic nitrogen, and convert it into organic nitrogen. There had to be a change, and it wasn't a frame shift. It was actually a genetic duplication. So the gene was duplicated, and then it was moved in the genome. It was moved in the genome to an area where a promoter was, so that it could then be translated into an enzyme.
I think you're thinking of it different. I think you're mixing up two different
things. You're confusing the ones that gain the ability to digest nylon with the E. coli experiment in which it developed the ability to digest citrate. You need to learn which talking point that you're going to throw out there when you actually don't know the topic.
Yeah,
I'm almost 100% sure on that. Lenski had a similar thing happen because that's a common way that these new functions come about, through a gene duplication and then a transmutation in the genome.
Okay, so the one that got rearranged and then under a different activator is the Lenski experiment.
This has happened more than one time, though. It's happened more than one time. Like Lenski is not the only person who's ever witnessed a duplication and then a translocation of the duplicated gene. Like this happens all the time, and it certainly happened. I know for sure in the nitroblast situation. Maybe I'm wrong about the nylon one. I'll just look it up in a second and figure out exactly what it was. But the nitrogen one, I'm pretty sure that's how it happened. But nonetheless, right? Like there's no excuses, right? Like it doesn't matter if it was a point mutation or if it was a gene duplication and a translocation of the new gene, right? These are all evolutionary processes. They're all part of mutation and selection, conferring survival advantage to the organism in the environment that it's in.
But you're going to have new alleles form. Like the current definition of evolution is allele frequency changed over time, but that's changing the frequency of alleles that are already there. So what definition covers the biodiversity we see today? What are you talking about?
I just gave you one process where new alleles can come about, right? Where a gene is duplicated.
That's a mutation happening to one.
Yes, if you mutate an allele, that's a new allele. Like it has a new sequence. An allele is a sequence of DNA that codes for a gene. If you mutate that sequence, you change the sequence by any bit, that is a new allele. Whether you just remove a base pair, or you add a new one, or you mix them around in some weird way, any of that results in a new allele. You've just created a new allele. That's literally the mechanism.
You could be like enhancing or degrading the actual function that's already there, but it's still in the same loci on the DNA sequence. It's still in the same location. It's still doing the same essential function.
You even referred to the Lenski experiment, where a gene, in the Lenski experiment, the gene wasn't just duplicated. There were mutations also in that duplicated sequence. And then it's not that it was just duplicated. It was the duplicated gene. So the original gene stayed there and kept its function, where it didn't process citric acid under aerobic conditions. Right? That was what they were doing. right? It mutated the sequence, duplicated the mutated sequence, and then moved it in the genome to where a promoter was, so that that new allele that codes for a new protein or new enzyme that had the ability to metabolize citric acid under aerobic conditions. Like, it can't get any more exactly what you're asking for than that.
Yeah, that was just a rearrangement that happened. Where the citrate.
Now you're just denying. You're just in denial. I can
what?
I'll
I'm
post
literally reading it right
landscape.
now. The citrate transporter went behind an activator that was on during aerobic conditions. What do you mean?
What? That doesn't mean anything. The gene
No,
was
have you read the paper? Do you even know
duplicated.
what you're talking about?
Yes, the gene.
Okay, well then
I'll
tell me what happened in
post
the
it
landscape
so
experiment.
that everyone else can read it too, and I'll highlight the important parts for
Dude,
you.
you're tripping.
The gene was duplicated. Brian, Dr. Peck or whatever. You tell me if I'm wrong. The gene was duplicated. It was then, that duplicated sequence wasn't even the same sequence as the original gene, but the original gene kept its function in the location where it was in the genome. The duplicated mutated sequence was then moved. It was placed, it was translocated to a different part of the genome, where there was a promoter. Do you know what a promoter is?
That's what I just said. I literally just said that it got translated to a promoter under aerobic conditions, and you said I was wrong, and now you're saying the same thing.
Okay, maybe I heard that part wrong. But yeah, so you're right about that part, right? And that conferred the advantage of the organism being able to process the citric acid under aerobic conditions, right? Like, there's no excuse. That is evolution
totally
in action.
I don't disagree with that. That's fine. What I'm saying is that you're going to need new alleles showing new functions, not just enhanced functions or degraded functions or just relocations over the evolutionary process to explain the biodiversity we have. We're going to have to do a lot more than just that.
All right, I'll just post papers where new proteins and alleles get combined. It's not that hard. I have a machine that can literally make new gene sequences, new allele sequences, and then synthesize the new protein, the new enzyme for me. There's an instrument in our lab that literally does that for me. Like, why are you pretending like this is such a hard thing?
That just shows intelligent design and intervention. If you're saying you can do it, then that's just showing the need for intervention.
Yes, I can do it, and organisms do it, right? I'll post a bunch of papers where new genes have come about and new proteins.
Okay.
So Taylor, you're saying this is not a natural process. It needs to be manipulated in some way. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if he's talking about some completely novel protein, but the examples that are given for like evidence of, evolution and stuff like that is like that they have like point mutations. They have like a protein and allele that's like has a mutation in it. And then also, translocation where it can basically move to a different part of the DNA sequence, which was talked about in the Linsky experiment where it was moved under a new promoter. But, moving around and mutating an already existing protein is not enough to give you the biodiversity that we have today. You're going to have elongated sequences of DNA. You're going to have novel alleles that have novel functions, not just enhancing or degrading the functions that are already there. Like, these are things that you need to show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so glad.
Do you know?
Look, the thing is,
do you know what a phylogeny is? Because that literally shows exactly that. And I'm going to post phylogenies of certain proteins and show all the different organisms that had different alleles that coded for a different version, that had different biological activity, right? Like, there's literally a field of science that puts that picture together. It's called phylogeny. Like, just Google it, but I'll post a bunch for you.
I was waiting for a break in the conversation. Don't want to speak very long, and I'm not going to change the topic. I was asked to cite my source yesterday about the 5,500 Greek New Testaments and the 99.6% accuracy. I posted it in the side chat, not the back chat. So it's there if anybody wants to see where I got it from.
It sounds like evolution's in shambles as well to me. I don't know.
Doesn't sound like it. You're kind of just pretending that, right? I'm going to post this one that has the phylogeny of ATP synthase and its, evolutionary change. I'll post this paper for you, but you can keep pretending that it's
I can meet maybe some really experienced virologists who have thoroughly debunked fucking germ theory. So I'm glad that this is being questioned too. As far as I'm concerned, if it is true, J-Ace, it will
what
be
do you mean? Show me the
better
evidence
for it. You can't help yourself because you're so sure of it. You think,
show
this is definitely
evidence.
true. I don't think it is. I really don't.
Show me the evidence that virologists have debunked
we can just make
theory.
it up, can't we? Right? Like
no, I think what you normally do is you say, "Oh, well, this guy said a thing," and that's enough evidence for you. But that's not enough evidence for me, right? Like, you got to actually show me the data. I want to dig my teeth into it. Like, where did they show that germ theory? Like, what was their p-value? What kind of measurements did they take? Like, any kind of information that actually would be required to disprove germ theory. I'd love to know it. But here's this paper.
Well, I've already sent you I told you the source. I told you all my sources. So go look at it.
This is what I'm calling phantom evidence now, where I think if you're saying that germ theory's been disproven, it's just kind of elephant hurling to say it's in this paper. I think that you would need to go, they've done the test and this is what they were testing for, and therefore this is how they constructed the test, and this is therefore that's why I'm confident, I'm confident that this is true. But to say, oh, it's been proven in a paper that I can't actually recite to you the meaningful parts of it, is sort of phantom proof. It's like hoping that it might be contained in there and putting a labor on the other person to prove that it isn't.
Not even a paper. I'd be happy with like a paper to look at. Usually it's just look at this YouTube video of some guy saying that this has disproven germ theory, and because that supports my bias, what I want to be true, I eat it all up. That's basically all I ever get.
I mean, it's not. Look, whatever's true is true, right? That's if it turns out that they were all wrong and I've been misled, I'd be the first to say. So
how would you know
true is true, Jace.
Okay, how would you know? I posted a paper about ATP synthase, its phylogeny, so it's changed through time in organisms, and all that is in the chat.
I'll tell you something. I've lived as if it isn't true for the last 5 years, and I'm much happier. So,
well, I was given a YouTube video.
Somebody coughs around me, I'm like, it's fine.
And ATP is an enzyme that's highly ATP, right? ATP is one of the most highly conserved enzymes, so it's one of the ones that's had the least amount of evolutionary change because it has such a specific purpose, and it's very good at that purpose. But even that one that is highly conserved has a whole phylogeny of its nucleic acid sequence and its amino acid sequence and all that stuff. So if you go to other enzymes that aren't so conserved across species, you'll see huge evolutionary change. Just Google these things, like look for the phylogenies, look for the information.
When you say phylogenies, are you talking about like something like post-dictive, like we think this is an evolutionary process, this protein? Or is it like doing predictive?
No, phylogeny and the molecular phylogenies are comparing sequences of enzymes in different areas of the genome, coding, non-coding, and just comparing them amongst organisms.
So that'd be kind of like post-dictive.
What do you mean? You're just comparing
like they're just like
molecules. There's no post-diction. Comparing molecules and seeing which ones are similar, right? And then you can match up morphology with that. So how the bones and different fossils and things work. You can compare the energetics, right? And all these things, they all point to one direction. If you want to call that a post-diction, right? Like we go where the direction that the evidence points in. When it all points in one direction, then I guess, we can post-dictate at that point that the evidence all points to the singular conclusion.
A post-diction, also called a retrodiction, is a process of explaining or interpreting events after they have already occurred, using current knowledge or theories. So it's opposite of a prediction, which involves forecasting future events.
No.
They're just like analyzing events after they've already happened.
Phylogenies are just comparing, right? It's just comparing the mechanisms of how evolution works and seeing how they lead to similar proteins, similar organisms, whatever scale of the animal or bacteria, whatever you're looking at, seeing how they compare.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like organizing things into an hierarchy and then adding a story to it. That's what it sounds like to me.
What story? I haven't told any story. There's literally no story to be told. It's literally just comparing.
Timeline.
Especially when you're talking about molecular phylogenies. You're literally just comparing ATCs and Gs, right? There's no story. There's nothing to be told. You're just fucking comparing DNA sequences, protein sequences.
Don't burn me at the stake, man. Okay, don't burn me at the stake.
Well, I'm just not gonna let the bullshit information be prevalent, right? That's the problem. Right, when you say these silly things, people listen, right? That has an effect on society overall.
Right? Okay, so it is
right?
a post-diction.
And so if I'm here and you're saying things that I could disprove straight to your face, I'm going to speak up, right? I'm just going to do that. And I'm going to make sure that the audience hears the correct information. If I have it, I'll give it to them, right? And they can hear your information and they can make up their mind. But it's not going to be, we're just going to let the BS slide. It's not going to happen anymore.
Being said, like literally, evolutionary biology, post-diction involves reconstructing the evolutionary history of organisms based on current data, such as fossils or
but I'm talking about phylogenies, though.
Phylogenies. Okay, so then could we make a phylogenetic tree and then assume it was all created? Or are you assuming evolutionary biology resulted in it?
I mean, the phylogeny, do you know what creationists have their own version of phylogeny. It's called baraminology, but it has an arbitrary stopping point where created kinds are. Science doesn't, we don't do arbitrary things like that. We don't just say, okay, it just stops here. The relatedness stops here. We'll call this a kind. This is what God created according to the Bible. But we don't do that in science. We say the similarity, the further back in time you go, the more similar organisms seem to get. So why would we arbitrarily stop?
How far back in time can you go?
Why would we arbitrarily stop our classification, our phylogeny?
From something that you're observing now as a post-diction.
Well, we didn't make any assumption. The only assumption we're making is that the evidence doesn't indicate to us that we should stop and arbitrarily classify these organisms as a group. I'm talking about creationist and baraminology, which is their version of phylogenetics. And it's where they do phylogeny, but they arbitrarily say this is where the relatedness stops between organisms. This group is all related to each other, but they are not related to this other group. So we'll call these two unrelated groups kinds that God created arbitrarily, just because the Bible says that, right? In phylogeny, we don't do that extra part where we say that these two groups that are actually getting more similar in both genetic similarity and morphological similarity, we don't say, oh, we got to stop the relatedness here because God created kinds, so this is where the kinds is. We say, no, the evidence seems to indicate that these organisms are actually more related to each other.
Gotcha. Okay, so in the phylogenetic trees of evolution, they're assuming that this is a slow, gradual process that happened over time. And that's the story that India was talking about that they put over it.
No, phyletic gradualism is something that even Darwin wasn't sure about when he proposed it back in the 1800s. But it's been long known that evolution, ever since Stephen Jay Gould punctuated equilibrium.
What did I say wrong? You said no. What did I say wrong?
it's not always just slow change over time, or what's been termed phyletic gradualism, right? Like you don't even know the official names of the concepts you're trying to use, but that's it. It's called phyletic gradualism, and we know that that's not how evolution always works, right? There's something called punctuated equilibrium, which is the braided stream model is the most correct model to nature today, but even punctuated equilibrium was a step an advancement in how, when you have huge natural disasters, you have these large, quick evolutionary changes in the fossil record. So it was a concept called punctuated equilibrium.
In the lab, can we show phyletic gradualism? Or can we show these more rapid changes?
Walensky kind of showed both, right? Because the ability to process citric acid in aerobic conditions is not the only thing they were testing and the only changes that happen. And they've been doing that since like the 70s or 80s, I'm pretty sure. So there's all sorts of slow change, quick change, right? The CIT plus trait came about pretty quickly. If I'm recalling what I read correctly, they changed the environment, and it wasn't like they had to wait years and years for this ability it was like a couple generations and they had the ability. So
yeah, because it was just a translocation in the DNA sequence. Can you like kind of shorten your responses, because it's hard to like really have a conversation? But I was just gonna say, like, so they look at these
show. You didn't know that?
They look at these different organisms though, and then they say, okay, well, these are related, and then we're gonna assume that these just evolved over time, whether it's quickly or slowly, whatever. They're gonna assume that they evolved over time, and that's what they are their similarities. You know what I mean? Like they have these similarities because they're assuming they evolved.
We don't assume anything in science. Why do you keep saying that?
Oh, so they're not assuming that they just evolved in the phylogenetic tree?
What are you talking about? The phylogenetic tree is literally, it's putting the mechanism together, right? There's no assumption. It's a measurement of the evolutionary change.
Then have we observed that phylogenetic tree happening? So no, it would be a post-dictive assumption.
We have the fossil record, and then we have organisms that are alive today. It's a dual nested hierarchy with both morphology and genetics. Dual nested hierarchy, phylogenetics.
Fossil record's also making an assumption, okay? You're trying to build this tree and you're assuming that these organisms were there because they evolved instead of just were created that way, right?
Fossil record is not an assumption. It's not building any tree. That's phylogeny.
The phylogenetic tree evolved?
Fossil record is just the fossils that we have and the dates that they give. It has nothing to do with phylogeny.
Okay, but aren't you using the fossils to say this phylogenetic tree makes sense in an evolutionary standpoint?
Well, you use the traits, right? So the morphology of the fossil species is one aspect. Then it's a dual nested hierarchy, again, where you use genetics, right? And that's another aspect. And then there's like embryology. So Evo, Devo is another field of biology, right? So that's three fields that are converging on a singular conclusion about these same organisms. Their structure, their like morphological structure, their genetic structure, and their embryological development is all pointing to the same conclusion on top of other areas of biology. So it's like, what assumption are we making? The evidence is just clear. The measurements point to a conclusion.
So you're assuming this happened.
What are you talking about? I've measured and done things with all sorts of fossils.
You were not there to watch all of evolutionary history and observe and document it.
Well, that's silly. I don't have to. This house was built. This house was built that I'm walking by. I wasn't there to watch it be built, but I know it's here because I can see the house. Well, I can see the fossils. I can measure them. I can do all sorts of things with fossils. And then I can do genetics, right? And then I can do embryology, how the organism developed, right? And I can see what the data for all these different fields, what it's saying, right? It indicates something. And there's only one thing that it indicates.
So in a post-dictive analysis, you're going to be adding your interpretation over whatever you're observing because you were not there to actually observe it happening. You're trying to Like, look back and then make a storyline based on what you can observe. And your point, you're saying that we can use evidence to make the storyline. That's fine. But either way, you're making a storyline from what you're observing in a post.
What are you talking about?
The evolutionary timeline.
What are you talking about? We publish
the evolutionary timeline.
The evolutionary timeline is what I'm talking about. We publish our data in journals.
Yeah, you're
we
saying
don't
that
write
there's
stories.
That's fine.
We don't.
So you're
books.
using this quote unquote evidence to make a timeline of evolutionary history, correct?
No.
Yes.
Dating methods are used primarily for that. There's some comparatives you can do, but that's
not
typically
getting into data methods. You're still looking at something and you're trying to make an interpretation over what could have happened.
No. The data dictates. What do you mean? There's no interpretation. The numbers are
you don't
final.
understand what I'm saying. You're not listening.
Well, because you're just lying, and I'm not. That's not how it works. We don't post.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
We don't post dictate. We don't assume.
Yes, you do.
We work with numbers and data, measurements, evidence.
If you weren't there to watch it, you're doing a post-dictive analysis.
A 5.
There to watch it, you're doing a post.
A 5 is a 5, right? So when I do a measurement and I get 5 feet, and I relay to you that the result of the measurement was 5 feet, I'm not post-dictating anything. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not making up a story. I'm telling you what the measurements were.
Okay, so you can interpret different measurements in different ways, but that's fine. Your measurement right there, your example, that would not be post-dictive. You literally physically measured it. In terms of looking at evolutionary timeline, nobody was there to observe it. So we're going to look at quote-unquote evidence, and we're going to make an assumption, a storyline over what we think could happen based on the evidence that we have.
What are you talking about? We can date things. It gives us numbers. Dude, we don't have to make up any interpretation. We can take a fossil. We can take a fossil and we don't have to watch something happen. That's not how science works.
That can explain to him what I'm saying. It would be post-dictive.
You're just lying about how science works.
I'm not lying.
We don't. There's no.
If you stop, everybody stop.
Too many people talking.
Yeah. So whoever the third person jumping in, thank you, but no. You guys are like incessantly clipping one another, and it's become difficult to follow. And most of it is like no, yes. Can we get back to something that the rest of us can listen to?
Okay, I'm going to give him this definition in the chat. Okay, so because he doesn't understand post-dictive is post-dictate. To post-dictate something is a verb meaning to explain or interpret.
I know what it means.
For an event after it has already occurred by fitting it into an existing theory or framework. Okay, this is what we're doing.
That's not what we do.
To observe it.
That's not what we do, though.
You weren't there to watch
that's not what we do.
Yes, it is.
There's two competing hypotheses.
Listening to one another. We'll put you in the overtime if we can't let one another finish.
Okay, well, because I don't need her to explain to me what a post-diction is. The point that I'm getting, that she's not understanding from my end, is that's not what we do in science, right? We have two competing hypotheses. The measurement will come out 5 feet, or the measurement will come out 6 feet. We take the measurement, and it's 5 feet. There's no interpretation. There's no fitting the measurement into the 6 foot because that's what we want. That's not what we do. The measurement was 5 feet. That's the hypothesis that has not yet been disproven. So that's the one that moves forward. We don't do any kind of post-dicting or any of this assuming or interpreting BS that you're trying
doing
to claim.
Evolutionary biology is a post-diction, whether you like it or not, because you weren't there to watch it happen. You weren't there to
that's
say,
not
hey,
how
look,
science
here's
works.
The smallest turning it. It is by default, by nature.
No, it's not. You don't have to be there.
Something
that's not how science works.
Hold on.
Stop trying to claim you're a scientist.
I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
I respond.
Evolutionary biology is doing post-dictive analysis unless you're doing laboratory experiments like the Linsky experiment where they can watch it happen. Either way, you weren't there to watch all these fossils get created, so you're going to be doing a post-dictive analysis on it either way, whether you like it or not.
We have seen fossils be created. It's called taphonomy. It's another field of science that you're unaware of
Doing
while
the
trying to
phylogenetic tree
claim.
is post-dictive.
While
I'm sorry
trying to claim that you're a scientist, here's another field of science that you're unaware of. We can watch things both petrify, lithify, and turn into fossils. It's called taphonomy.
Because you're observing it. But what you're doing with the phylogenetic
tree, taphonomy.
And
remember, the first point is that you don't have to be there
that would not
to
be
witness, right? Like, I don't have to be there to witness the fossil form, right? I can just see that the thing I have in my hand is a fossil because it fits the definition of what a fossil is, right? There's
if you weren't there, it'd be
assuming. There's no post-dicting. I have a fossil in my hand, right? We can date the fossil. We don't have to do any kind of assuming. I can take the fossil in my hand and date it, right? So now that gives me a number for the date, right? There's no assumption. There's no interpreting. There's no post-dictating.
Fossil form, it's a post-diction. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
So can I try to mediate then? What you're saying, Taylor, is that it's a post-diction because when we dig up a new fossil, we are trying to slot that into an existing theory that they're all related and find two that are sort of.
Don't do that though.
Feel like, but I'm just trying to understand what it is.
To observe it, it would be post-dictive.
You get a Nobel Prize if you could show that it actually doesn't fit into the evolutionary model. If you found some fossils that you could conclusively show don't fit into the evolutionary model, man, you would be well on your way to a Nobel Prize and all sorts of.
That's another topic, which I'd love to get into, but I just want to clear up post-diction and what it actually is. Unless you're actually observing it happening and recording it real time in the lab, or measuring it as it's occurring. If you're looking at something that's happening in the past, you're doing a post-dictive analysis.
So I think
this is just silly. We don't have to.
Crazy. That's not crazy. That's what it is.
It is crazy. We don't have to witness things.
That's what you do.
Happening.
You weren't there to watch the fossil form, bro. You're making it.
That's not how science or reality works.
You don't know how it works.
Most of the things I know how to do, the first time you do them, you've never seen them done or done them before. But you can do them, right? Because things can exist even if you are unaware of them or haven't seen them form, right? That this is like the silliest logic I have ever heard.
So I don't agree with any of this. I don't agree with that. Hold on. So I'm looking at post-diction. Post-diction, looking at Wikipedia. Post-diction involves explanation after the fact. In skepticism, it is considered an effect of hindsight bias that explains claimed predictions of significant events such as plane crashes and natural disasters.
She's getting it wrong.
Interpreting or accounting for wait. Just hang on a second. So what you're saying is that you're saying that any event that I didn't witness, specifically witness, there's no amount of evidence I can have that it happened that won't make it a post-diction?
No, I mean, it wouldn't really matter evidence or type of evidence. If it's looking at something after the fact and trying to understand what could have happened, that's essentially doing a post-diction after something's occurred. So you're interpreting or accounting for an event or explaining an event after it's already occurred. I'm not saying it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
You need a different term because in skepticism, this is used for as a term for a badly made claim. Which
no, I'm not.
One moment, which it is clear you think this is.
So no, I'm not saying it in a skeptic way. I'm just saying what it actually is. There's predictions and post-dictions.
Oh, okay. I want to finish this and then I'm gonna drop. So it's very clear that you think that these are incorrect predictions because they are biased, and the definition that you're using works beautifully in that context. In the context where you're trying to use it, it does not work. So
it does work. It is what it is. I'm sorry.
No, it is not what it is because
it is.
This is.
If you're not watching the event occur, if you're trying to interpret,
you're a skeptic about the shape of the world, Taylor. Okay, you're a globe skeptic.
Okay, Omni, hold on. Omni.
Like you're spiraling.
Omni, right? This is a small example. This is extremely oversimplified, right? Phylogenies are much more complicated than this, but right, this is a simple example of a simplistic phylogeny. Right? We have 3 organisms, A, B, and C, right? Organism A and B have 200 amino acids in this that are the same in the same location in this enzyme, that all 3 organisms have this enzyme. A and B have 200 of the same amino acids that make up that enzyme, whereas B and C have 300 amino acids in common with each other, right? So there's no post-diction, right? It's just B and C have more amino acids in common with each other than A and B do. Organisms B and C versus A and B. There's no like making up an explanation or assuming anything or interpreting, right? We had when we'd make a hypothesis about which 2 organisms we think beforehand are going to have more amino acids in common, and then at the end we have the number and we say whether our hypothesis was what. Either it was disproven, it was shown to be wrong, or it could not be shown to be wrong, and thus can still possibly be correct, and thus moves forward. And we have these numbers, 200 for organisms A and B, 300 for B and C. There's no assuming, no interpreting, no post-dictating. It's just a simple phylogeny comparing organisms.
Yeah, but you said it could be right. So in other words, it could also be wrong.
Yes,
science is
I just wanted to point out that what Taylor is doing is pulling a fast one. She's using the term in the way that we all understand it, and then claiming that she's using it in a very specific way that doesn't really apply to this conversation.
Well, I think it's better, Omni, in that we can allow for Taylor's definition of the word and then say this also throws out.
Allow her to respond to that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to allow her to respond to this bit on top of it, which is if post-diction is some poor way to reach an idea of truth, how can you come to the conclusion that we are created? Surely that's post-diction as well.
So obviously they would both be post-dictive in the sense we'd say, okay, we think this is here because we were created. We think they were created with these different amino acid sequences in his example where he just gave, where he's using like genetic testing to make the phylogenetic tree. Or I could say that they were just created that way. I mean, it would both be post-diction because we weren't there to see them be created. We're interpreting after the fact of how they got there. Now, if you're just going to compare genetic analysis and then put them in like trees and say, okay, these are genetically over here, they're similar to these beings, and these are over here, that's fine. But if you're going to make an interpretation that like this happened through evolution, that would be post-dictive because you're making
why did the creators
already
do
happen?
this?
Because
it happened through creation is also post-diction. Then no,
because
that's what I was saying. I mean,
Omni.
if you're post-dicting it too, then go nuts.
You're making a symmetrical argument.
She's wrong on everything, because people have done the phylogenies. You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Right?
It's funny because she is.
Why would the creator do this, Taylor?
He's wrong about everything. How about I do that? I'm going to play his game. He's wrong about everything. He was wrong earlier about the Linsky experiment. He was wrong about multiple things. It wasn't a point mutation. You're wrong. I mean, that's not going to get us anywhere.
The papers.
Seriously, I could point out multiple things you say wrong. I'm not going to do that. It's stupid.
But Taylor,
you're not even saying anything. You're just saying I'm wrong just to say it.
Because you haven't let me finish what I was going to say right after that everyone's been interrupting me. Right? You're wrong about even the most basic things you say.
You're wrong about the most basic things too.
You can't let me finish. Because you're not even aware that there are groups that have done these phylogenies, right? Linsky could work out which genetic changes happened. And then they run an experiment and literally create that variant variant of the organism or of the enzyme or of the protein, whatever, the nucleic acid sequence, whatever it may be. Like, people have done this. They've seen what genetic changes, like they make a hypothesis, like you could have this variant of a protein or this new protein or enzyme or whatever through this kind of mutation happening. And then they go in the lab and they play with environmental conditions and factors that will have mutations occur and see what happens when those mutations happen. And what would you know? The variants arise and the new enzymes and proteins arise when you do those things.
Okay, so
like, you're not even aware.
Omni, come on, let me respond. He does this all the time. Let me respond. So I heard your point. I got it. I internalized it. And my response is, if you heard what I said earlier, the Linsky experiment would not be postdictive. Anything that you're doing in the lab and watching these changes happen would not be postdictive if you actually listen to what I said earlier.
Yes, and people have done all this stuff, including myself. I've done a lot of this stuff.
Great.
This is like basic biology.
That would not be postdictive. That's fine. I already said that earlier.
Okay, and we also have experiments in how protocells come about and whatnot. There's been plenty of groups that have done that, like David Demers and Lee Cronin. So like every aspect of this idea of us being magical creations has been shot full of holes. I'm sorry.
No, it hasn't.
I think the whole abiogenesis thing since talking about protocells has been shot through a hole too.
Yes, that's not even science anyway.
We're supposed to do a follow-up debate on that, and you never got back to me on when you would debate me again. So.
Hey, wait a minute, I'm curious. When they shoot down Newton, is that a good thing?
Origin of life research is like one of the most flourishing fields of research currently happening. So it's certainly not been shot full of holes. It's not struggling in any way. It's a vibrant field, especially the last 20 years. Tons of progress has been made. I know you're unaware of any of that progress, but it has been, like protocells.
I got a quick question.
He's lying again. Then you should be happy to debate me again, right? Would you be willing to debate again on abiogenesis?
Let me ask Jay a question.
I've posted Lee Cronin and David Demers, their group's work.
Then you should be happy to debate again.
I've posted it many times.
Yeah, then you should be more than happy to debate, right?
Yes.
Can I ask Jay a question, please?
No, I'm in line to ask Jay a goddamn question. Jay, are you ready for my question? I'm a real flat earther. Okay?
Hang on, buddy. Just 1 second, man.
Catch your breath.
Man.
Are you jogging right now? That's my question to you.
I'm walking and it's dark. It's getting late.
Bro.
I'm
sick of hearing you trying to catch your breath and spit out your words as fast as you can.
Yes, I am walking, and it's dark here. I'm on the East Coast of the USA. So if I don't do like scheduled debates, like I'm a fucking researcher at an Ivy League university, man. I got things to do. But if you catch me here, Taylor, we'll have a debate with you the next time I'm here with you about abiogenesis. We can go all through David Demers, Lee Cronin, all the superstars of origin of life research that you're unaware of. Professor Dave has already done this in great detail, so you could just watch his videos because I'll just explain all the same things that he shows in the videos too, because those are the major points of the field. But so that could save you some time. But if you want to hear it from me, certainly the next time you catch me here, because I got to go in a few minutes, I'd be glad to do that with you.
I think there is a symmetry I still want to see broken by you, Taylor, which is, as far as I understand it, by your definition post-diction, that gets rid of the sort of phylogeny, if that's a word for it, slotting all the fossils in together, but it also gets rid of all of creationism, where I think the advantage the evolution side has is we can watch it happening in front of us, which is no longer a post-diction, and in like cell cultures and bacteria, you can cause it to happen, which now is a test and a prediction. So if post-diction is an issue, I feel that absolutely annihilates all of creationism because we can't get God to recreate something in a lab. But it does more damage to your side than his is my charge.
And in terms of, I want to respond to that.
Well, can I just tell him something real quick? You don't have to respond. God. I'm just telling him, eggshells, even speciation has been done in the lab in experiments so many times that we actually have different categories of the claudogenic process. There's pluripatric, peripatric, sympatric. It's been the way organisms differentiate from each other has been witnessed so many times that there's literally categories. There's different ways it's been witnessed by multiple different species, and they've been put into categories in the lab. These are experiments that have been done, not just from fossils or whatever. It's been witnessed in nature too, out in the field. That's what people will say. It's been witnessed in the field. But yeah.
So I would love to see any speciation happen in the lab. If you have any examples, that's fine. And you were talking about showing things in the lab. Hold on, I literally let two people talk. And then so like showing things happen in the lab, as you mentioned, eggs. Like I'm not sure what you're referencing. We went over a couple of the main ones earlier with the Linsky experiment, the nyelinase, stuff like that. We kind of went over those. And so hopefully you were paying attention at that point. And then last part is in terms of post-diction and creationism. I mean, if we're trying to assume what happened, like how did we get here, right? We can say, okay, we either think it was this way or we think it's created this way. What the heck?
You've acknowledged.
Okay, is there any contradiction in here?
My bad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, either way, it's going to be a post-diction. We're trying to figure out how we got here. Now, obviously, there is experiments, and I think that the experiments, like in the Origin of Life research, show the need for intervention. And, we can say, like this shows the need for some sort of intervention.
What experiment?
Whatever.
What experiment shows
pretty
the
much
need
all
for
of them, by the
intervention?
Let her finish.
Pretty much all of them. But either way, we weren't there to see it happen. We can only go off the evidence that we have.
One Origin of Life experiment that needs intervention. Get real. Show me one.
Yeah, multiple of them. Show
me one.
The formamide experiment, for example, whenever they have to consistently change the pHs, they have to centrifuge, they have to isolate the products, they have to move it forward. It's not all just happening in a one-pot reaction. And that pretty much goes for all the other ones as well.
Abiogenesis didn't happen in a one-pot reaction either. Nature didn't do that.
They have to
and it's the
foremost. Let's be honest, it didn't do it all.
Foremost reaction, not the formamide. You don't even know the freaking name. The foremost reaction, which isn't even really a part
Are you not familiar with that? You're not familiar with formamide?
They'd rather just overtalk you.
Reaction.
Okay, I'll send you the paper since you obviously don't know about it.
So can I understand? It didn't seem like you rejected my point.
You say it wrong. Somebody else doesn't know about it.
It's the foremost reaction.
Formamide.
It's famous.
No. HCONH2 is considered a key molecule in Origin of Life research. Formamide. How it's pronounced.
Yes, but the name of the reaction is the foremost reaction, which is the proper name for it.
This is what he does. Literally, I said something that was correct, and he tried to act like it was incorrect because he's saying it's the foremost reaction instead of using formamide, which is what it uses, which is what I referenced. So quit trying to act like everybody else is stupid. Don't do that to people. Andy wasn't wrong either earlier. You just totally called him out and called him stupid and wrong. That's not wrong. Neither was I wrong just now. So don't do that.
You are wrong. Because
it's not wrong.
She's going to get your thing. I get it.
Formamide
NH2SORMAMIDE
is a singular molecule. Formamide. It's an amide with an ethyl group attached to it. Right? Formose refers to the group of reactions that can create these biologically relevant sugars, which one of them is formamide, right? But that's just one of the multiple, right? So the only thing you're right about is that formamide is a molecule that can be involved, right? But the overall reaction is the foremost reaction, is the foremost reaction.
Literally, the title
is depending on the reagents you use,
she read it out, J8, and you're just over-talking her so that she can't get it out.
Not
it's
just
really ridiculous because you can't hear anything that's going on when you over-talk, and the both of you are talking. It's fucking ridiculous.
So the
when you come in and overtalk, yes, it's
let me read it.
Right? Yeah, it makes it really hard to hear, doesn't it?
The paper's titled Formamide as the main building block in Origin of Life nucleic acids. That is the first word in the title. It's formamide. So don't call me stupid. Don't say I'm wrong. That is not wrong. That's literally the title of the paper. Thank you.
Yeah, but what you're getting wrong, you're not listening. Formamide.
This gets very dull. So the bit I wanted to get back.
Right, I'll just post the foremost reaction. Right, formamide is just one of the products that can be made. Right, there's tons of other biologically relevant sugars that are made through this process as well, which is why it's called the foremost reaction.
You asked me for particular papers, and I gave you particular papers. Titles: Formamide and the Origin of Life. Formamide is the key
you
driver.
didn't give me.
Yeah,
you
formamide is the main building block in the
you
Origin of
came
Life.
up with an incorrect thing, right?
No, it's not
this
incorrect.
Foremost reaction.
I'm not being incorrect. I'm posting
you're
two
wrong.
right now that I
it's called the foremost reaction.
I don't care what you call the reaction.
Any Origin of Life researcher. You're just wrong. But nonetheless,
you're
right?
calling me
this
wrong, but you're
is
wrong.
only. This is not a paper. It's a type of chemical process that can occur that leads to biologically relevant
I'm posting two papers right now that are titled Formamide and the Origin of Life.
There's nothing wrong with this reaction. It shows an autocatalytic. It shows an autocatalytic cycle in the origins of systems chemistry. That's what it's meant to do, right? It's not saying that an organism will come about from this reaction. It's showing the beginnings of an autocatalytic cycle, which is key for the first life to arise.
Now you're just rambling random stuff.
Chemistry.
Now you're just random stuff. I never said formamide would create an organism. That would be ridiculous. So you're just like rambling now because you called me wrong and I was not wrong. I just posted two papers in the text chat of what I was referencing, both formamide and the Origin.
This is not what I
do not call people wrong like that anymore. That's dishonest.
Can you
You're
post
wrong,
the actual
right?
papers
Because
that
this
said
isn't
screenshots?
even. Hang on. Because this foremost reaction, formamide, isn't even. It's not even. It's not necessary, right? The sugars can come about. This is just one way, right? Really, like I said, it fits the autocatalysis systems chemistry field more than it fits the Origin of Life field, because there's other ways that sugars can be made, biologically relevant sugars, and just this foremost reaction.
You even remember why I brought this up?
Specific papers that disprove Origin of Life research, not Origin of Life adjacent research, right? Things that spill over into other fields. Give me like David Deemer's, Lee Cronin, one of their Jack Shostak, the guy who won the Nobel Prize for an Origin of Life experiment. Show where their work is wrong. Right?
Okay,
can you show where their work is wrong?
Now you're
not
like
just papers.
Somebody get him under control, dude.
She's not even posting the paper.
You're all just over talking.
Hey, let me
constantly.
Okay,
some of that is happening because you're repeating yourself.
Okay, my response is that you asked me for papers in Origin of Life research that showed intervention, and I said the formamide papers.
No, you failed to do that.
Hold on. That's literally the title of the paper. Okay,
why did you link the actual paper instead of a screenshot?
And wait, hold on, guys. Have some integrity. I was not wrong. Formamide and Origin of Life is the title.
You're absolutely
any moderation whatsoever here.
This is what flat earthers always do. Screenshot the actual link to the paper.
I'm gonna have to get Omni involved because this is unreal. This is ridiculous.
It's not what I asked for to begin with, right? This is an Origin of Life adjacent. This is an Origin of Life adjacent
for a paper that showed intervention. I gave you a title. You said I was wrong. I was not wrong. Now you're talking about some crazy Nobel Prize and asked for other stuff.
Yes, you're wrong. Because one way
I am not wrong. I've
sugar,
already proven that I'm not wrong. You keep saying
you're
that.
wrong about the formamide thing, and you're wrong about what I asked for.
What am I wrong about?
One way that a sugar can be made doesn't do anything. It's not. It's Origin of Life adjacent.
You asked me for an Origin of Life research that showed intervention, and I gave it to you, and you said I was wrong, and I was not wrong, and you keep saying it for no reason.
Yes, because that's not what you did. This thing about formamide and foremost is not disproving anything about Origin of Life. Biologically relevant sugars have been shown to be made other ways. This formamide is irrelevant to the Origin of Life. Exactly. So you did not provide what I asked for.
Yeah, you asked me for a paper that showed intervention, and I gave an explanation as to how the intervention could give credence to creationism because you have to intervene and constantly isolate the products and change the pH, et cetera, et cetera.
You don't
And you said, hold on. You said, give me an example. And I said, the formamide and
You're not
original.
even right about that.
And you said it's not formamide, it's formose. And I said, no, it is formamide. And I gave 2 studies. Now you're just like talking about some randomness. But I was not wrong.
You don't need formamide. Taylor, formamide or formose is not a part of the origin of life. It's not needed. There's other ways
doesn't matter if it's
to
not
get
needed. It's one of the leading theories on nucleic acids.
So the thing you provided is not any kind of refutal of abiogenesis because it's not related to abiogenesis. It's something different.
It's literally one of the newest ways they thought of creating nucleic acids in the original life hypothesis.
I'm going to post the formose reaction. It's been around for decades.
Doesn't matter. What I said wasn't wrong. You shouldn't say that.
Okay,
you're wrong about everything. You're even wrong
what you were
about the fact that you have to change pH and change all these things. You don't have to do none of that. It's a chemical reaction. There's certain reagents, classes of reagents that have to be used because you have to use the right class of chemicals, as nature did when it was building these things. It used sugars and carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, enzymes, amino acids, all that stuff, right? It's a class of reactions and it happens under certain conditions. If you start playing around with pH and all that stuff, you're changing the conditions, you're not going to have the reaction happen. So what are you talking about?
Materials and methods? Have you ever read the materials and methods in the form of my paper? Because you keep saying I'm wrong, but I really do not even think you're looking into it. You called me wrong.
There's a crucial part of the argument.
You should take that back.
Part of the argument that is not.
You should totally take back the idea that I was wrong about formamide.
I think both of you should move on from quibbling over a fucking word. It's been half an hour on a fucking word that is so dumb. But it's not central to the argument. Let me finish. If we solve that it's foremost, does that prove evolution? If we solve that it's the other one, does that prove that it's creation? Or is this utterly immaterial to the fucking discussion?
No, but he continues to just say people are wrong that are not. And that's not cool. Period.
It's systems chemistry. And yes, the audience should know that you've been wrong about almost everything.
I've
explained in great how you've been wrong.
Okay, this is the problem why I'm harping in on it is because you keep saying those words like I'm wrong, but then I show you that I'm not, and you still keep saying it.
There's a crucial part of the argument.
Just because you're denying that you're wrong doesn't mean you're not wrong.
I proved to you I wasn't wrong. So now what? Are you in denial?
Okay, hold on a second, because there's a crucial part. Hold on. There's a crucial part of the argument that's being skipped over here. To show that there's one specific reaction that for some reason requires people to input certain amount of effort in order to make the reaction happen does not say that any reaction for any of the materials necessary for the origin of life demands that there be intervention. What you've done is you found one example of a thing that you think supports your point. It doesn't prove that all creation of these kinds of chemicals requires intervention. That's just you've got a paper that says the thing you think it says.
Doofus.
Tell me the one that doesn't.
James Tour, I've heard this from James Tour as well, that you have to intervene and isolate the compounds, right? Yes, when you're in the lab acting as a chemist, even if you're doing it under origin of life or abiogenesis, prebiotic conditions, you're a human being. So the chemistry happens, but you can't see with your naked eye what has happened, right? So what you have to do is usually you have to do something called nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, or you'll do crystallography if it's like a big biomolecule. And so that you can see what happened in that chemical reaction, right? I let my lab dictate natural conditions. Something happened. Now I need to find out what happened, right? So I have to isolate the molecule, right? I have to isolate the product and put it through a spectrometer so I can see what happened and see if the right molecule was made to move on to a next step or whatever I want to do next. Nature, James Tour says this all the time, even if you're going to backtrack now. If you're going to backtrack now, he's one who says it a lot. lot, and a lot of people have repeated this to me. So even if you want to backtrack from it, there's others out there who still say this. So when a chemist in the lab is doing this stuff, he does have to isolate the products afterwards because he has to characterize them by spectroscopy to see what happened. Nature does not have to isolate those products. Nature just moves on forward. It doesn't have to put anything through a spectrometer, doesn't have to characterize, isolate anything. Chemistry happens and then it moves forward.
Yeah, we got the point.
Okay,
I wasn't even referencing that, but okay.
So I hope that somebody who's at least somewhat familiar with chemistry is aware that if you're going to do NMR on something, that the stuff that you use to isolate is stuff that you have to do in order to actually do the test that you're trying to do. I would hope that Taylor's not making that very basic mistake. I would hope.
What? I never even said that. Like, honestly, y'all are just putting words in my mouth.
Well, you use a deuterated
Okay, well, you do have to have some level of controls
in
a lab in order to see what happened.
We use a deuterated.
Not even what I was. Obviously, that would not be what I was referencing.
We use a deuterated solvent.
But he just spent 5 minutes refuting something I never even made a claim about.
Okay, but just to clarify, right, so that there's no confusion when we're doing NMR, we use a deuterated solvent so that the solvent doesn't give a conflicting signal. The deuterium is not spin active. It doesn't register a signal on NMR. So we use a deuterated solvent.
And that will probably change the pH a little bit now, won't it?
No, it's just a different isotope of hydrogen. So you would use
but the solvent
methanol,
itself, the application of it to whatever you're testing.
Yes, the solvent, sure.
Jace, I got a very simple question.
That's not a problem in a lab.
That's not what I was even referencing.
I got a very simple question. When I first came in, you were talking about enzymes and different things that go into creation of life. The thought that popped into my head was, what about in vitro? That's done in a lab. Doctors who have done that before can say with confidence, because they've done it before, even though this time might not take, that there's a higher possibility of them understanding the process of in vitro and fertilizing that egg and incubating it and using the right enzymes and all that stuff to understand how to best help the person who wants to be pregnant get pregnant, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about like the first life, Lale, not.
I understand.
Not
but I'm trying to simplify it down to like you're talking about enzymes.
He's drawing a simpler analogy.
I'm trying to draw an analogy between understanding, stuff that went into the origins of life and how it associates and can be used in a lab to help people get pregnant.
To be honest, I mean, there might be some leak over from like new techniques, methods, or instrumentation that's developed for origin of life that could be used in other areas of science or medicine. But I don't think, like, even if we know, if we can figure out exactly how the first life came about, I don't really see, like, knowing that information isn't really going to help us, like, with in vitro fertilization and stuff like that, just because the first life, these protocells, are just little strands of RNA encapsulated in a lipid vesicle. It's so primitive compared to what we have nowadays. Even like a simple bacteria is much more complex than the first living cells were.
I don't disagree with that.
In other words, the structures we have now and the structures that we're trying to recreate and study are different. They're just different.
It'd be useful if you wanted to populate other. I guess my point was that without understanding the structures of the beginning of life, I don't think we would be where we're at with in vitro.
I totally. It's not necessarily true. If you, for example, look at a tractor as it exists now, and you try to understand how it works now and what to do with it now, and the way that certain systems within it work now. You can understand all of that without ever having studied the very earliest tractors that ever existed.
Yeah, but without those first tractors, would the tractors in their current state exist?
That's a
different argument.
That's saying, could we do without the first life, which is fine. Obviously, we couldn't because no life would exist. But your argument is that we need to understand the first life, which is a totally different question.
I think it's important, and I would agree if he was to change the wording to we should understand the biomolecules of life, which that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to understand these biomolecules.
All right.
I'm
not a scientist, obviously. I barely graduated high school, but I just thought, like, without understanding the things we know about those things, we couldn't be where we're at today.
Well, if you were to change it to the biomolecules of life, totally. If we didn't have the understanding of the biomolecules, the proteins, nucleic acids, lipids, and carbohydrates that we do currently, medicine would be nowhere near as advanced as it is. But the first life doesn't even have all those biomolecules. It only has some of them. So it's so primitive. It really has no bearing on like modern day medicine, but understanding those molecules does have a huge bearing on modern day medicine.
I want to understand
what some of the things they call medicine is a fucking shambles, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway,
let's not get into that. So, Taylor, I wanted to understand, did you respond to the point I made, which is, I think, how we started with this origin of life research discussion, that if you throw out post-diction as on one side, it does more damage to your argument than it does to anybody else's, because what biologists, people who believe in evolution, still have modern tests they can do in the lab that show how life continues to diversify. And so we can just say, well, maybe that process has been continuing. But when it comes to creation, there's no tests in the lab that are being done. It's not possible, right? We have to invoke something supernatural, and natural sciences can't touch that. So it does more. If you claim post-diction, it's the same as the flat earther arguments of if you can't go there, you can't know anything about it. It does way more damage to flat earth than it fixes it, because they haven't been to the ice wall or the underside or the moon either. So they don't know.
I've never been to the pyramids, but they still exist. Same with the Great Wall of China.
Exactly.
Or China. I've never been outside the United States. So in that argument,
yeah. I'm not just saying that's a bad argument, which it is. Your point about it is good, but I'm saying it's a bad argument. But also, what makes it terrible as an argument is it does, if it's applied to both sides, you end up more wounded than it. It's like using a hand grenade in a fist fight.
I mean,
is that suicide epistemology or something?
Oh God.
Yeah,
suicide epistemology.
Can we just make room for Larry, please?
Yeah, can I say one last thing, because I gotta go? Can I just say one last thing? So I just wanted to say that I apologize to Taylor for interrupting her a lot. I know I did, and I apologize about that. I'm not sure she's here anymore. But if you catch me next time, you want to have some kind of makeshift debate about abiogenesis, be more than happy to do that. But you were wrong about like everything you said, and I'm pretty sure I explained that in great detail to anybody who's listening. But I do apologize for interrupting you a lot. I'm sorry about that. I gotta go. Take care.
Oh, good. Love your passion, man.
All right, I just wanted to say that I've noticed that the globe side or whatever, you guys are like obsessively obsessed with narrative. Like you guys like are always saying you're winning and everyone else is wrong. I noticed that like throughout the whole discussion that you guys were having, like it's all about narrative control. Like you guys are like the media. Like you guys are so obsessed. Like you guys are all like like I don't know, like how can I put it? Mind-controlled little robotoids. Like you got to be obsessed about the narrative. Like the most important thing is the narrative.
It's ironic that you say that because both sides have narrative.
Yeah, how is what you're saying?
You're doing narrative right now.
Yeah,
defending your position.
That was a massive doing it right now. Your narrative was about us.
He's he stopped talking, but when he was talking, he was presenting a narrative.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a Dern. When he was doing it right now, as in when he was talking about, oh, it's just narrative. That was just narrative.
I don't know how we
bring up
can't
things
talk
that aren't narratives, like observations.
Well, I still think you end up having to put a narrative to why that observation is meaningful. Like cause and effect is a narrative, right? It's a story. So I think everything ends up going is ended up going to boil down to it. I just don't see that being a problem, right? If somebody's got a narrative where you go, I can follow that story, it makes sense. You know, you were at the markets and two other people saw you and their narrative matches, then I suppose that's a good enough alibi for why you don't fit the narrative of being the murderer. Like everything, you know, science, you know, we think that X causes Y, so we tested it, and that this is our narrative as to why we think that test works.
Well, I don't have to do the narrative part of it. If I just mention an observation on its own, I will get responses from flat earthers to say, oh, no, that can't be it. You must be a liar or something. It has to be.
Well, I think sometimes they might be making up the narrative in their head. Like if you say, I see the sunset, they might be going, okay, and what he means is it slots into the ocean like a coin going into a piggy bank rather than getting smaller, and that means da-da-da-da. But the narrative, whether it's spoken out loud, it's still necessarily there in order to communicate. I just don't think much is left. Like you could get data, but the data doesn't say anything until we add a narrative to it.
I mean, 15 degrees per hour is dead.
15 degrees per hour I don't think is by itself a narrative, but it's the start of one.
I would say the rotation of the Earth at 15 degrees per hour and the curvature of the Earth is what makes the sun present to look like it's going under the water, even though it's not.
I want to invite Larry to respond because we've said his bit about Globers are obsessed with narrative was a narrative. I think invites a rebuttal or acknowledgement or reframing or something. Guess not. Okay.
Well, so we're writing, as you mentioned earlier, about how FE doesn't have a lot on our side. You have to kind of expect that. We're going up against state nations, right? Going up against NASA, JAXA, all these other nations.
Yeah, but Flat Earth has been around for 25 or 3,000 or more years, so you guys should have plenty of data to support it.
Oh yeah,
your argument is retarded.
Well, no, that argument is actually retarded, really. But if you look at it like this, right? If the world is indeed flat, the U.S. State Department does have all this information. So if you want to learn more about it, just sign up to the military and work your way to the top. Maybe they'll think that you're up for that sort of promotion or disclosure. But they're not just going to hand it over to anybody. But
can I just clarify? I'm not saying my criticism of Flat Earth isn't just that it doesn't have data, because I think that's valid, right? If you were suppressed by the mainstream who's trying to push a narrative, then that would be obvious that you didn't have as much data or budget because you don't have as much budget, et cetera, et cetera. The point I'm making is about, as I think Doofus called it, suicide epistemology, which is applying a heuristic, applying a rule like post-dictions aren't valuable, when that does more damage to one's own argument than the other side's, right? If you say, we need observations, I can only trust empirical observations, what's important to do is a quick check before you do that, or even after, to go, okay, what's left? You know, what after that bomb goes off, how much of my own infrastructure is left standing? And I think that the argument from post-diction about creationism fails because all of creationism necessarily fits Taylor's definition, and none of it, there is no current research making predictions about creation. So, so it's not just
wait a second. Hold on.
Yeah, go on.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, bro. You're so respectful. I didn't mean to do that.
Go for it.
Did you want to finish?
No, you go.
Okay, Taylor, can you hold that thought just for a moment? Because I would like to counter. There are actually Christian scientists out there, two of them that I know, not personally, but they made a prediction, and one is PhD John Whitmore. He's a professor of 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. And then you've got another PhD holder. What they did was they made a prediction. They went out into the field, tested their theory, and it seems to have been confirmed. I can post their work if you like. I have a citation, and I also have their video if you want to see it. What they did was, essentially their theory was they looked at the folds in the mountains around the world, and because they're American, they started at the Grand Canyon, and it's easy access. They had to apply for permission to do this, but essentially what the theory is, these folds occurred over millions of years with immense heat and pressure. If that was the case, you would see metamorphic rock in that fold. But what they did was they presumed they hypothesized, no, it folded while it was soft or placid. So they went to the folds 5 miles away in the same layer, and directly in the layer, the Tapete sandstone layer, if I'm not mistaken, directly in the fold, Carbon Canyon fold, and they analyzed it under the electron microscope and the petrographic microscope and found no evidence of metamorphic rock, so confirming their hypothesis. I can post their video if you'd like.
Okay, can I ask a quick
I think we've had this discussion before.
It sounds like an interesting point.
Can I ask a quick question?
On the point.
Here's my point. Do you accept their findings as being true? This guy that you just mentioned, I want to look him up, but I don't know how to spell his last name. Do you say that his predictions are true?
Well, I've watched it several times. They show their evidence, not like they're it's not like they're hiding their evidence. They presented it.
But do you accept their evidence as truth? That they're telling you the truth?
Well, right now, I believe it's plausible. I'd love to confirm myself, but it seems plausible, yes.
All right. But then on the same note, if you were to ask them the shape of the Earth and they said it was a sphere, would you accept that also, based off their research?
It's not at all. That's a good question, but no.
Like why? Why do you accept one piece of research that they do, but not another?
Can I respond to eggs instead of getting off
the
It's not a tangent. It's not a tangent. It hits right at the heart of flat Earth. Is the problem? They accept one piece argument for a position that a scientist says, and then reject other positions that that same scientist has.
If Tesla believed in the ether, does
one
that mean the
true and
ether's
one
true? So the ether's true because we believe in Nikola Tesla's findings.
Yeah, we all agree with some of what people say, and that doesn't necessitate we agree with all of what people say. I think that it is a distraction from the point we're making, and it's not I don't think it's valid. Everybody does pick and choose epistemology. It's necessary.
So I was just going to say, in terms of predictive power and post-diction, you were saying post-diction hurts creationism. Well, based on observations, what can we observe? Can we observe that we see evolution happening, or and that life can create itself from non-life? Is that what we observe, or do we observe that these things do not naturally occur based on what we can actually measure and demonstrate and prove here?
You're running from the point. The point you need to address is, because Eden's point is a great demonstration of what we're talking about. According to the definition you gave of post-diction, what they did was a post-diction. So even if Eden's stuff is good, by applying this rule that post-dictions are not a way to attain truth, Eden's evidence of finding these folds in the rock without igneous in between layers of sandstone is now debunked, right? It's no longer valid. So what I'm saying is it does more damage to creationism than it does to evolution, because evolution...
But they did an experiment where they shook back soil back and forth underwater and saw the same thing occurred. So that wouldn't necessarily be a post-diction. You could say this thing, this is the effect that happens whenever you shake sediment. And yeah, you could be making analysis based on the past. And I see what you're saying, actually. Yeah, you'd be assuming that, this would show that this could happen. But even if we just go on predictive power, even if we just go on what we can actually observe in the lab, I think that there's more evidence of against the idea that this came by accident, and that there's more evidence for some sort of intervention than there isn't, because of what we can see in the lab. We don't see life forming on its own, and we don't see this process happening, which you guys are claiming is responsible for why we're here.
But that's an argument from silence, and it's still doesn't fix the problem I'm laying at your feet. I think the only way to accept it is say, yes, we are only able to use post-dictions, because just saying we haven't been able to recreate stuff in the lab yet without God, that's not going to favour either way, right? It doesn't flip either way, because even if we do create something, do abiogenesis in the lab, you'll still just end up going, well, an intelligent being did it, right? So it's not a test, right? A test comes out with your result either way, then it's not a test. You can't count it.
Life
So
forming from the bottom up,
challenge,
like either way, we could say based on experiments, life cannot form from the bottom up. Based on everything that we've observed, life cannot just create itself by accident. And now, like, what you can make what you want of that. I wouldn't say it's a pro-creation argument. That would be anti, materialism argument at the very least. So then, yeah, we'd be left. Yeah, well, there's no evidence for this. So then, you can make your own conclusions on what you think the contrary would be.
The point remains
from silence again.
what you're giving. Yeah, what the point remains. What you're doing is.
I'm not saying that's a pro-creationist argument. I just said that, so that wouldn't be an argument from silence. I said you can make your own conclusions of the contrary of what you think could have happened if life cannot form on its own.
You said they cannot come from the bottom up. You literally just said they cannot come from the bottom up.
From everything that we've been able to demonstrate in the lab.
It's been done.
Right. That's not the correct conclusion to draw that they cannot. No, it's the incorrect conclusion to draw that they cannot be created in that manner, that they cannot have, can't be people with protocells and all that. It's no. You're saying we what you should say is we don't have evidence of that early life, the protocells forming without intervention.
We do.
What you should not. I understand that, but I'm going to try and help her on her position.
No, we don't. By the way, go ahead.
But what you're instead saying, what you're instead saying is.
Yeah, but wait, if you say we do, can we just show that?
What you are instead saying is that. Evidence shows that life cannot be created in that manner. That's not the correct argument from your position.
Why?
Okay, you want me to go through it again? I'll go through it again. Hopefully nobody.
Yeah, why is it not the correct argument?
You have.
Why not just answer her question?
What you're saying,
you don't have to go through the whole thing over again.
I do because she didn't get it.
Before.
So here we go. You don't have evidence that early life protocells, all that, right? If that's your position, you do not have the position, or you should not have the position. You should not state that life cannot form in that manner. You're just saying you don't see evidence that it formed in that manner. Those are two different statements.
Based on everything that we have observed, it does not form in that manner.
Fine, but that's
Jesus
okay.
Christ,
So based on all of the swans we've observed, swans are white. Obviously doesn't work, right? Because it's an argument based on what we have seen to conclude the absence of things we haven't seen, right? We haven't yet seen life form in this way. It's fine. You just go, then in the situations we put it, we consider it unlikely. Fine. But to say it can't happen this way that we haven't managed is, right? It's like saying it's impossible for a human to run an 8-second 100 kilometers, 100 meters, right?
So
it might be true, possible. But the fact that somebody hasn't done it yet shouldn't be the reason you conclude that.
Well, there are different chemistry issues that we can get into as to why they have had trouble doing this. But until they show evidence that it's
come back to get into
I'll say
those
based on everything that we've seen, it's not.
I will come back just to get into those issues.
When do you want to do it?
No. Let's get into them.
Oh, like the chemical and environmental incompatibilities?
Yeah, but specific
integrated systems that are required.
Specifics. Don't tell me the name of a molecule. Get specific with what's wrong. Like Lee Cronin's work or David Deemer's work, Jack Shostak, right? Like what was wrong with their experiments?
None of them in particular created life in the lab, so it wouldn't really matter. But
what was wrong with the chemistry, right? Like David Deemer's had all this chemistry in this natural prebiotic environment that he had to, right? Because life is all around us, right? So he had to make the environment, nature, where he was, he had to make it prebiotic. So he did a few things to get rid of bacteria and other organisms that would be in this water source that he was using. And then he did origin of life experiments, and they worked out pretty well. I would love to hear what was wrong with the chemistry that he did in that natural environment, along with Lee Cronin, who did it in the lab. His team has done it in a lab, so they didn't have to eliminate, natural bacteria from a water source, right? They were in the lab and did it. So it's been done both the lab and in natural conditions. And the chemistry has been done a few different ways, right? And I'd love to, get the breakdown of where they went wrong with the chemistry and all that.
Well, they never created life. from non-life. So it's one of the first.
What was wrong with the chemistry, right? I thought that was what you had said. They made protocells, right? And then those protocells began, even at the level of systems chemistry, you already have natural selection and evolution going on. But even when you get further down the process into protocells, David Demers reported that the protocells he was working with began developing new structures and having evolutionary processes like natural selection happening to them. Right. So what's wrong with the chemistry? What's wrong with that?
An intelligent life is required to create life. Thanks.
Yeah, they never created life in the lab. Did they get a DNA code from that? Any sort of genetics to pass on this
information? Yes, RNA, right? That's what David Demers and Lee Cronin were doing. They were taking precursor inorganic molecules like water, nitrogen, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, things like that under both reducing and oxidizing environments, because the prebiotic earth would have been one of those. It would have been oxidizing or reducing. So it's been done under both sets of conditions, right? And they developed inorganic molecules to organic molecules to biomolecules to protocells undergoing natural selection, which is the beginnings of life, literally the definition of the beginnings of life, where you have a piece of genetic material self-replicating inside an encapsulated vesicle undergoing changes during that replication. So different versions of itself get produced in the replication that can perform different functions.
None of their RNA is self-replicated. None of their RNA is self-replicated.
What do you mean? It certainly was. There's tons
of... it was not self-replicating RNA, sorry.
No, you're just listening to James Tour, right?
I don't know what you're talking about James Tour about. I don't know.
Well,
I'm looking into Lee Cronin and David Cronin, which I already did in the past. They did not find self-replicating RNA. Sorry.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with James
Tour. I'm sure you have. But James Tour says the same thing. When
I don't care what James Tour says. I really never listened to that guy.
Self-replicating RNA. You sounded exactly
I don't listen
like
to people
him,
on YouTube like that.
Right? But David Demers and Lee Cronin and Jack Shostak have reported this, right? It's in the primary literature. There are RNA sequences, the folding pattern that it had to take on to self-replicate. All this stuff's been documented. So you can just claim that, like James Tour does, they haven't made self-replicating. It only had da-da-da-da-da, and make up some excuse for it. But it's been done, right? It's been reported. Multiple other groups have gone and replicated this. It's not some mystery. David Demers said
self-replicating RNA would be a good milestone to his research, but he hasn't done it. Sorry.
Except for the papers he reported it in.
Yeah, go ahead and post them. I'd love to show you in his papers that he's never made self-replicating RNA. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
I've posted them 4 times.
Yeah, and I looked through them, and they did not create self-replicating RNA.
What was the name of the paper? Give me the name of one of them.
I don't remember.
How many were there?
I looked through it.
Because it's not just one paper.
Dude, post any of them. Let's look at it, please.
I thought you looked at it already.
You said right now.
Were there?
Let's do it right now.
You got the answers.
None of the audience has your papers either, so go ahead and post them.
Oh, they could just search for it. It's in the chat. Oh, well, it's in Geo's chat. I guess I haven't posted it in this one. So if you go to like Geo's or Gem Panda's server, I've posted these David Demers, Lee Cronin things multiple times. I'm outside walking around right now. I'm not at my computer. So you're just going to have to go with the ones that I've posted. But how many? You've read them, Taylor. How many did how many
did not make self-replicating RNA? Sorry.
How many papers did David Demers report about his protocells undergoing natural selection?
He did not make self-replicating RNA.
So you're just gonna deny it?
You're denying it. You're the one moving on. You made the claim, and I said no, that's not true. Now you're trying to change the topic.
There's about 12 papers. I'm not changing no topic. There's about 12 papers of him explaining the chemistry that he did and that his team did in this natural environment, going from inorganic precursors to more complex inorganic molecules to organic molecules to biomolecules into RNA. Well, the biomolecules are the RNA into an
Incidentally,
autocatalytic
Jace, I know
cycle.
you like to go on a bit, but ChatGPT says it didn't. It says here David Deemer did not create self-replicating RNA. So I know ChatGPT is not very reliable, generally speaking.
You should read his papers that he's reported, right? Because it's all.
I'm as far into it as I'm as far into it as Zostack talking about it. I'm still trying to get
Here you go. Here they were interviewing.
Shostak won a Nobel Prize for this kind of thing.
No, they were interviewing him. Let's see. They were interviewing David Deemer, and they were asking him about this. And it says, what would be the most exciting possible discovery in the system? And he said, to get the thing to self-replicate. Oh, I accidentally closed the link. Hold on. And then he said you would need a ribozyme in order to do that. But I'll find it again. Hold on. And I can post this link.
You don't need a ribozyme. Molecule. So David Deemer didn't say something so silly.
He did.
He's an actual scientist. He
actually did.
Silly.
Oh, well, you can go send him an email. It says to get the thing to self-replicate would be a big deal. To do that, we need a ribosome. Head on, let me finish.
Jace, you don't hear her talking, bro? Come on, man.
To do that, we need a ribozyme. I'm just reading his quote.
Wow.
To do that, we need a ribozyme that makes our polymerization reaction go faster, but we have a long way to go before we can find that kind of ribozyme. That is his quote when they're asking him about what's the most exciting possible discovery in this system.
Yeah, because of ribozyme. We're not talking about ribozymes. That's why he said that. We're well before the stage of ribozymes. We're just in self-replicating RNA, not ribozymes. Right? Everything you do is so sneaky to try to confuse people. We're not talking about
self-replicating
ribozymes.
RNA.
We're talking about self-replicating just regular
When she reads
RNA.
No, hang on, J.A.'s. When she reads a quote and you come back with that, you sound very disingenuous. J.A.
Okay, the quote that she read, was about ribozymes, right?
Because the quote
that she read was about ribozymes, right?
What we're
ribozymes are self-replicating RNA, by the way, if y'all didn't know that.
They are not the only example.
Then what's another one?
In the modern world.
What's another example?
What's another one? Go Google them and find them for you. Holy moly.
Please do. Thank you.
Right? He said that, but it's not in relation, right? Ribozymes are not the thing that corresponds to the origin of life, just RNA before it gets to that complexity. You have to have RNA doing things, replicating itself, making structures before you can have ribozymes. So that's why he's saying that.
He said to get it to self-replicate. He said to get the thing to self-replicate would be a big deal, then proceeds to talk about to do that, we need a ribozyme. That's what your man said. That makes our polymerization reaction go faster.
Okay, where did he say this? Because this is incredibly silly for someone who's does origin of life research. To say something that silly just makes me not really think he said that. So I'd love
But if he did say it, what then, J.A.'s?
Then he said something silly. So what? It doesn't.
I want to point out, in your opinion,
it doesn't discredit his primary research where he's reported these things. Like, it doesn't matter what he said in some interview. He's reported the research.
I put it in the link under the chat because my thing was glitching. I'm gonna put it in the text chat as well. Give me a second.
All right, and I want to point out that
part of the quote. I do gotta go
to make our. I want to point out part of the thing that the quote that she read said to make the reaction go faster doesn't mean make the reaction go at all.
It says to get it to self-replicate would be a big deal. To do that, we need a ribozyme that makes our polymerization reaction go faster. Polymerization of RNA, like replicating the genetic material. Yeah, he would need it.
Yeah, so there's context.
So to get it to self-replicate. So when has he gotten it to self-replicate either way?
No,
there's a lot of context
to get it to replicate
here
would be
now
a big
that
deal.
you reveal more of the quote.
He acknowledges he hasn't got it to replicate. He says to get the thing to self-replicate would be a big deal.
Can we see the primary source? I want to see if he said this when he said this, right? Because this other research is quite recent.
I linked it. I linked it underneath this chat and the omnipresence text. I linked to his interview. It's a transcription of the interview he had with him. David Deemer. I put it again.
Yeah.
I posted a page out of the article, which everybody can read in the chat without having to click a link.
Yeah, I'll put the quote actually too as well under that link, so you don't have to click on it.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. I don't know if I got your quote. The very first sentence or two is quite telling to me. Let me just read them quickly. We have really made progress since the 1950s. We have figured out that the first life originated at least 3.5 billion years ago. And my guess is that primitive life probably emerged as early as 4 billion years ago.
Yeah.
We also know that this, just hang on a second, J. Ace. We also know that certain meteorites contain a basic components of life, but we still don't know how the first polymers were put together. Thank you, J. Ace, for allowing me to finish.
Yeah. Well, number one, it's now known with almost certainty that it was more during the Archean, not the Hadean, but the beginning of the Archean eon. So this seems like kind of an old quote to me, but that you just reminded me, right? That we find these things on fucking meteors, right? Like, so that's another field that there's been meteors that have been found with RNA and amino acids,
RNA,
and all sorts of biomolecules.
I think you're talking about nucleosides. You just said meteorites with RNA. Can you post that, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great
for you, because it's so tough to do a Google search.
Well, do you not think I've searched
I'll
that
post
before?
all these things. I have
do you
to
not
go.
think I've searched that before? That's funny.
No, not at all.
Let me have two more sentences, please,
so one of
ladies
them
and gentlemen.
is the Murchison meteorite. If anybody is truly interested, they can just Google the word Murchison meteorite biomolecules, and you can see the ones that were found in that one, right? So that's just one example. I guess I could post it for you if you can.
I guess you could just keep talking too.
Don't worry.
Okay, so yeah, there's that, and then I'll post these other
nucleobases.
Just that everything you say is either wrong or just misleading.
Oh, that's funny, because if you look into your Murchison meteorite, it was actually what I said it was and not what you said it was. I said it was nucleobases. You said it was RNA. And nucleobases do make up RNA, but they did not find RNA on a meteorite. Actually, factually, what you said was wrong. So quit calling everybody else wrong.
Well, okay, maybe not in the Murchison, though. I'd have to verify that, right? We should
verify right
just
now
take
and admit
people's words, right? Because if you have nucleosides, right, like you're already there. Basically, you got one step to go that requires just a little bit of activation energy that would obviously a meteorite goes through impact processes, so it's going to have that energy, but we can pretend. So I will I'll look up that for you, and I do have to go from voice though from now, so I'll just post the stuff in the chat.
Nucleobases is just a nitrogen base, so it did not have a sugar.
We're not talking about sugars. We're talking about
that's
RNA.
exactly what we're talking about, because the nucleosides and nucleosides do have the sugar attached. These were just nucleobases that were found. They have no sugar. That's the difference. Does not have the ribose or the deoxyribose sugar.
Well, I can't. You're just telling me things, right? I have to go and look, verify, because I'm not going to just take your word for it, right? It's not the only meteorite that's been found.
They did not find RNA on meteorites.
There's like gas clouds that have been found with biomolecules. So, like, just trying to deny this stuff is so silly. There's so many examples. But I will go now, and I will just blow up the chat with these examples for a few minutes.
I'll be asking you next time I see you for those RNA meteorites, please, which don't exist. And it's so funny because he calls everyone else dishonest, but when he gets caught being dishonest, he doesn't even acknowledge it, and he just keeps saying other people are dishonest. That's the worst part. I wouldn't even harp on them if it wasn't for that. I can't stand when somebody's calling somebody else a liar constantly, especially if they're doing the very thing that they're accusing others of doing.
No, and I'm just trying to read this article that you posted.
To my point, Taylor, where I was saying your application of discounting post-dictions does far more damage to your own argument. It's epistemic suicide, right?
No.
It just makes your own argument worse. Do you have a resolution for that? Is there a way you can show that creationism does make testable predictions?
Well, like I said, we would not
be able to see
how we would not be able to see how everything was created. So to act like we know is just not the case, because we don't know how we weren't there to see it. But we can go off of what we actually observe in reality. What do we observe in reality? If these are purely naturalistic processes, they should still be going on. They should still be repeatable. If we can't show these naturalistic processes, then what?
But can you respond to the point about
we wait billions of years
in reality? That's giving an argument for creationism, which is fine. But I'm not really arguing creationism now. I'm just arguing that simple heuristic you're using of going post-dictions are invalid does more damage to creationism than it does to evolution. Can you resolve that? Because creationism is like the book, post-diction, claiming every effect has to have a cause. Again, post-diction. All of the things you're bringing up about the phylogenics or the species, all of that's post-diction. It throws out 100% of creationism.
This is all irrelevant, Eggs. This is all irrelevant. As I tried to tell you in the chat, listen. If evolution is a thing, right? You should watch that video I sent you. It might help you. Then you need life in the first place. We
have to agree on evolution.
Post-diction. Right? That's post-diction. So it might be true. I want to make this clear. It might be true that life was created. That's fine. I'm not arguing that at the moment. What I'm saying is to apply a heuristic if we can't use post-dictions to come to think about what we're trying to do when we talk about the origins of life. We are trying to figure out what happened in the past. If trying to make sense of what happened in the past is a post-diction, then that's the only fucking way to do it. We can still make predictions to test those theories, but necessarily we are stuck looking at the past. So to say, hey, don't look into the past when trying to figure out what happened in the past is obviously a really busted epistemology. And that's the bit that I'm trying to get through. Not whether creation or evolution is true, just about that epistemology is really, really busted at its core. And that's what I'm hoping Taylor might recognize. That there were better ways to argue this.
So I've been waiting for the moment to get in. The thing that Rob read from earlier did actually. So he read a part of the paragraph that said we don't know how the polymer is formed, whatever, and then it later in the same article explains how the polymer is formed. This is a weird article to read because it contradicts itself. I just wanted to point that.
So it's on the same vein as being self-contradictory as the post-diction thing. In what way does it contradict itself?
Okay, so I was muted, but no, getting them to do that is a different process. Getting them to actually self-replicate. To say, yes, we know how it maybe could have happened through this process is one thing, hypothesizing, but doing is another. He never got self-replicating RNA, contrary to what J.A. said.
I was talking about the polymers, but never mind.
Well, the RNA is a polymer. And that's what will be required for, some self-replicating cell that could carry on its genetic material.
So is there any tests done in a lab or testable predictions made by creationism?
Yeah, the life doesn't form on its own.
That's a negative. You can't prove a negative. So are there any positive claims made by creation that can be tested in a lab? We don't test negatives, right?
Right, and it ended up being that argument from science.
Yeah, it's going to be an argument for science. But
the problem is here that you're working in the material world. Your theory is based on materialism, which we can actually touch, observe, and manipulate. So we can actually see if these ideas that it came about by accident are valid or not.
But you've gone on the attack when I'm not presenting a theory. For the purpose of this discussion, I'm just investigating epistemology. I have no view about the origin of life. So saying, oh, but your theory is more busted, just admits that your theory is busted. It doesn't help you. Again, it's suicide.
Your theory is busted too, and it has no evidence.
What theory? What
Sorry.
theory? What theory?
The one that we're discussing. Well, then their theory, JA's theory,
for the purpose
whoever
of
else's
this,
theory
I don't
is
hold it.
completely busted with no evidence. And they actually work in the realm that they're saying these things happen, so they should be able to replicate it.
But you're dodging the point. I'm showing you your epistemology, and you're just saying his epistemology is also bad. It's just an acknowledgement that you now see that you've got a busted epistemology. If it's not busted, just defend your own epistemology. You don't need to go on the attack with somebody else's. You can just show that yours is valid. Does yours make any testable predictions? And the answer is no.
Would you include
things like the DNA code and trying to make them come about by using like a random number generator or a random nucleotide generator to see if you actually get any valid proteins would show that there's actually nothing. Huh?
Well, it's going to be another argument from silence. An inability to do something that God is claimed to have done.
Okay, so in your case, my only replication would need to be God Himself creating it. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. The whole.
Okay. Well, then that's how you know that your theory is busted.
Testable.
No. The point is,
sorry.
No. You've missed it. You're busted because you're saying you're. But listen to why I'm saying that your epistemology is busted, so that you can. Mine's fine. I don't hold a view in this.
Busted, I'm just. Sorry.
You're not listening. You listen and then defend it. If you're saying prediction is not valid, I don't hold that. Sorry, post-diction. I don't hold that view. I think that looking into the past to figure out what happened in the past is exactly what you should do. You have the view that post-diction is invalid, but by your own admission, cannot do anything but post-diction. So you're saying there is this method that is completely invalid, and that's the only method I use to reach my conclusion. That in itself is so obviously busted.
I just gave predictions.
But the predictions are based on arguments from silence.
You need an intelligent designer to code anything like a computer that can actually give some function. These complex, this informational hierarchy and complexity encoded into DNA codes or computer codes requires an intelligent designer.
But it's just an argument from competence, an argument from science, saying because I'm not as competent as the creator, therefore the creator must exist.
No, I'm saying
because
that
we haven't the
complex specific information only comes from intelligent designers, and we can show that.
So that's just reaching a conclusion again. You're not fixing. There is a massive epistemic flaw in how you're constructing your reasoning, such that the conclusion could be right, but this would be intensely busted reasoning to get to that conclusion. It would be like me saying I'm itchy, therefore it's 2. Just finding out that it's 2 doesn't help me. Doesn't going, well, what is your method for finding out the time doesn't help me. I need to show why my tummy being itchy means it's 2 o'clock, or accept that that's a terrible epistemology.
Complex specific information only comes from intelligent designers.
That's just, again, restating your conclusion. It doesn't fix the problem that if post-diction is a problem and you exclusively use post-diction, you have a broken self-refuting epistemology.
We can have a random number generator versus an intelligent designer code something and see which one comes out better.
Okay, so where's the intelligent designer you compare it to?
Any intelligent designer.
Just
intelligent design in general.
Hang on. So describe the test you're talking about. Are you saying
sequence,
like get a popper?
I want to get this part. Hold on. This is important because she keeps pinning her argument on this. Any sequence that exists is possible to get out of a random number generator. So saying that it can't come out of a random number generator is really weird because we know that it can't.
Okay, then just we can do it. We can do a random nucleotide generator. See what kind of codes we get versus intelligently designed one. You can give it millions of years for the random one.
How do you decide what is an intelligently designed one? Remember, in this, we're trying to discern if an intelligent designer even exists. But we're trying to discern if they even exist. So in your test, you would have to summon God down into the lab and ask him to do something while you have a random number generator.
Anything with planning and foresight would show the need for intelligent design.
If we're testing whether or not a human can do it, that's wonderful, but that doesn't help you.
I can be an intelligent designer.
You didn't understand what I just said. This is great.
Describe to me. I'm not understanding what this test is. So we've got a random number generator and a person. What are they trying to achieve? What's the test? How would I know that the random number generator won or the person won?
You can literally input the nucleotide codes and see if they get functional proteins. You can input the nucleotide code that comes out from somebody that's planning and foresight, versus a random number nucleotide generator and see if the code would actually produce anything functional.
Okay, and so that if that was successfully done by you before the random number generator, what does that prove?
Well, that intelligent design is required for complex specific information.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It just would. It would prove that it's possible that it could come around from intelligent design, but you haven't proven that the random number.
In science.
Let me finish. Exactly. But I just want to point out how busted that epistemology still remains. Let me finish, please. Is you've just shown that you can do it with an intelligent designer who is limited in their intelligence. You haven't shown that the random number generator cannot do it.
Well, that would be part of the experiment to see if anything comes out useful from the random nucleotide generator.
Right, and so if it was able to run for an infinite amount of time, going through an infinite, or all of the available choices given the number of digits you're after, will it get there? It must, right? So then all you're left with at the end is going, well, a random number generator might take a bit longer to do it than an intelligent designer. What have you proven?
Particular sequences. You need to have repeating sequences.
And there's only 4 bases.
At the beginning and it ends different genes.
There's only 4
basically
bases
where
to
the
work
start and
with.
stop codons would be, and you would have to have that outside of actual gene sequences. It's a lot into DNA coding. Like it's very particular. It's not just some random nucleotides. It's like repeating patterns.
Right, but you're getting into babble. But the core answer has to be, this test would be a prediction that would show that it could only come about through intelligent design. And by your own admission, that method would still have the random nucleotide generator develop a meaningful string of genetic sequence, whatever you call it. So your own example
to make a useful approach.
Proof that it could happen randomly.
I'm gonna agree with that.
And it's not a test that's ever happened.
Yeah, I don't think it would come up with anything meaningful based on the codes DNA that you need.
Yeah, a random sequence generator. A random sequence generator can produce all known sequences given enough time. So to say that it cannot be done, to say that it cannot be done by a random sequence generator makes no sense. It's wrong.
Well, sir, can it produce the sequence of pi?
Can I be heard?
But down to a set number of digits, right? It has to be finite. In this case, it's only 4, whereas pi can go to infinite digits. But if you clip that at 100,000 digits, then yes, a random number generator with that many digits coded to produce digits for that many numbers must eventually produce the numbers of pi up to that point, because it's going through every single one. If you've got infinite time, you'll get to every one.
Can I get a mic check?
You've confused how many numbers go in each place. You confused how many numbers go in each place with how many places. Those are different. There's only 4 numbers that can go in each place. If we want to make this same analogy, there's only 4 numbers that go in each place, but there's hundreds of thousands of places.
Yes.
Can I get a mic check? Can anybody hear me?
Go for it.
Hi, Larry.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that these arguments are all great and everything, but you're not just coding for something simple, because in reality we have functional sequence specified complexity. So because of this, I seriously doubt that these random number generators, which were designed, by the way, are going to be able to produce something that's actually functional with specified complexity.
Yeah, like the DNA sequence, it's meaningful. Like even the non-coding regions, which they used to think were junk, they're meaningful. They have meaning. There's particular sites and locations between each coding sequence that have to be that particular length. Then you have to have repeating sequences, repeating nucleotides as well, like tandem repeats that have to be there as well. So it's not you can have an infinitely specific. It's all for a purpose. So it's not just going to be like a bunch of randomness and you might get something here and there. No.
I just want to point out real quick. Larry just used real quick. Any sequence can be produced by a random sequence generator. All of them. When you say, well, this one has meaning and it has a certain amount of complexity, that doesn't change the fact that any sequence can be produced by a random sequence generator. Any of them.
That doesn't take away from what I just said, though.
But what it does is show that your prediction test that you wanted to show would support creationism, A, hasn't happened in reality, and B, even if it did, would end up proving that a random number generator, i.e. randomness, could produce the building blocks of life.
I don't think any of you heard what I just said.
But
neither one of you.
It still falls foul of what you were trying to solve. It still breaks your own rule. It doesn't solve it. You're still with this massive epistemic flaw in the reasoning, which you can fix by just getting rid of the idea that post-diction is a bad thing.
There is not infinite nucleotides in reality, and the DNA sequence doesn't have an everlasting long sequence of meaninglessness that it would not be able to survive. It has a specific sequence that is required for what it actually needs, none of which is meaningless. It all has meaning. So that's the fundamental point.
I don't know where you're getting that from. But what we're saying is, if something is very, very large, if you give it infinite time for a random number generator to produce that number, it will definitely reach it. What that means is there is a finite amount of time that it will take to get there. So the meaninglessness of something is just down to whether somebody observes it. But if you had a random number generator, it will tick through every digit eventually. But what that means is to get to any specific number will be a finite amount of time. All we can say about that is it will be less than infinity because it must reach all by infinity. So it will be a finite.
The DNA code, as I mentioned, has complex specific information, meaning that none of it's meaningless, none of it's useless. It's all functional.
You're not getting it.
Okay,
you're not listening.
Taylor, hold on, because you're still not understanding.
Anywhere where
this
complex specific information happens by accident. We always see complex specific information happen by intelligent designers, and that's the type of information we see in DNA.
You only do that by Texas sharpshooting and saying all the complex things.
You're just saying the same thing you just said again. Okay, real quick. When you have a given sequence and you say, well, it must have these repetitions in it, it must have this complexity. Okay, again, Taylor, it is a sequence. This sequence has a finite length to it. So a random sequence generator will eventually generate it. When you say, no, it's got to have certain repetitions in it and it's got to have certain complexity to it, doesn't change the fact that it is a sequence and a random number generator can create this sequence.
So a DNA code in a biological organism cannot be infinitely long, first of all. Second of all, it doesn't have the energy or time to make useless information.
Nobody said it had to be infinitely long. Nobody made that argument. You shit.
Now you can interrupt me. Is that the case?
Doofus,
yes, because you started with a lie. You immediately lied the first fucking thing you said.
Okay, your guys under control.
Doofus, please stop shouting. But so I can help you, Taylor, so that Doofus doesn't spurg out like that. Is nobody's invoking an infinitely long nucleotide or we are saying there is a finite length of this code and in an infinite amount of time, in an infinite number of iterations, then any random number generator will get there. It must be a finite number of things, though, because if we were invoking an infinitely long genetic strain, then it would be impossible to ever get there, except in infinite time, or even in, I'm not sure. But we're not invoking an infinitely long code, we're invoking a finite code with an infinite amount of time to get there. And that is necessitated as it must get there.
The amount of time it would even take to get the code that you're talking about would show that these random sequences would not even form life.
What? Okay, you've changed your
The amount of time that it would even take for you to get there. There's not infinite nucleotide or whatever, hundreds of millions of nucleotides on early Earth sitting around waiting to be sequenced. And you actually have to have something sequence it, and DNA breaks down over time. So whatever miraculous sequence you had to get in the beginning of life had to be the exact sequence it needs in order to reproduce and to create functional proteins to reproduce the DNA, because you need proteins to make the DNA, but DNA is the instruction for proteins. So it's like a chicken and the egg problem. And so even if you did have like infinite nucleotides, that just saying, you're not gonna have infinite amount of time and energy to even make this if that's your approach.
What's better to? I'm glad we've moved off the problem with epistemology or the misunderstanding of infinite nucleotides, and we're onto a new one now. Have we solved the other ones, or have we just moved off them?
You haven't solved any of those problems.
I just want to point out real quick, quick statement. I want to point out one real quick statement. The early Earth is full of hydrocarbons. I don't know why this is a problem. Anyway, go ahead and fix this.
Don't make up freaking DNA.
Why would you move off the discussion about your back to epistemology then to talk about infinite nucleotides, and then when we're saying it's not infinite nucleotides, it's infinite time, would you move off that to another topic rather than if you still think that your argument on whether the infinite nucleotides or infinite time, if you still think you're right on that, why not stay on that territory and show us that you're right? Because from where I sit, it seems
absolutely.
like it showed a massive.
So where did you want me to stay on? Sorry, go ahead. Can you repeat that last part?
Either the epistemology of getting rid of post-diction when trying to look into the past, which seems like necessarily you've got to look into the past to see what happened in the past, or the issue of the logic of you're saying it's impossible, but now it seems like you're accepting it would just take a long time, right?
No,
which is finite.
It's not possible in terms of actual origin of life.
Why? What makes it impossible?
Because first of all, you wouldn't have the energy to create infinitely long or whatever you want to call it, however long it would take to make 100,000 base pairs that actually have a code. None of that.
It doesn't. It's a finite time. It's a finite time and a finite code.
That's even worse for your part.
Why?
That's a good point. It would be a finite time because you didn't have infinite time. And DNA breaks down over time.
And nobody said they had infinite time.
Yeah, the point of the invoking infinite time, so that you know, is essentially for any number, the probability that a random number generator will produce that is finite at any given point in time, and that ticks up towards 1, which is certain, right? What we're saying is if you use infinity, then the number will be 1, which means it would have reached that number before it gets to infinity. We will get that number before we get to the end of time, i.e., at some point in time it will happen. So we're not saying infinite time exists, we're just saying if there's long enough, more and more and more things will happen, and the chance that one of those things is interesting and gives rise to it trying to create more of itself becomes more and more and more probable until it gets to the point where it's more probable than not. And then it gets to the point where it's certain. But that point where it's certain is only at infinity.
Do you think that there would be any useless information in this process? Because DNA has a very
there will be
DNA
loads,
does not have you.
Yeah, there will be loads of sequences that aren't useful, but you still get the one you're looking for.
Yeah, like it's like cracking a safe. If you went through every combination, all of the wrong ones will be wrong, which is fine. But one of them will be right, and it won't take infinity to get there. But you know that if you had infinity, you'd definitely crack that safe.
Did you say infinite?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's who said infinite, doofus.
What, you're not listening though. So, I'm trying to make it super clear. Infinity means 100%. You will definitely get all of the variations within that, which means.
I think that we should actually try to do this experiment. This would be a good one that we could actually do. I think it'd get us somewhere.
It just feels like you hear a few words here and there and go, "Okay, I've got the gist," and then respond having clearly not understood what the last person said.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just saying this is an experiment that would show that complex specific information is only from intelligent designers, which is based on everything that we've actually observed in reality.
You just done it again.
Yeah, for an experiment. Yeah, this is one that we could do.
She still doesn't get it. She still doesn't understand what I'm saying.
That was a really poor time.
Not impossible. Okay, yeah, we can do it the 16th time, I guess.
The point was it's not. I didn't say. My point was
over
that
an infinite amount of time. All possible sequences will have been generated.
My point was not that it
need infinite time to generate.
That we get
dear
these codes
Lord,
from
she's not listening, so that's why she doesn't fucking understand, because she's too busy talking to understand what the fucking opposition is.
Okay,
she doesn't understand what's going on because she won't stop fucking talking in order to hear what people are saying. She won't fucking listen. She'll just keep fucking talking.
Though.
Yeah, he's gonna do it right. Watch.
Please stop shouting, doofus.
Please.
Well, I mean, she's gonna just keep fucking talking instead of listening to what people are saying.
Doofus. There's only one person in this fucking room who's in charge of whether you shout. Don't try to get Taylor. Okay, sorry. Let me follow your logic. Taylor, can you please help me not make Doofus shout? Can you do some magic that Doofus develops the ability to self-regulate? Because evidently in Doofus's worldview, you're in charge of whether he shouts.
That's weird.
Right. As soon as she starts talking when I'm talking, that's what's going to happen.
Just go ahead, Doofus.
Real quick. Over infinite time, a random number generator will generate all of the numbers. But the one that we're interested in, the one that you hold dear, that will be generated in a finite amount of time. You don't need infinite time to generate the thing that you're looking for. It will happen in finite amount of time.
Okay, can I respond? My point was not that a number generator will never generate all sequences. That's pretty much common sense. My point was that complex, specific information comes from intelligent design. So let me explain. Specific meaning that there's no junk, there's no garbage, there's no millions of chances. It's complex and specific, meaning that it has complexity and specificity to all of the code. It has meaning. The whole DNA code has meaning. That was my point. Not that if I take a number generator, I'm not going to eventually get this. I mean, obviously you will. That wasn't the point.
So let me respond to that then.
And the thing that you get,
I have a safe that has a code, and that code is specific, right? It ticks all the same boxes, right? It's a birthday or something important, and it's 15 digits long, let's say, really long safe code. No, 16, because there'd probably have to be pairs, right? So it's 15 digits long. Now, if I go through a random number generator, I will eventually stumble upon that specific code, not through the same specific method that I used to choose it, but just I will just end up there eventually, happening upon something that specifically does another thing, i.e. unlocks the safe. And so that's what we're saying here. You will end up with, out of randomness, something that does something specific because the bits are all just happen to be in the right place because we were attempting to put them in every place, or like attempting every bit in every place, you know?
So a safe code is not analogous to a DNA code because the DNA code actually has encoded information that is given for protein amino acid sequences to make up proteins. It has to be transcribed and translated. Your safe code is a random sequence of numbers. I don't know if you have like a birthday or meaning behind it, but it's a random sequence of numbers. It's not encoding other things. That's just one reason why they're not analogous.
Encoding other things.
So
no, it's not.
What's
it having to be translated to, the safe code? Please tell me.
Unlocking the safe.
It doesn't have to be translated to be encoding, because those are two different words. They mean different things.
We can translate it. Okay, so now we're going to do it with the translating and the meaning something, right? I'm going to type a message, but it's going to get plugged through the Enigma machine, right? And turned into, and it's just going to be words, right? But they mean letters. 33,000 is going to be one of them, and 346 is going to be another one. But then it gets pumped through, turned into German, sent through the Enigma machine, and comes out as a series of just meaningless garbled letters. If I get a random number generator, or random letter generator now in this case, I can chug it along for a finite amount of time, and it will both get the original code that was the words that made sense, and the translated code when I put it into German, and the final resulting garbled, meaningless code that is both sent through the Enigma machine and turned into German. In an infinite amount of time, within a finite amount of time, I must produce all three of those codes, both which are specific and can be translated and can mean something to somebody at the end of the day who's unlocking a safe. Does that make sense now?
Yes, I see what you're saying. Let me respond. So it's not even like that it's just being translated to another code, right? And then we can eventually get that translation or whatever. It's like the code that it is translated into, the DNA code, that code has to be in that specific order because those amino acids that the DNA codes for, so like 3 nucleotides code for 1 amino acid, and amino acids make up proteins, and proteins carry out many functions in the cell, including building DNA, but that's another topic. So you literally have the DNA coding for amino acids. Those amino acids, it's not like, okay, just the coding's important. Those amino acids have to be in that sequence or else the protein's not going to function. So like the DNA code has to analogously line up to something that has to have a particular order in order to even function.
And what I'm saying about the Enigma, my Enigma analogy still has to have that. If you get one letter out of place in your final garbled thing, then it won't pass through the cipher, you won't be able to decode it, and it won't give you the number you need to unlock the safe. But you get that letter in the right spot, which you must eventually, then it does all of the things you're describing. It just seems like what you're saying is, but I'm doing something with the end of it. But in my analogy, you're still doing something with the number at the end of it. You're still unlocking a safe. So it ticks all of the boxes.
No, it does not, dude. That does not tick all the boxes.
Here, Alex,
can we use a computer code as an analogy instead of a safe code? It has to be in whatever it's encoding for has to be in a particular order in order to even function.
Yes, the safe code needs to be in the correct order because if you get one of the numbers back to front, unlock.
So do you think that if you started out with the safe code, is the safe code the beginning or the end? Is that what you're saying? It's coding for something else? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is I'm trying to communicate a safe code to somebody.
I got it. I'm just trying to go along with your analogy. Is the safe code encoding some other words? Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to transmit in a hidden way what the safe code is.
Okay, so you're, this is why it's not analogous. Like, what is the safe code being translated into?
Into a cipher.
No,
into
the message is being translated.
Oh, wait, go ahead. I can't hear you.
It's into German and then through the Enigma machine through a cipher.
Okay. So German letters. Okay, so safe code codes for German letters. So imagine if we needed these particular German letters, like for DNA. Okay, so we have DNA. We had these protein that would need to be this particular way to even replicate the DNA. So we know what we need. Okay, so then now we need a code that's going to code for those amino acids that literally codes for the exact German word or the exact protein from the get-go. So like you have to have this code this way from the beginning in order to even replicate the DNA. You need to get this sequence that's going to code for amino acids that make the protein that make the thing. So the safe is like there is a particular German sentence that needs to be there to sustain the system. This German sentence needs to be there in this particular order. So fairly early on, your safe code information would have had to have literally encoded that exact information, that German sentence perfectly to replicate itself to even continue this process.
That's the point I'm making.
Good.
Right. Then, real quick, Taylor, because it seems that you're still the point that you're still having an issue with. You're saying, okay, well, hold on. So on our side, what we're saying is any sequence can be generated through a random sequence generator. Your rebuttal to that is no, it has to be this specific sequence.
No.
Okay.
That's not my point at all.
So then. Yes, because you're saying it has to have these properties, it has to contain this kind of information, it has to be able to replicate. You're saying it has to be this specific sequence. What we're saying is, and I'll point it out one more time, any sequence, even the specific one you are looking for, can be produced by a random sequence generator. It's not sufficient as a rebuttal to say that, our specific sequence has to be there. That doesn't change the fact that a random sequence generator can produce.
Are you done?
He's cut out. Go for it, Taylor.
So I acknowledge that after a given time,
I just stopped talking. So obviously,
you're cutting out, bro.
Out for us mid-sentence.
I mean, I think I've already even made this point, but that eventually a random number generator is going to get you anything, right? It's going to get you any number, any sequence. That's fine. Like that's not really.
That's not a meaningful one.
That's not in contention. My point is that these random generators are going to give us useless information rather than complex specific information, which is what we see in DNA.
You're missing the point. Random information is going to sometimes include meaningful information. If I sat there with
DNA doesn't just sometimes have meaningful information. The whole thing is meaningful.
You're not listening. You've got a real listening problem, Taylor. If I've got a random number generator, eventually it will produce my home phone number. That is meaningful. Eventually it will give me my birth date. That is meaningful. Eventually it'll give me every number under the sun, and some of those will be meaningful. But you're right, many of them will be junk. But you can't just go, but these ones are really special, so I don't think a random number generator that must produce all numbers could end up producing this number because it means something to me. It's just it's illogical on the face of it. It must produce all of them.
We're just looking for random sequences that we need. It's like we're just looking at random sequences and sequences of uselessness, and like here's one random. No, the whole thing has to be in a particular order from the get-go. The whole thing.
What happens to the ones that
Taylor?
What happens? To
Taylor, you think that the sequence generator must have only one string of stuff coming out of it? That's not what that means. No,
we're
it's
talking
a sequence
over each other.
generator.
Like, I hear what you're saying. I know. I don't know if you hear what I'm saying.
I didn't. We're talking over each other, but I'm the only one talking. I got it.
No, we're talking through each other. We're not understanding. We're just going in circles, dude. Chill, dude. I'm just trying to say we're just going in circles. Like you're acting childish.
This is spiraling.
Hey, this is your man.
I'm gonna try and get. I'm gonna try and get it out, and eventually, some fucking day you'll let me actually do it. One of these fucking days, you'll actually allow me to finish what I was saying.
Dude, you don't have to act like that.
Okay, let's try it again without you responding in the middle.
I don't know,
damn it, it's fucking impossible.
Is there another channel?
It's just fucking impossible.
Come on, guys.
Lucas, you're making it hard on yourself, man.
Christ. Okay, well, I mean, she just does it. She does it on purpose, I think. Anyway, here we go. Let's try it again. The sequence generator produces sequences. The sequences that are not the ones we're interested in are discarded. The one that we want will eventually be produced. The discarded ones don't matter anymore because we're looking for the one that we want.
Yeah, and in the context of evolution, the random ones that don't mean anything, i.e. the DNA alterations that don't end up coding for something new and advantageous, just typically die. Done. Problem solved. The dead ones don't count. Now you've got left with a machine that really
left in the middle of her interrupting me. That's
yeah, she
is
did.
That what happened?
Yeah, she did because you wanted to finish what you were saying. That's rude as hell, man.
Oh Jesus.
This is what happens, doofus.
Well, see that what's funny about it is I didn't yell this time. I was just making noise because she didn't allow me to finish what I was saying. So instead of yelling at her, telling her she's doing the bad thing because she's a child, instead of yelling at her and I did noises instead, that's what made her leave. That's fucking amazing.
Doesn't add to it, right? It's not conducive to good chat.
Well, then she doesn't need to do the shit that she's doing.
She's not in charge of you, doofus.
Okay, but she's in charge of herself.
But
if I'm in the middle of making a statement and it requires her attention, if she starts talking while I'm in the middle of a statement that requires her attention, I'm going to point out that she's a bad actor in this conversation.
But do you not say that you do that as well?
That got a little bit muffled.
Do you not see that you do that as well, though? Start speaking in the middle of her speaking? Like you're both doing it?
Am I?
Yeah, man.
No, he's not.
What? Am I?
Was he not?
No.
Go for it.
Writing is trolling you.
Can't tell what's going on.
I have to side with Doofus on this one, and those are hard words to utter. But I think Doofus was in the right the last interaction alone. Now, I don't know what he's been doing all night or what happened in the interaction before, but this last one, it seemed like she was looking for an exit, maybe. Like she was done, like arguing and wanted to get out. But that's just my opinion, bro. I could be wrong.
Fair enough. I'll take it. I was wrong. We got
any one of us could be wrong, and that's it.
Eat humble pie.
Also, I have a delay on my end, just so everybody's aware. If I start talking, it comes to you guys about half a second later.
Yeah, in the interaction before, you were cutting out, bro. But this last one, you were talking and she interrupted you. But it shouldn't matter if I'm a flat earther or not. I'm going to speak the truth regardless.
Yeah, but it works more when it's crossbench, across the party floor.
Fair enough.
I'm
the line held up with buoys.
Quite open about the fact that I will attempt to moderate Globers harder because it's harder to get people with alternate views to stay in Glober space.
And flows are fragile, so there's that.
So,
about people like me, I've got alternate views all the time.
Yeah, but I also regularly rein you in, dog.
That's what I mean. You should be nicer to me.
I see. I got it wrong again.
Here's a fun thought. We all treat mutations as this random mechanism that happens, that can just happen anywhere willy-nilly within cells due to some coding error or some external radiation, something like that. But it seems like, and this is what the research tends to lean towards, there's specific areas of genes that will go through mutation, and there's also a restriction on how mutation works. So if you've got your coding base pairs, You can't have like just a random mutation happen and turn any of those bases into another like letter. You can't just have that happen. There's a deterministic, like a predictable way that mutation will occur because the base pairs have to match up in certain ways. So mutation doesn't seem to be completely random. It seems to be determined. It's just that it's such a complex process that it can't be determined by us.
Wow. Yes, I find that it needs to make sense to us is a bit of a busted one. Same as that they can't do it in a lab, because as Jeremy pointed out when we were having this debate ages ago in Geos, is if scientists suddenly could get abiogenesis to happen in the lab, there's no way that creationists are going to hear that and go, oh, I guess that intelligent design is disproven. They're going to say exactly the opposite. They're going to say, see, this is proof that abiogenesis requires an intelligent person to get all of the bits in the right spot to make it happen. So I think it's a sort of one of those like Ouroboros arguments or whatever, how like either conclusion is going to always lead back to creation.
Well, can you blame us for saying that, oh, this guy in the lab created something? How is this evidence that nothing can create something?
Well, I think the argument on the evolution side is stronger there, because you first say, I'm not an infinitely powerful creator. So what it should necessitate is that the creationists say, okay, I now need to revise the specialness of this creator because a very unspecial person can do it. And B, the evolutionist can say, but what I did was simply put X, Y, and Z materials together as I presume they would be out in the in the real world at that time. So I think it still lands on the side of
controls. Yeah, and additional controls that the outside environment that already has life is not causing this result either. So it's a better argument for evolution type people, because the life that we already have is not in there creating life.
Well, I just read yesterday they're doing swabs on clean rooms and finding that, like on the ISS and in clean rooms and very sciencey places around the world, they're finding all these novel bacteria that have, in the absence of all of the other bacteria for these spaces, have grown and evolved in their own little way. Weren't known about beforehand because we didn't test for them, I think, is the idea. Which has been one of their problems with, what do you call it, extraterrestrial life or something like that, where they're like, we go and, drill a hole on the surface of Mars, but we have this problem of not, how do we know that the drill bit wasn't contaminated with Earth life before it started drilling?
You guys think I should go like $100,000 into unforgivable debt to be an astrobiologist? You think I should do it?
Nope. I think there are far more accessible ways to reach a high degree of accuracy, particularly about the shape of the Earth. Like, I would start there, and if you became convinced that the Earth is a sphere that rotates about its own axis, you can build up from there to then address the far more difficult to address problems that do require that kind of cost and time.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's true, right? Would you like, because my challenge for flat earthers is often picking the most inaccessible, expensive, unrealistic ways to test it, to then have an excuse to not test these things, right? I've got to do a astrobiology degree and I've got to fly to an asteroid before I can, be confident that life started on Earth in a creation event 6,000 years ago. Whereas there are far simpler ways to do it. Like just reading up on the fossil record, I think, is one of the best ways. You see life getting simpler the deeper down in the sediment it is.
Yeah,
right, and Force the Line was one of those for flat Earth.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, Force the Line was that for flat Earth, which is to create a test that, you know, has so many variables involved that it will never actually produce a meaning. Nobody remembers Force the Line anymore, huh?
No, I don't. I thought they just never did it.
Right. The reason they never did it was because of all those variables.
Yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yes, that's exactly what I think most tests are, right? Like even the take me to Antarctica was just this ridiculous pie in the sky idea until a millionaire young Earth creationist came along and funded it. But they were all picking deliberately wild things rather than being like, I'm going to do observations of a distance over water and see whether they are closer to flat or closer to curved. And I could do that for free with my naked eyes and a map. Lara, are you young Earth that you think we're 6,000 years old?
Larry is Rock of Ages.
We're about to be halfway done with 2025.
Is 2026 going to be the year of concave? We'll all see it's been inside out all along.
Always has been.
The true inversion, it does tick a lot of boxes that flat Earth can't tick.
Maps.
Yeah, maps, which translates to, like distances and bearings and stuff. Rotation, day-night cycles even, like where the sun appears, not great, but that you could light up half at a time, sure, easily. My cleaner lets me know when my vacuum needs to be emptied. I don't get that. What, like, does she not just empty it? God damn it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, now I do remember when somebody asked, or it was you actually, and you said I was doing the interrupting. Yes, that time when she said that the infinitely long nucleotide chain. I interrupted there because she's off on some premise for her argument that has absolutely no bearing on what anybody said.
Yeah. That did happen. I struggle with it too. I think it's also the thing I'm learning a lot about being on here is it's also worthwhile thinking how we structure which parts of the response, because people are most likely to interrupt at the point that creates the most dissonance. So, like starting with you're wrong because blah, 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 you can just be virtually guaranteed the person's going to go, no, I'm not, right after you say you're wrong. Or like, starting off with an insult. See, the thing these idiots don't understand is like you're just going to spark so much distance, you increase the probability the end of your own sentence won't get heard. And that was also what was happening there, where she was like, well, if we need these infinitely long nucleotides, which causes both you and I to be like, not infinitely long.
All right, and then so you're saying like we can't do like Paid NASA Shill does, and the first words are, "No, they aren't, you moron." Like those aren't the first words of your argument.
Yeah. Like I even got into it a bit. I haven't practiced much lately, but I was having lots of fun on the politics and religion server, particularly. Making sure that the real whammy is right at the end. So start off with a kind of steel man of their view and expand on it a bit and show some of the good logic, and then towards the end show how that logic actually somehow dismantles their argument. So you finish with this coup de grace that is exactly when you want them to go, because you've finished.
I think Blue did one of those because essentially he sort of he gives it as a given that density and buoyancy are the reason things fall, but at the end of it, that argument also leads to, well, that's why we don't need a dome, because air would arrange with more density below and fade out into a vacuum.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So the person's not experiencing the opposite of dissonance, like to call it assonance, though somebody yesterday was saying that sounds like asses or something. But like cognitive yums, where you're like, yeah, I like this. Yeah, they're finally understanding me. And I'll happily stay silent while somebody's saying things I agree with. Say that, yeah. When you go visit your parents and they give you some soup that you're definitely never going to eat, what's the correct amount of time to keep it in the fridge as a memento?
I don't think there's a correct answer to that question.
Okay, is it a month? Because I'm coming up on a month, but I'm wondering if I should push it out to 2.
Okay, I'll say, while there isn't a correct answer, there's definitely a wrong answer, and that's it.
I could have. That's some origin of life research I'm doing in the fridge.
Oh my God.
All right. Some flatty step up and let us test our ability to manage our own dissonance. Looks like it's going to be you, Larry. We need you.
Help me, Obi Larry Kenobi.
No, I'm good, guys. Go ahead.
Hi, Larry.
Greetings, Sasha. Hope you're doing well. I mean that. I really hope you're doing really good, prospering, healthy above everything else.
I hope the same for you too, sir.
Sasha's here. You're a purveyor of a bit of non-globeness, aren't you?
Maybe the old me.
That was the old you?
Yeah, that was the old me. I'm a truth seeker now.
Yeah, it's more of the non-governmentness.
Wait, what?
Oh, hang on. So the old you, can you explain it? I can't tell if you were joking. It sounds a little bit like you might be saying you're an ex-flat earther.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm an ex-flat earther. I'm kind of like on the fence right now.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. On the fence, having previously been...
Yeah, previously I was like a hardcore flat earther, and now I'm kind of just like... I don't really have any strong opinions on it.
And do you think maybe globe?
Yeah, I think maybe it's the globe, yeah.
And, okay. Interesting. And so what started swaying you back towards maybe globe?
The final experiment.
Oh, wow. That's fascinating. Okay. Was it the experiment itself or the flat earthers' response to it or what? That's a really loaded way to ask a question. What was it about the final experiment?
The 24-hour sun. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah,
Like on
right.
flat Earth, it doesn't really make sense that much.
You know, I was going to ask, but I was eating dinner. I was going to ask Sasha, what is it about the sky that has convinced you that the ground is not what you observe and have firsthand primary knowledge of? And then you said the 24-hour sun. So thanks for playing.
Well, to me, that's like saying what made you convinced your car was moving forwards. And I said, well, I looked outside my car and saw that everything was moving backwards. Seems like a logical way to reach a conclusion.
Sasha has never experienced a 24-hour sun. He saw it on TV.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
That's a different argument now. You've switched.
Well, no, hold on. You switched the argument because your argument was that you can experience it, right? And then I said, okay, well, relative to what you just said, Sasha has never experienced a 24-hour sun. Now, Sasha can believe it. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. But it's based off of what he saw on TV.
I think you've kind of. I will. I would love to hear. Yeah, I'd love to hear Sasha and you talk about it, but I don't think so. I think initially your complaint was why look in the sky to know what's on the ground, and I feel I gave you a good response to that. And you're like, well, now it's about something other than whether you look in the sky, whether you experience something yourself, right?
Well, I mean,
but I don't think you set that standard of I've got to experience things for myself in other places. Right, like if a mechanic says, I looked inside your pistons and your piston rings are fine for another 100,000 kilometers, I don't think you rip back open the top end of your engine to check the rings yourself.
Well, it's not an extraordinary claim that my Honda engine has good piston rings.
What's extraordinary about being on a ball?
Well, it's extraordinary that if you go far enough south, there's 24-hour sun. I don't know.
That's not extraordinary. Why is that? Why is that extraordinary? As I go south, the days get longer. It seems like completely probable that the days would get longer and longer until they're all.
Larry, do you know why the 24-hour sun happens in the globe model?
No, I have no idea. Could you please explain it to me?
Why is it extraordinary? Is what I want to know. What's extraordinary about 24 hours of sunlight?
Well, I don't think you guys have even attempted to prove it other than some really shady videos
that doesn't
in the past 10 years.
That doesn't answer the question of what's extraordinary about it. There could be ordinary things that I've got video evidence for or don't. There could be extraordinary things that I've got video evidence for or don't. It doesn't. I said, what is extraordinary about a 24-hour sun? That's what you need to answer.
24-hour sun's not. It's not extraordinary if you know like how the Earth is like on a tilts and how it revolves around the sun.
Yeah, it's not extraordinary at all, ever in any stretch of the imagination, right? A sun by itself can be seen sometimes, and in many places it sets. But what's extraordinary about it staying up for 24 hours in certain places on Earth? I don't see anything about that extraordinary.
Well, because it normally sets.
But it normally sets at different times, depending on your latitude, right? And as you get to more extreme latitudes, right? Jaron saw this on TFE, right? He was down in Punta Arenas, which is the southernmost point of South America, and he was already clearly aware of the fact that he was probably going to see a 24-hour sun because he was standing outside and going, okay, this is weird. It's like 9 p.m. and the sun's only just setting, and you could, or whatever time it was, and that shows that it is more and more, you get more and more longer and longer days the further you go. There's nothing extraordinary about going, I think that might continue until it's a full 24 hours and then tick back down from there. That seems to me like a logical thing to conclude. What's
yeah, like in Iceland in the summer, it's like light out all night long. Like it's not even like you don't need to like be there like for the 24-hour sun in Antarctica to understand that like certain parts of the world have light for longer periods of time than others, depending on the season. And it makes sense.
See what has happened here, basically. I don't know if I can be heard. Can I be heard?
Yep.
What has happened here, basically, is what happened to me in early 2016. Once I let go of the AE map or flat Earth model, it put me on the fence for a little while, right? Because at that time, I thought it was a working model. And I gotta say, I think it's great that a shitload of flat earthers, well, I don't know how many, some flat earthers have absolutely taken that lofty position on the fence where they can see things more clearly without as much bias. So I think Sasha is in a great position to do research. And how do I know that? Because I was there for like a year and a half. And I can look at everything clearly without bias, kind of like I do with a lot of things, right? Like with Israel and Palestine. My thing is, I don't like war crimes. Like, that's a perfectly lofty position to come up to that idea. Because instead of taking sides, sorry, what?
Well, I just don't see how a human could be a human and not have bias. That seems to me like a contradiction. It's like an impossible thing. It's like saying I'm both mortal and immortal, right? How could one be without bias?
You got a point there. So it's not that I don't have any bias, right? It's that I'm able to manage my bias because I'm not identifying as an astronaut or a flat earther. Like you guys say, we went to the moon, right? You guys definitely have bias. You got anchor bias, you got sunk cost bias, you got confirmation bias, whereas flat earthers, they don't have as much anchor bias, right? Because only a small portion of their life where they believing in a flat earth compared to the globe. So they had way more anchor bias when they were globers than when they started doing research on flat earth and taking it seriously. So there's way more anchor bias because you were brought into the earth and everybody told you that the earth was a sphere. The TV told you, your parents told you, the teacher told you, the preacher told you, everybody told you that the earth was a sphere.
But I don't think that's a reasonable way to reason, right? I think that actually the easiest way to spot bias is look out for somebody saying they're not experiencing it, and they will be doing that. Expressing one's lack of bias is a bias, right? So while you might not have an anchor bias from the start of your life, have you heard the phrase, what is it? It's like hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn, but it's like the earth doesn't know the zeal of a recent convert. That's what it's called. The zeal of a recent convert, which is describing the many biases, and I can find all the names for them if you want, for people who, when they switch position, switch way further, right? So you get people who, if they come to Christianity or conservatism or flat earth, the later in their life they get it, the more and more a part of their identity it is. Whereas the person who is brought up Christian is generally far more tepid a Christian than the recent convert who's got far more zeal. So there are biases that work in both directions. I don't think there's any way to say because we changed our minds we have less bias. The correct thing to say, I think, is because we changed our minds we have more bias.
Well,
if we got this alternative piece of information, that becomes more enticing than, because just by the virtue of there are so few people that think that it's true, and I've discovered something that only an elite member, an elite select group of people have discovered. That's
like fun. Like I thought I kind of bought into the Epstein didn't kill himself thing for a little bit, and then I looked into the actual facts of the case. I'm like, well, okay, I could see why you would think that, but
his neck was broken in 3 places. I mean, do you think that people commit suicide by shooting themselves in the back and in the head twice?
Oh, because if you look into it, like when they talked about the security camera failing, like the facility had a known issue with security cameras, and his camera is not the only one that shut off. Like half of the facility's cameras were down, so it's not just like like the one camera in Epstein's cell was off at the time of his suicide.
You know, Rumham, there's actually a very wise saying that says there's no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that those cameras went down is not a coincidence.
They're going to fight you on this one to the death.
Well, why would they need to turn down? Why would they need to turn off half of the prison's cameras to do that? That doesn't make sense.
Don't you think it's suspicious if only Epstein's camera went off?
Sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
Well, I was going to say, if only Epstein's camera went off, then that would be even more suspicious. So obviously they're going to shut down half the cameras to be like, oh, it's a malfunction. This is some random event that has nothing to do with Epstein.
And did you know Epstein had previously tried to hang himself?
I don't believe that.
I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that
taken
one.
off a suicide watch. That doesn't make any sense at all. So he previously tried to hang himself, and they took him off a suicide watch. Can you explain how that makes sense?
I don't know where this one's going to get us. Like,
I don't understand how Epstein can be a multi-billionaire and then he's suicidal. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Like, why wouldn't you? What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, so why wouldn't you take down all those people who also did it then? Why would you just kill yourself? Like, wouldn't you want... Like, the elite basically betrayed him, so why wouldn't he take them down?
He would have just got, like, raped and murdered in prison anyways, because prisoners particularly don't like pedophiles.
Yeah, so why doesn't he just kill himself after exposing all the other elites then? Like, it doesn't make sense.
He doesn't care about that. He just cared about himself.
I got an actual new and deep thought that I just want to throw out, because we're talking about biases and now we're talking about Epstein. I think it links up. I think the bias here is that there's globers or groups of people out there that will get a strong stance on something based on positively indicating mutually exclusive evidence, whereas the other group of people, the truthers or whatever you guys want to call yourself, they're willing to take any evidence that comes across and they're willing to funnel it into whatever fits a narrative for them, whether the narrative is something they've made up or something they've heard before, it's socially indoctrinated. But they don't look for the mutually exclusive evidence and take a hard position on that. They just look for any evidence that they can move to their position. I think that's the true fundamental difference between the way bias works in these two communities.
Well, you're exposing your own bias by using stereotype fallacies, whereas I would consider myself a truth seeker. But when I looked at the reptilian thing, I was like, nah, this is bullshit. So if what you said is true, why did I say the whole reptilian thing and the sun in the center of the earth and all the bullshit that went along with it? Why did I reject it if what you said is true?
So I don't know. That doesn't really change my thought at all. It still kind of stands.
So you can't even see your own bias, but you're stereotyping people. I got it.
No. I'm fully biased. Like, my bias is that I look for actual mutually exclusive evidence in order to take a position. So with the Epstein stuff, I don't really have a position. I'm happy to say, yeah, okay, he might have killed himself. He might have been murdered by someone. It doesn't, like, I'm not going to take a hard stance on that and argue about it, because there's no single piece of evidence that violates.
There's no real proof that Epstein didn't kill himself. It's just a narrative.
Yeah, same with 9/11. There's no proof that it was an inside job, but there is hard evidence that, like, the whole demolition thing didn't happen. Same with JFK, right? I take the position that JFK was possibly shot a second time by his Secret Service agent, and there's a whole bunch of, like, mutually exclusive evidence that would fit that position.
Like Occam's razor said it was just Oswald, because we have so much evidence and stuff involving Oswald leading up to the events of the thing.
That's not how Occam's razor works.
Why? Is that not the simplest explanation?
That's not Occam's razor. Occam's razor is not multiplying entities, but you already had all those entities there. You already had a Secret Service agent with a gun running behind the motorcade, and then you had him freaked out by the first shot. There's no creating some new thing to throw in there. It's just the information that's already there can explain it using any of those pieces.
So then who killed Kennedy according to Occam's razor?
That's the problem. Occam's razor only really gets you between two different hypotheses, where one has created something new, like the reptilians have been put in to explain Queen Elizabeth's behavior. That would be an Occam's razor situation. But if it's just like Queen Elizabeth behaved this way because of some Illuminati thing, well, then you could maybe believe that, because, you know, there's already powerful people that exist to talk to each other. Or she could have done it just because it's her personal feelings. You can't Occam's razor your way out of that one. Same with JFK.
So you're saying like adding evidence and stuff doesn't like make something a simple explanation?
No, because the evidence is there regardless. You're just sort of applying it to one thing or the other thing. It's only when you like create some brand new, unseen, non-evidence based thing to add into the theory to make it work that it becomes like a less simple explanation.
Okay, well, Occam's razor might have been the wrong term to use there, but I still feel like, like we have a lot of evidence pointing to Oswald doing it and Oswald doing it, but I guess there's always room for interpretation on like why or if anyone hired him to do it, but we have no evidence for that as of now.
I agree that Oswald tried to kill JFK. He probably fired the first shot that hit JFK. The one that hit JFK in the back of the head and ultimately killed him, I think, was a Secret Service agent who panicked, had his brand new rifle. He was brand new to Secret Service, swung round and accidentally shot JFK in the head when he was trying to cover it. And that, doesn't disagree with Oswald. All the evidence for Oswald, it includes the evidence for why they didn't release like the brain for autopsy, and why the Secret Service was so involved after he died in they'd taken evidence from the table potentially, like a bullet. There's all these little parts of conspiracy that fit it perfectly. It's natural for human behavior. I think this is the best answer. And
I think it's interesting. Like it's been like 60 years later, so like none of those FBI agents are still around, right? So like, why couldn't they tell us that now?
Well, there have been some ex-Secret Service people that have said, yeah, this is probably what happened.
But why haven't they released the documents on that yet?
Because it looked really, 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 really bad for the US government to have kept this secret for some people like
that was
Larry.
Like 60 years ago. Like no one like in office right now. No one in office right now was in here 60 years ago.
It doesn't matter. The respect of the entire institution is important to the institution.
So you don't think admitting to shit you fucked up in the past is a commendable thing? I guess they don't care about that. They don't care about honor or anything like that.
If LBJ had have gotten in, he's like, okay, well, we tried to hide this just while everything calmed down, but this is what actually happened. And then who was after LBJ? Nixon, maybe? After Nixon got in, it'd be like, oh, okay, well, I'm a brand new administration. I'm not following on from the last one. I'm going to release the truth on this. That would be commendable. But it's been 60 years. If they release it now, it'd be like, okay, so did you know the US government lied to the US people, many of whom are still alive in the past 60 years about this thing?
I guess I guess you could say that like any of the presidents previous to LBJ could have like declassified the information, but like I don't know. They could have been told like this information is classified. It's like set to not be released for X amount of years, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm not going to touch that." So, I mean, I guess they could have gone out of their way to expedite the process. I don't know.
I'm just giving you the justification for why they wouldn't release that information.
But yeah, as I was saying earlier, like apparently Epstein tried to kill himself on July 23rd, and there was marks on his bruising on his neck and that sort of thing. But he like told authorities that like it was a cellmate had assaulted him or something, and so I think it's kind of an interesting thing to account for. Like we don't have any like real solid evidence that Epstein didn't kill himself.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, we don't have any evidence.
So you believe the official story?
I don't have any evidence to show otherwise.
You don't have any evidence?
No.
Wow.
I have evidence that he tried to kill himself like a couple weeks prior to that.
Oh yeah, what's the evidence for that?
Just like the records and stuff.
What was written down? So you think you have evidence that he tried to kill himself weeks before, but you have no evidence he didn't kill himself? I don't know if you're fucking trolling. I don't know what this is.
What is the evidence he tried to hang himself?
Stop drinking tap water. You're out of your fucking mind.
What do you think evidence actually is?
You're out of your mind. If you
what do you think
that.
evidence actually is, Blob?
I don't. All right, guys.
So what you think evidence is a motive or a good narrative that, it
is
makes
that not
sense.
Evidence?
Yeah, no, it's not evidence. That is actually not evidence. Yes, correct.
Motive isn't evidence?
No.
So why do they bring it up in court all the time? Like, this person had a motive to do this.
I do think motive might be a form of evidence.
You need
motive
evidence
means
of a motive.
Motive can be a form of evidence, but it has to be specific to the person who's on trial, not specific to some vast number of people who are theoretically behind global conspiracy, whatever.
Theoretically,
and you don't have any evidence of this motive other than that it makes sense to you that they would want to do this.
That's not a good way to reason.
The motive is generally only included so you can attribute evidence to something. So if there's they were at this place at this time, they've got no reason to be here, but it fits their motive. That means you can attribute the time and the place of that evidence to the as actual evidence for the crime. That's how it works. It's not evidence by itself.
Well, and also, I mean, you're just trying to convince somebody, right? You're trying to convince either a judge or a jury. And if you find, hey, this person called up and double-checked on their partner's life insurance policy right before she accidentally fed him poisonous mushrooms, that it starts to form a picture, and that's what evidence is, like something that helps you form a narrative, right?
So
it's like
knowing
that alone wouldn't be enough evidence. Just they need more than just that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just showing, which is a lot of flat Earth evidence, is like, well, wouldn't they want to make you think that nuclear bombs exist? You're like, yeah, but that's not evidence by itself, right? Just going, somebody would want this it is evidence. Sorry, I would say, but it's not a very good case by itself. It's just one fact.
It's an extremely good
I think
case.
that. Because I think you've got to draw a pin around something, and the question for me is how close are those pins, right? Are you on a giant, conspiracy theorist corkboard, and one pin has a bit of string going all the way across the other side, right? And you're linking the Bilderberg group to a specific date because gematria or something where they're very far apart, or are you going, he was running low on debt, he'd had a hand injury the week before that people were, his friends were saying was because he owed a loan shark some money. Then he called up about his partner's insurance policy. Then he increased the overall premium of the policy. And then 2 days later, she was dead. Where you go, these pins are like dot, 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 dot. These facts, these bits of evidence are so close together that the narrative is minimal, right? And the facts spell it out by themselves. Where I think the problem with flat earth or conspiracy kind of evidence is it's got one pin over here saying, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. But somehow 2 seconds later, that's related to Larry Silverstein said pull it. And you're like, those pins are just too far apart that I can just go, therefore the building definitely came down from a controlled demolition, Generally the flat earth pins are very far apart.
Firefighters saying bombs went off. A bunch of firefighters saying bombs went off. It was fine.
What about...
Yeah, that's a pin. It's indeed a pin, but it's a long way from other pins there should be a cluster of pins around bombs in the building, such as giant chunks of rubble getting blown sideways out of the building. We see little puffs of glass windows blow out, but I expect if it's blowing apart the internal structure of the
So
building,
now it's your own headcanon, your own narrative. You're saying why
Yeah,
didn't rubble blow out the fucking window? That's now you're just
or
making
just
shit up.
other,
Larry, go ahead.
but just other bomb examples other than just bangs and puffs. That's all we've got for bombs, right? The best we've got for controlled demolition are free fall speed, which we've since seen a building collapse and it falls at free fall speed. It fell into its own footprint. We've since seen a 30-story building collapse and it fell into its own footprint. Right, those are meant to be evidence for explosives. Sphericalized steel is evidence for explosive, even though you find that anywhere near building sites. The other evidence for explosive is
with the
that they
9/11
heard
shit.
bangs.
We got it.
The pins are too far apart, right? The pins that Epstein killed himself are also quite far apart.
Totally.
Like there's no real evidence. It's just like, oh, like why wouldn't the government have whoever killed him have an incentive to do so? But that's not evidence by itself.
Yeah, because if they've got a motive to do so, let's compare it again. 9/11, you can compare it. What about it? Couldn't they get him to do it to himself? Like, this is a very highly connected man that cares about other people, and many of those other people are really powerful. So they might well hold some knowledge into what really matters to him that will matter after his death. And they'll come to him and they'll say, you and I know who was on that island. You and I know that many people are going to come to you and talk to you over the next few weeks. And they're all going to try and put you in a spot where you don't put them in the spotlight. And they're all going to want you dead. So you either are going to kill yourself now, or you're going to get shanked in prison. You are never walking out of this because too many powerful people know what you did they did on your island. So I suggest you go kill yourself, because you're never getting out of this alive. But we can look after Ghislaine. We can cover up those other bodies. We can look after your kids. Doesn't he have kids? Right? Otherwise, all of you are going to the cleaners, and you're still going to die.
The thing is, that's not even the conspiracy. The conspiracy is there's no pedophile blackmail ring. They weren't on an island. There's no celebrities being flown out. That's actually
Who's
the
saying
conspiracy.
that?
You guys don't.
Who's saying that?
A bunch of people. You guys
Are they in the room right now?
You don't even get the conspiracies right. Stop.
Are they in the room right now? Are you arguing against the phantom
it's all
interlocutors?
Fake. Everything about it is fake. Everything.
Which bit's fake? The island?
All of it.
Jeffrey Epstein's mere existence?
If it's all fake, then why did they have to kill him?
It's weird,
They
man.
didn't.
That's strange.
He's still alive. He's not even dead. That's the other thing you're missing. He's fucking.
We have no evidence for any of that.
Yeah,
is it fake that he's alive?
Is either I'm completely right about my conspiracy theory, or else I'm,
wrong.
I'm really pissed that you don't agree with me.
No. What I'm saying is you don't even get the conspiracy theories that you're trying to argue against. Correct. That's like what you're saying is not even the conspiracy. You're arguing against the.
I think there's multiple versions. I don't think it's just one idea.
You're in the side.
Yeah,
Like
we have
everyone,
no idea of what happened.
There's probably a million conspiracy theories involving the thing. It's not
you're
just
debunking
one.
people who aren't here.
There's like 30 conspiracy theories total.
And you're debunking people who aren't here. We can all tell you what we think, but you're making up non-present people so that you can beat them because you can't beat us. Didn't you know that people believe dumb things? We all other people think dumb things.
How are you, good sir?
Yeah, not believing the official story is dumb.
Who thinks that? You just make each time.
Sometimes
that's
the part of friendship is that I accept the eggshells, thinks some really dumb things. He thinks that I.
Oh no! I was the one that unmuted him, and I didn't know he was going to come in straight away like that. I'm sorry for unmuting him. Where were we, Blob? I got lost.
What's the evidence for this pedophile island with where they're blackmailing people?
It just seems very probable. I have a series of beliefs that becoming really powerful, that generally we like things right at the edges of acceptability. So, people in really conservative areas might like doggy style, where people in more liberal areas like it even weirder. And the more, and guys who don't get any want some, but guys who get a lot want a real lot. We always will just push right to the edges of what's currently happening. And I think if you're at that Epstein level, you can bang supermodels if you want to, and what the edges of your interests suddenly become are really not okay things. And even if that only happens with a small number of people, because they're powerful, they like exerting power over other people, so sometimes maybe they do want to see people really scream and cry and suffer, or people that aren't able to consent or something. I think it only needs to be true for a small number of powerful men, and I think it's true for a large number of men, that for an Epstein Island to exist and that to be advantageous for somebody like Epstein to recognize he, like other people like predating upon people. So I'm going to create a space where that can happen because it will accelerate my power in the world. And it seems quite probable that would happen around the world, and has been probably happening since the dawn of time. But only now that we've got mobile phones are we going to start finding out about it.
Is him killing himself good for his power?
Good for his power? What does that mean? He's dead.
Okay, you think it like makes sense that he has an island with all these kids and he's blackmailing like Bill Gates and all these like celebrities and shit. But then he actually gets locked up and then just commits suicide. You believe that part though?
Sure. Like he's going to die anyway. He knows he's going to get whacked, right? If he's had a pedophile island, he is 110% going to get whacked because large numbers of powerful people really, really want to keep him silent. And large numbers of powerful people also, many other people's lives depend on powerful people, right? If you are near a powerful person.
What about Mexican drug lords who just they just break out of prison like it's nothing? What about that?
Do those pins seem close together for you? Mexicans breaking out and whether Epstein hung himself.
Yeah,
do
they're
those pins
super close.
seem close?
We're talking about gangsters, people with all this blackmail, control, and power over other people. And Mexican drug lords just break out of prison easily. And you're saying, no, Jeffrey Epstein, he couldn't just get out of jail off some bullshit. Like he couldn't just
break out of prison.
Jail. It's too hard for that guy.
Can I ask, are some of those cartel members suicided in prison? If they know too much, do they get suicided inside prison?
By who? By who?
Other cartel members on whom they have dirt. If somebody's waiting for their trial, we're still talking to the prosecutors, and he's got dirt on you, do those people get suicided? The answer is yes. They always get suicided. People with dirt on people get suicided. Whether they kill themselves because they know it's going to happen anyway, or they get whacked. Larry, you're leaking. But it's obvious, isn't it? Right? People get suicided in prison. The chance that it happens to him by somebody shanking him, by a guard coming in and doing it, or him being convinced to do it to himself, what's surprising there? You have to keep dreaming up that we think dumb things.
We're talking about the gang leader. We're talking about the head of the gang, not some middleman dude who has information they're worried about, which the information would be, oh yeah, these people work with the government. Like, oh, don't let them say that. We're going to kill like random people. But the actual feds, like the heads of the gang who are actually installed by the feds, those dudes just break out of prison. Like Charles Manson, they just let him out of prison a bunch of times. All these people who are feds just get out of jail. They just break out.
This Mexican cartel thing is a tangent to the point. Like it has nothing to do with the Epstein thing.
I get it. Yeah, the pins are very far apart, man. Can you link them closer? Can you put a couple of pins in between?
Yeah, gangsters who have a lot of money and power and influence. They're the same. It's the same thing, right?
It's the same thing as a super powerful, elite English-speaking man with a private island.
He's even more powerful. Go ahead.
Have the gangsters met multiple world leaders?
Can you let Larry go?
Sure.
Yeah, you asked to draw the connections, right? We know that the Fast and the Furious and other scandals of the CIA running drugs and weaponry and inducting the drug cartel under their wing, because once they start snitching, then they become a protected class, right? So we know that the CIA is involved with Jeffrey Epstein and others, because how else would this, guy be working so closely with these government officials after having been totally, caught up with children in the past, and he was actually convicted, got a sweetheart deal. I mean, it's obvious that it's all connected to the intelligence agency.
I don't know if any of that follows. I just don't think like maybe like Trump and those people like knew about it, but that doesn't mean the CIA knew about Jeffrey Epstein's activity. I don't know.
Literally connected.
And you can accept that they did, and it doesn't change anything, right? So we can also agree with Larry. Well, fine. I'm showing you. We can agree with Larry and say, fine, the CIA is connected, and what? Then what? How does this change anything? There's nothing in contention right now. It's Blob thinking we are taking a view that we're not taking because conspiracy theorists just dream up.
You're acting like it's hard for a Fed who, I mean, allegedly, you believe he's blackmailing like the most powerful people in the world with pedophilia. You think it's too hard for him to pretend to die, like fake his death, like faking his death is too hard. You're saying that's too hard?
Just the least
you realize that's retarded, right?
No, I'm not saying, I didn't say anything about it up until now, but I think it's the least probable that he faked his death and was spirited away because there's many more moving parts.
It's too hard. It's too hard to fake your death when you're Jeffrey Epstein.
Much harder. Would you agree it's harder than committing suicide?
Is it too hard to do?
Shit, if you want to, that's fine. But
no, you think it's so like improbable and crazy.
Well, the thing is, it's not evidence. Like it's possible, but it's not. There's not like it's not proof. Like just your theories aren't proof.
It's just a dream with no evidence. There's no pin there. It's just a long bit of thread going.
There's no proof for any of it.
He could have been spirited out. Where's the evidence he's been spirited out? How did that happen? Was he put in a van?
There's
helicopter?
actually pictures of him after the fact.
Right, and we see them. That's a pin.
I don't have it all saved. I'm not like
the phantom pins.
I don't save all this evidence to prove to people who can't even. You guys can't even understand the concept of like Jeffrey Epstein faking his death. So I don't save the images of him alive after the fact to prove.
Would
to
you
people
agree?
Like you, to prove to people like you that he's still
faking
alive.
your death takes many moving parts, where committing suicide takes one.
Committing suicide takes one moving part.
Yeah, one moving part that is Jeffrey Epstein himself realizing that his future is absolutely fucked and he's going to be dragged through the newspapers and everybody around him's life's going to get destroyed and many powerful people are going to be trying very hard to make sure he never testifies. So he twice tries to kill himself and on the second time he succeeds. That's one moving part, right? Can you tell me how many moving parts it takes? How many moving parts is in people doing things? How many moving parts does it take to spirit him away and fake his death? Go for it.
A lot of moving parts.
It's too hard. It's too hard.
So well, just tell me how many moving parts it is. You know how hard it is.
Well, the moving parts are the entire like apparatus, the whole intelligence agencies that actually would bail him out. So there's the whole entire intelligence agency that would just get him out and help him fake his death, which wouldn't be very difficult for them at all.
Right, but prison guards have to be in on it too. So at least some people within a prison facility
how
are making
people,
like 40.
How many people would be in on it? How many?
Well, you tell me. You've thought about it. No, you know it's not that hard.
You tell me, because obviously we know
let's
how
work
many
it out
prison
together.
guards. We know how many prison guards were standing outside of his cell, right?
Do we? Okay. How many?
Do we?
You must know this. You
Is
don't
it
know,
written
okay.
down somewhere? It must be written down in an article or something.
How many?
Well, I don't know, let's call it two. Two people watching on
So
Jeffrey.
it's too hard.
Two
It's
are
too
in on
hard
it.
to tell two
But
guys.
we've got to move
like,
the body, don't we? We've got to move the body, don't we? The fake body. Like the not dead body, we have to take it out.
I mean, people that work the entrance have to be in on it too, right?
Yeah. The coroner's got to be in on it. The people in the van have to be in on it. At some stage, you've got to do a swap into a different vehicle or a different thing, right? You've got to swap out a body that the people at the actual coroner's office are going to see, because you're going to have somebody identify the body unless they're in on it. So at some stage there, you have this handover maneuver, right?
Well, really, all you would have to do is go, hey, guys, go ahead to lunch, right? And everyone just leaves the little area where his cell is at.
Leave us with this famous body. Go to lunch. That's how you think this
he's
works.
not dead yet. He's just chilling in his cell. And they're like, all right, guys.
Oh, right. Okay.
Take your lunch, right?
Wasn't it at night?
They come in with a,
Three
fake
moving
dead
lunch
body.
at night? I don't know.
Come in with a fake dead body. Who comes in with a fake
they come
dead
in
body?
with a fake dead body. They put it in the cell.
Who comes in with it?
He comes out, right? He puts a mask on. He puts some disguise on, whatever, and he just
Mask
walks
maker?
out. It's too.
He
It's
walks
too hard,
out?
though. It's
a lot of threads.
So there's six people to
so
get him
many
out,
threads.
get him out of there. But they had to bring in a dead body, didn't they? That's warm. That looks exactly like Jeffrey Epstein, because everybody here has seen Jeffrey Epstein. So you've got six moving parts, right? You've got the two guards who go to lunch because there's a chance that they turn around and come back and go, I forgot my blah, 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 blah. Or I'm not allowed to leave him or something. So there's three moving parts. One person to say go to lunch and the two guards to go to lunch. Then you have to have people bring in a body, at least two people, right? Through a prison. Somehow they're bringing a body into a prison, onto a crowded floor. Interesting. Okay, how many people does that take? I don't know. Going past all these doors.
Two
so
guys,
more moving
maybe.
parts.
Two guys.
So yeah, six moving parts just to swap the body. Then he's got to get outside and get into a car. Maybe the same people are driving the car, so still six people. Well,
How many people work security at the front? Did you include that in the parts?
Yeah, we need to go over everyone that works there and how difficult, because it's.
Well, yeah, we need to think a little bit about it. Because you need a plastic surgeon, don't you? Because he can't walk around obviously being Jeffrey Epstein now that Jeffrey Epstein's dead. That would be a big problem for this plan. So we need a plastic surgeon who sees Jeffrey Epstein and has a group of people go, can you make him look the opposite to how he does now?
Yeah, but then the plastic surgeon would have to be in on it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's too... I don't know if they could do that.
So how would the plastic surgeon not realize and remember that or you've got to wake him,
exactly, exactly. No, he would have to be in on it. That's too crazy.
Right.
I don't believe that.
Okay, you're being dishonest because like nobody's saying this is impossible. It's just improbable.
Yeah,
it's I'm not saying improbable at all. It's extremely likely. It's the only thing that actually makes sense.
Why is it likely?
Why is it more likely than one guy commits suicide on the worst day of his life?
He didn't kill himself. You said there's no evidence he didn't kill himself. You thought he killed himself. You drink tap water.
Where's the evidence? You dreamed this all up. There's no pins. This is just wool. Where's the evidence? The last evidence you had was phantom evidence. I swear I've got it. You see the photos of him afterwards, but you haven't presented that.
The evidence is the fluoride that they put in the water that you drink. That's the evidence.
That pin is close, is it? That pin is remotely close to Jeffrey Epstein.
It's very close, yeah. Because what you're reading shit on a screen. Like you drink all this tap water, and then you look at shit on a screen that says, "Oh, the most powerful dude ever, who was blackmailing the most powerful people in the world."
I didn't say blackmail. I didn't say blackmail. I don't think you would blackmail.
That's the official story.
Blackmailing.
That's the official.
Why don't you give
underage girls together?
Why don't you give us a little bit of evidence? Like you haven't presented one piece of evidence.
Just one pin, please. Give us a pin.
What do you mean?
The Jeffrey Epstein that we've seen Jeffrey Epstein after the photos of him afterwards. One pin.
A fact, and not speculation.
Yeah, you drink tap water. That's a fact.
That's your pin. That we drink tap water. Well, if tap water makes me realise the difference between lots of evidence and no evidence, I'll keep with the tap water, thanks.
Exactly.
This reminds me of another theory I came up with. It's called the tiramisu of conspiracies. It's almost like an onion, but onions you have to get to the core and it doesn't work so well. But the tiramisu, there's like a base. There's the pan that the tiramisu is built inside of, the many, many, many layers. And all we want is we just want the very basis of the pan. We want to get to the fact of the matter that's at the bottom of the conspiracy, but we only ever get more layers of lady fingers soaked
layers all the way down,
and then cream. That's all we get.
It's true. It's a good one.
Yeah, you think the people that run the world are telling you that?
He believes such
we have no evidence. We have no evidence or proof of any of this conspiracy Epstein stuff, so we can move on with our conversation, I guess.
Well, I found that whoever said that he already attempted suicide was true, in that Epstein was found semi-conscious in his cell with injuries to his neck. Prison officials initially questioned his cellmate, but internal investigation cleared the cellmate of any involvement. So it's like 4 or 5 moving.
Wait, how do you know that that's true?
I don't know that it's true. What I know is that even if you're let me finish. What I know is even if this is a conspiracy, those are moving parts in your conspiracy. In mine, it's just people telling the truth. In yours, these are moving parts, some of them lying. So there's got to be a prison official and there's got to be a named cellmate that we must know of because it's in official records because he was cleared of any involvement. So these are moving parts in your conspiracy. They don't fix it for you. According to federal investigators' general report, the jail's chief psychologist determined that Epstein likely rehearsed his suicide during this July 23 incident. Guards heard noises from his cell around 1:27 a.m. and found Epstein lying on the floor with a piece of cloth around his neck, although there was some speculation about whether
we don't like expert opinions. We just like our own opinions. So
expert opinions. What do you mean? You think that what you're reading is evidence? Do you think what you're reading is
no? He was on suicide watch for 6 days. Then he was removed.
Oh my God! It said it. So because it says that, you're reading that off of a screen.
Your conspiracy.
You think there's evidence?
Officials,
what's your evidence? You don't have.
My evidence is that that's the official story.
The fucking burner proof is way higher for us than it is for them. It makes no sense.
No, I can solve it.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Like,
you're trusting.
We'll make a claim
pedophiles.
because we read something, and they'll and their evidence is they saw it on some conspiracy theory site or something.
My evidence. No, this is very strong evidence. This is very strong evidence. I just want to explain why this is strong evidence, because this is the official story. And in Blobbs' account, the official story still exists. It's just that it's a lie. So my evidence is this is true, in that it is either what is claimed to be true, and that it is true that it's claimed to be true, or that it's true in reality, right? And it is true that it's claimed to be true, which means it's claimed to be true in his example, which means this is has many moving parts. This is getting more and more complex because there's records of suicide watch, and there's all these different facts that need to be in Blobbs' argument in order to be covered up, in order to be fake, manufactured, the truth of what the false story is.
They would never fake
that. Yeah, they could. They've manufactured it. In your version, they've manufactured this story. So it's still worth reading.
Satanist pedophiles would never lie. Go ahead, Larry.
Cool. They'll lie all the time. Sometimes they'll get caught. Go for it, Larry.
I wanted to point out, just try to follow me, don't interrupt, right? I'll connect the dots. Earlier, I think maybe in the past couple of days, I probably mentioned it. Who killed Kennedy, right? And I like to go with cause and effect a lot, right? So was it the guy who shot him, or was it the guy who gave him a convertible to ride around in a Republican-ass Texas, right? So same thing applies here with like Epstein. Who killed Epstein? Was it A, B, C, X, Y, Z, or was it the guy who took him off the suicide watch after he fucking tried to commit suicide?
Sure. Yeah, no, you and I are on the same page here. He's definitely dead. He could have been killed. He could have been whacked. Absolutely. The chance of him being whacked is quite high. In fact, part of the reason I think he committed suicide is because nobody would have bothered to whack him just yet because he knew he was definitely going to get whacked, so he's probably going to commit suicide. So I just wouldn't have gone to any of the effort because it was so clear he was going to get whacked. Somebody else would whack him. So I agree with you. What we're arguing, you and I, Larry, are on the same side, where Blob's saying he was spirited out of the prison alive and it is a psyop that he's even dead.
What do you mean he's definitely
dead? That's also a possibility. Because the CIA topples governments. How hard would it be for them to topple their own government that they already have control over? Thanks.
That doesn't spirit a body out, though, right? It's just it's not saying it's impossible. It's just saying it's improbable because it's complex. There's many moving parts. Many people need to lie or be unaware of the truth or compartmentalize in such a way that.
Like they got a shot out of there, right? Gaddafi. They got Gaddafi out.
Sure, but I mean, are they also confecting that story, right? I'm just saying it's fewer moving parts that a guy who's going to die anyway decides to off himself. One moving part. And illogical. All this, how many conspiracies are they going at any given day? Like, how many taxis have somebody who's on their way to commit a conspiracy on where the taxi next to it also has somebody on their way to commit a conspiracy? It must be conspiracies all the way down. If there's got to be 50 to 100 to maybe 1,000 people in the Epstein story alone, because there's cellmates, there is people driving cars, there's prison guards, there's officials, there's stories, there's so many moving parts, and this is just one thing that's happening in the world.
You're talking about moving parts, but are you the same guy that believes that Osama bin Laden from a cave defeated the most impressive dragnet military the world has ever seen, hit 3 out of 4 of his targets, somehow getting the military to stand down and not attack the planes, and he actually, did all these things from like a cave with a fucking laptop with unexperienced pilots?
It's a good question. I think it's predicated that I accept the assumption that it's the most impressive dragnet military of all time. What's the evidence that they are good at their job?
Well, we can wage war for like 20 years and the people will just blindly pay for it.
That doesn't mean anything. Right? They're two different totally things. It's easy to wage war against people. It's hard to never have a sneak attack get past. What you're saying is we've got a dragnet military, not our ability to wage war overseas. The two things are different. I assume what you mean by a dragnet is we are very good at protecting ourselves from being attacked internally. Well, what is your evidence that's true? I think the US demonstrates, or at least up until September 11, demonstrate an abysmal ability to defend itself from those kind of attacks. It was constantly getting airliners hijacked. They were happening all the time up until then, which is why we suddenly locked it down and it stopped happening. But planes were getting taken over and flown off to Libya and people using it for all sorts of stuff. There were the same guy, Osama bin Laden, attempt to blow up the same building. Right? They were slipping through all the time. What's your evidence that they were good at protecting themselves from these attacks?
Well, I think you're just running from the moving parts argument.
No.
You are.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Yours has more moving parts. Mine has all of the same moving parts, but no conspiracy. Yours, in order to have the same people who are in the conspiracy, there needs to now be moving parts behind them to help them along like a puppet. So yours will always be more complex, and you just have to accept that because it's a mathematical truth. Because if you side with
that doesn't
something, lies are more complex than the truth. True or false? Are lies more complex than the truth?
Look, Eggs, you're saying because there's more moving parts, it's less likely to be the truth. But the thing is, like Jeffrey Epstein, right? Why didn't he just have a normal, simple life? This guy was a pedophile on an island, blackmailing all these people. Like, that's a lot of moving parts.
What? Why didn't he have a more simple life?
You have an assumption where you're saying because more stuff, there's more energy, more information, this specific plan that would be carried out is more complex. It's less likely to be true. That's an assumption that is based on nothing. Just because there's
It's a
more
powerful
moving parts,
heuristic.
just because there's more moving parts doesn't mean anything. Like,
Yeah, so
okay,
specifically, there are two
it's
things,
a
though.
little
You
bit
might be missing.
harder. It's a little bit harder for them to break him out of jail, right? Than him just killing himself. Like on paper,
A
it's
lot
harder to get him out of jail, right?
But
That doesn't mean it isn't true.
That's true.
That's
Yes.
not an argument. That's not an argument for it
It's
not
a
being
little
true.
bit harder
Yes,
to get
it
him
is.
out of jail
It's not
from
an
to kill
argument.
himself.
That's the
That's
point.
crazy.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument.
Yes, it is.
Saying,
So
it's
let me
harder.
explain. Let me just. You
No,
did
it's
a good you did a good steel man initially. So I give you massive credit that you've worded it perfectly, which is because there's more moving parts, it's less likely to be true. It's just missing one variable, which is with dishonesty, with subterfuge, with a fake story that is propped up and put in the public's face. That's what I'm saying. So many moving parts is fine. A mining operation is many moving parts. But what I'm claiming doesn't happen is that people are mining while thinking they're doing something else, right? Where there's subterfuge there, which is what a lot of these operations are, right? When you say it's compartmentalized, it's like, well, how do you compartmentalize 9/11, right? A pilot knows where he's flying. Even if you don't tell him why he's going there, he's like, oh, I was in New York City on that day. How weird. Or a guy who rigs a building with explosives knows which building he rigged with explosives because he had to know its internal structure. He was in there intimately for quite some time. He doesn't not notice that that's the building that fell down the next day. So you've got all these moving parts that you just...
What's wrong with that?
And so what's wrong with it is it's in the case of lies, it's incredibly difficult to keep a lie going like that. What you know if you've ever... Well, tell me a lie that you've managed to perpetrate, or the biggest example of one that we know of, where it is like a whole group of people not knowing what they're doing.
The glob.
There's too many to I don't even know
one
where
we
to start.
can agree on.
I don't even know where to start, dude.
The glob.
No, you're not going to agree on any of them because you believe them. That's the problem. If you were like a person that didn't drink tap water, we could say 50, and it would be like, yeah, they lie about pasteurization, dinosaurs, all of history's fake. The whole entire pharmaceutical system, that's all bullshit.
All of
History's fake. The education system's all bullshit. Pretty much everything in society is fake as fuck. And you're like, but they don't lie about anything.
But I haven't said that. This is what I mean. I said something really clear and that made sense. And in order to address it, you said a different thing, and then you made up what I was saying.
No,
I think everything's true. I don't say that, right?
You
what I'm
do.
saying, I'm putting up here on the screen, and I can post in the chat as well that you can respond to, is more moving parts makes lies harder to keep. And that is a statement of truth about reality that I'm willing to defend. That's what's in contention.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's more likely. Just because you would have to have 4 people in on it if they busted him out. That doesn't mean it's more likely he killed himself.
Why not?
Because either could be true.
Either could be true.
Yeah. Which you guys already admitted that, it could be true, but it's not.
But one's more likely.
It's
one more
for him to
likely?
kill himself, so it's more likely. That's false. That's not real.
Is it possible?
That's
Is it
bullshit.
possible that I roll a 6 on my first go?
So
Okay, dude, that's a non sequitur.
No, what you're saying, what you're doing is a fallacy of the golden mean. You're doing a fallacy of the golden mean, which is
really
because it
similar,
could be.
dude. Throwing dice is super similar.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it. You're doing the fallacy of the golden mean when you are saying, because it could be either, then it's equal odds. We are saying it could be either, but the probability of it being a lie with many moving parts is a lot lower because of what I know about the nature of lies. Because there is reality that can be detected.
I'm glad you said that, because that's actually the problem. You're thinking of it like a dice where, it's easier for this to happen than for this to happen.
Yes.
And if we just make it mathematical and bring up like probabilities, like we're flipping a coin, then obviously the thing that's easier to happen is true. That is a completely delusional way to think about it. That's not at all based in reality.
No,
that doesn't make any sense at all.
He's nailed it. He's got it right.
Flip of coin
That
is
makes no
what is
sense.
the issue.
Okay, just because it's more difficult, why the fuck couldn't that happen?
It could. It's just less probable, right?
Why is it less probable?
It could be the case.
Why
it could be
is
the
it less
case that I have the. Right. It could be the case that I have the highest IQ in this room. It could be the case, but it's very unlikely. Right. It's very unlikely because there's so many people in this room. Right. So the probability of me having the highest IQ drops with each new person comes in this room, such that if I'm the only person in the room, the chance is 100%. And if there's all of the people in the world, it approaches 0.
No,
right?
Because look, if you have a 200 IQ, right, like I do, in any room I'm in, I'm like, okay, it's probable that I have the highest IQ. And just because someone else joins the room, I'm not going to go, oh, it's less likely now. No, it's just as likely.
It definitely makes it less likely.
1,000 people can join.
There's
there's
a probability that the person that joins the room
tap
is
water, so it's definitely not more likely.
There's a probability that the person that joined the room has a higher IQ than you.
You drink tap water, so it's definitely not you.
Okay, that's just an
add-on. My IQ is like 100 or 110, but I don't drink tap water, and I don't get the jabby jabs either. So,
no one claimed to drink tap water.
Yeah, tap water guy. Do you think you'd be able to have a discussion where you present evidence about why tap water is bad, or is it just like a thing that you feel?
it's a Harvard study, but I know that you're going to argue against it once I present it. You're going to be like, well, you're not a child, so it only lowers IQ in children. You're going to pull some shit like that.
No, not you, Larry. That's fine. I was talking to the other guy because it doesn't.
No, I
seem
would have
to be
said the same thing Larry just said. Yeah, it's a
knowledge.
Harvard study. But look, I don't even necessarily the whole tap
Isn't like
water
fluoride
thing,
good for your teeth?
Listen. The tap water thing is kind of a meme, right? The whole problem, it's when people say, "Oh, there's fluoridated tap water," that's why people are dumb. That's kind of it's a false dialectic. It's like you guys trying to argue that this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, like you're not even arguing against the conspiracy. The thing is, right? There's so much more that affects intelligence than tap water. The reality is you really shouldn't even be drinking water in general. That's actually the reality. When people go, "Oh,
you're the anti-water guy."
It's really bad for you. It's obviously terrible, but it's a false dialectic.
Perfect.
So
this has gone great for me.
Awesome.
No, just
Can you put that in the clearest fraame you can? Did you say you shouldn't drink tap water?
Well, yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah.
No, he said you shouldn't drink water.
Eggs. This is a tiramisu, right?
You shouldn't drink water. Sorry, yeah, you shouldn't drink water. This is awesome.
Correct.
Oh God, I love these ones.
Yeah,
we thought we found the
really
pan, the base of the dessert, but there's like another deeper thing.
Yeah.
I can't wait. What happens if we show him that water's good? What's the next conspiracy, do you think?
You think you can show that?
You can't show that.
Really
you
cute.
will not be able to convince him that water is good. What he will tell you is about the other things he drinks, which are 90-something% water, but that water itself could be good. No. Tell us, how do you maintain your fluids?
Isn't our body like 60% water or something?
60%. Yeah, that's pretty close.
How much water is our body?
70, 80,
well, it's less if you're dehydrated. So.
No, I mean like the average.
So I would love to get back to the more moving parts. Makes a lie harder to keep, but I am stuck on this. How do you maintain your fluids?
I don't know, guys. I don't know if I don't really like to help Globers that much, so.
Billy's a fake flat earther and he's buckling now. He's run out of
I drink piss.
material.
I drink urine.
It's piss. That's what it is. He drinks piss.
But then that would just you've got to be having like milk or fruit juice or something else, right? You've got to keep your fluids up.
Satanic.
You've got to get water through another means. He just doesn't
have we been told this whole time? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Look, okay, let me just break it down real simple. Water is known as the universal solvent because it's able to dissolve almost everything. Okay, it can dissolve rocks, plastic, whatever. If you put water on your skin, it will dry your skin out. Now, water it's very demineralizing. So it's much better to get hydrated off of sources that naturally contain nutrients. So like raw eggs contain water that hydrates you better than water does. Fruit juices, vegetable juices, raw meat, raw milk, all of those things will hydrate you much more than water will. And if you drink water, it will actually dehydrate or lower your level of hydration to a certain level. Obviously, if you're dying of thirst, you can drink water to survive.
If you're dying of thirst, you can drink water to survive. But the rest of the time, you maintain fluids by...
It's not optimal for hydration. It's not optimal for hydration.
But what liquids do you consume was the direct question. I feel like you just gave us a bit of a Bible verse without saying...
Raw milk.
Okay, which is how much % water?
And I'll drink water too, but I blend it with cucumber.
Which is how much % water?
Weirdo. 80% or something like that.
So you drink water. Hold on. If you guys don't know about cucumber water, you need to look into that shit. Cucumbers are fucking amazing.
Yep. I blend up cucumber.
High electrolyte based water. Very good.
Why do you drink water if water
with it?
If you shouldn't drink water, why do you drink so much water?
Look, milk isn't water, obviously, right?
It's mostly like 80, 90 something
Is
percent
milk
water.
water eggshells?
Yeah, but you said you drink
90%
you
water.
drink cucumber water. That's 80% water.
nobody-
so you really drink a lot of water.
Wait. Is a
Nobody
piece of
alive
meat
drinks
is
pure
a piece
water.
of meat water? Is a piece of meat water?
Nobody alive drinks pure water,
you guys
do
can't
they?
answer.
So every time we attempt to drink water, it's got a bit of flavor, a bit of mineral in it, or it comes out of the tap and it's got a bit of fluoride in it, or it's in a fruit juice and it's got a bit of sugar in it. Just having it in the stuff doesn't mean you're not drinking water.
I drank distilled for like 20 years. Nothing but distilled.
Yeah. People get by fine on water, but he's saying I don't need water while drinking water.
No, I drank pure water. Like I literally drank pure. I mean, I had salt. Of course, I'll put salt in. Right.
Okay. Sorry, it's fair. That is fair, Larry. It was hyperbole to say nobody drinks pure water. I more just meant like if you take it to its extreme, like pure, just a bottle with just H's, T's and O's in it, I don't think exists. Right? It's always going to have a microplastic here or a bit of minerals and all of that, which is like healthy, good for you, right? And so if we've got I put a spritz of lemon in mine and then carbonate it,
Eggshells.
So if he's just saying I don't drink water, but I put cucumbers in it and then drink it, it's like, you're drinking water with extra steps.
No,
like,
I said
how can you
if
say
I
you shouldn't
do
drink water while
that's
drinking
what
so
I
much
do.
water?
I said if I do drink water, I put cucumber with it. But you're saying if there's minerals in the water naturally, then that makes the water better?
No. I've got this.
You just said that.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay,
you
what
said,
words did I use?
I don't remember the exact words you used, but you said, microplastics and minerals, that makes it better.
Well, like it might be subjectively to some people in that moment to be like, I want some vitamins and minerals in my water. I want a bit of sugar. I want a bit of right.
If there's more nutrients in the fluid, is that better for you?
Right?
If there's more nutrients in the fluid, is it better?
Like depending on what you want, depending on what you're using the water for, it can be. Like I don't believe in objective moral standards for water. I'm sorry.
It's not moral. We're just talking about nutrition.
So better has a moral valence. Like, is it more effective at things? Yes. Is it better?
Okay, so you get more nutrients if there's more nutrients in the water, right?
Yeah, you don't get it if they're not there.
Okay.
You could just have like a banana and an apple, and you could have a balanced diet. And maybe you're a bit dehydrated, so you top it up with water at the very end. Water doesn't have to be the vector for all of the good nutrients you're getting. It's just a way to keep the
that's not what I was even saying.
Hydration level in your body going. So when you say like cucumber water is something you should have, or raw milk, great, you can have those things. But if you eat a fucking cucumber, maybe you should drink a glass of water as well. It doesn't always have to be blended in with each other.
This is wild. Water is deep. Can you just give us the whole thesis rather than talking about what we do and don't have and the ins and outs of whether something
pure
is
water has
Could you
no
give us
nutrients in it, like you just said.
Correct. Yeah. And
it's a solvent that dries your skin out. If it touches your skin, it dissolves rocks. This isn't fucking rocket science. We're talking about putting a solvent that's deficient in your body. It literally dissolves your insides of your body, dissolves mucous membranes, demineralizes the fuck out of you. Doesn't actually hydrate you very much. If you drink a gallon of water,
doesn't hydrate you.
If you drink 1 gallon of water in one day, it'll hydrate you to a certain extent, right? But if you drink 2 gallons of the same water, it won't hydrate you more. If you drink 3 gallons, it's not going to continue to raise your level of hydration.
Water does not hydrate you. Hold on, time out. Water does not hydrate you. It's the water and the salt that allows your cell walls to open and absorb the water. I think it's called protein something. Pathways or something.
Like to say water doesn't hydrate you, I just want you to think, like, break that word down, say it again really slowly as a big sentence.
I understand it 1,000 times better than you.
Hydrate you is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Where's the HY? What is that about for hydrate?
The what?
What does hydrate mean?
I mean, essentially you have like a cellular membrane, and it's sort of, they talk about the fourth phase of water being the gel
I'm
phase,
asking a really
right?
clear question.
I'm answering you very simply. Yeah, it's about putting water into your cells, right? Now, the thing is, that doesn't happen if you drink pure water. Now, it does happen to a certain extent, but the water needs to contain, or the fluid needs to contain nutrients in order for your cells, in order for it to be compatible with the cells on a frequency level, in order for it to align with your system and hydrate you properly, like in a linear sense. There's certain fluids like raw milk, the more of it you drink, the more hydrated you become. So you drink more of it, you drink 2 gallons instead of 1, you're more hydrated, you're twice as hydrated. With water, that's not the case at all.
So you're talking about at a cellular level. Hydrate, the definition I found online means cause to absorb water, which is enough for me. I think we can just use that one unless you've got an objection to it. And what sounds like you're talking about is the cells, cell by cell, is it causing it to absorb water? For me, I need to go back to a previous point for this next one to make sense. You said having 2 liters, 2 gallons more doesn't get you more hydrated. Agreed. If I filled up my car and for some reason decide to keep pumping fuel, right, close the blowback valve or something, so it just keeps filling and filling and filling, it doesn't get me any further. My tank is now full. So measuring it by going, can I infinitely hydrate, isn't to me a meaningful measure. So I just need to go back to that. To absorb water cell by cell, you're saying you only need a certain amount to hydrate your cells, i.e. water does hydrate your cells, but having more won't overhydrate them, right? But if you just mean absorbs water, i.e. the body absorbs water by drinking, and then through a process that sounds like you guys probably are all across with minerals and salts and stuff I don't understand, it allows the cells to hydrate. Fine, that doesn't mean water isn't hydrating. What happens to a person if they don't have any water?
Well, they're going to die, obviously.
So you do need water, and definitionally,
no, you don't, because
water
you don't need
means
to listen.
cause to a. So listen to what you say. If you say water doesn't hydrate, you are saying water doesn't, drinking water essentially, doesn't cause me to absorb water. What do you fuck is drinking if it's not absorbing water?
I'll just answer you. I'll just prove you wrong. Okay.
Go for it.
So the thing is, this is extremely easy to test yourself. This is probably the easiest thing to test yourself, and actually you can know that this is a fact. If you drink a gallon of raw milk a day, and you do that for 2 weeks, and then you start out with water, drink a gallon of water every day for 2 weeks, and then you switch to raw milk, okay? You're taking the same volume of fluid. You will know for a fact that you're 50 times more hydrated drinking the raw milk. And you could even take a blended up cucumber and put that with the water. It's going to put more nutrients, and it's going to hydrate you much more than just plain water will. This is extremely easy to test.
How are you defining how hydrated it is? How do you figure that out? If you're 50 times more hydrated, because that sounds to me deadly.
You could easily tell. You could easily tell. You're telling me you don't know when you're hydrated or dehydrated?
It's your test. I want to know how you tested it. How can you tell how hydrated you are is the question.
You can literally see your skin being more hydrated.
You can literally see your skin is more hydrated.
The
so
way
it's a
you
circular
feel,
it's a circular.
The way you feel it. No, it's not circular at all. I've literally. So when I first was testing this,
what does your skin look like?
Well, I'm hydrated. I'm very hydrated. My skin looks better.
Man, I figured it out. He's fat.
How can I tell if my
the milk made him fat? He's confusing hydrated with fat.
Yeah, good.
How can you tell your skin is hydrated?
Look, dude. So when I first started testing this, right, when I heard that water doesn't hydrate you very well, and fluids that naturally contain nutrients hydrate you much better, I stopped drinking water and I started drinking raw milk and eating like watermelon, a lot of fruits that, stuff like that. And after doing that for like a week, people in public literally complimented me on my skin and said, "Wow, your skin looks really good." The first time that's ever happened in my life. The first time people ever complimented me on my skin was actually when I got hydrated, and it's so obvious. It's so obvious that if you just tested it, you would know this. You would know that
could all be true, and that could all be true.
Don't all those things have water in them? Or
no? You really, that's a good point.
All right, so I know I was condescending before when I called you fat, but I'm sorry, you're not fat. The actual answer here is that you've just drunk a heap of things that have like colors to them, and those colors cause your skin to look better. It's a well-known phenomena. So if you had to just change your diet and then kept drinking the same amount of water, like if you had a cucumber and a glass of water, the same thing would have happened.
Sounds like you're mineral deficient.
No, there's
and then when you started getting the minerals in a more effective way with your water, because you need water to survive. Because water
you're putting it together.
Yeah, but I just want you to realize how silly it sounds to say water dehydrates you or water doesn't hydrate
Well,
you.
that's just a fact.
But it's fine. Water's a great way to carry vitamins and minerals because it's a universal solvent, as you said, right? It's a great way to take anything that your body is deficient in is fine. But that doesn't mean the water's bad, right? You're just saying, do you know what makes water even better? Bringing along vitamins and minerals my body needs, and that's not interesting. All of us agree.
Does pure water contain that?
No. When do you get pure water?
So why would
pure
you
water's
drink
a
pure
myth.
water?
Pure water is a myth. I've never seen it.
What about filtered water?
Oh, sometimes maybe. I put lemon in it.
So is that
I'll eat food. But for me, it mixes in my stomach anyway, so I don't need to be like, oh no, they've got to be mixed up before they go in the stomach. It's like, why? Drink a nice glass of cold water and eat a cucumber. What's the difference?
Fats hydrate
doing
you
it with
the
extra
best.
steps.
So, like, if you take raw butter and rub it on your skin, it will hydrate your skin for literally like 2 days. If you put water on your skin, it's going to dry your skin out. That's
It'll
just a
grease
fact.
my skin. That's not hydrated. Grease is not hydration.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Grease. Okay.
Yeah, fat.
Yeah.
We use it in cars,
but
right?
isn't there water in it?
It's slimy.
Isn't there water in it? Oh my god.
I don't know if you call it water. I'm not sure what is in it. It's going to be different things each time. Certainly in butter, there's going to be a fair bit of water, but I wonder if that would still be true when you get to other greases that do that same thing. They smear. That's not hydration.
Store-bought butter is over 50% oil.
Grease is a barrier for water. Hydration means cause to absorb water.
I said raw
So what you're
butter.
saying is drinking water doesn't cause me to absorb water. Where does the water go? Obviously, drinking water causes you to absorb water. Definitionally, that's what drinking water is. That's why people say to stay hydrated.
Ah, man. It strips cells of nutrients. It literally dissolves and demineralizes.
Right. While it's bringing minerals, while it's carrying along other stuff, because it's all mixing in your stomach anyway. If I eat a cucumber around the same time I drink a glass of water, what's the difference to blending it up beforehand? What difference is there?
It's sort of repurposing the water and changing its basically the frequency to be more aligned with the system.
Frequencies. There we go. Close enough. Chakras. Water chakras.
May I jump in shortly? I want to make a point for the water dehydrates you. Have you ever actually been dehydrated? In that day, what happened? I bet you drank a lot of water. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Like Probably. It doesn't matter in terms of my point. It doesn't matter whether you drank a lot of water after you became dehydrated. The fact is, you drank a lot of water the day you became dehydrated. I rest my case.
Or alcohol.
Yeah, this is a really self-refuting argument. I think you need to. Like, I wanted to put this on the Miro board, and it's a bit chaos now. Oh no, that's dogs is that color, so lorry can be that color.
Eggs, why does drinking alcohol dehydrate you?
I don't know, but I think through a variety of ways. I think some of it's due to the fact that it's already sending off vapor, but a lot is to do with the processes it goes through, like 6 different interactions in your body, and they push off heat and stuff.
Yeah, it's a solvent. That's why.
Yeah, it's sure. I'm sure that's some of it. I think it probably does a bunch of things.
Water's a solvent too.
No, it's a hormone disruptor. So the hormone that like regulates the release and uptake of water into your cells is disrupted by alcohol.
So could we like take the idea of this hydration component, right, and just think of it as or like lubricity, or how lubricated you are?
That would be
as silly as that sounds. If you add in this hydration, this extra hydration provided by raw milk, it improves your hydration. That's what's like being sort of suggested there. But like maybe the notion of hydration is not just that of water, but also there's other like lipids, particularly, and structured water will contribute to that.
Structured water. I think that's. I think that the core of this has to be just the word dehydrate. It's like saying water isn't wet. It's literally like saying water isn't wet. I can't think of a more apt or dumb analogy for it. Because hydrate means to absorb water, and what you're saying when you say water isn't hydrating, you mean drinking water, don't you? Consuming a glass of water doesn't hydrate you, but it's the definition of hydration is the opposite of that.
I reject your definition.
Okay, how would you define hydrate?
It's a psyop.
That definition is a psyop? Fine. Tell me your definition so I know what you mean when you say water hydrates you. It doesn't dehydrate you.
It's basically about holding, about retaining water that has like value to the body and
retaining water that has value to the body.
Yeah, like give me a second. I can't talk right now. But someone else go. Give me like 2 minutes.
So hydration still is about keeping water. So it's still about water, but it's about retaining it rather than absorbing it. I would say it's a state of being hydrated, like a stasis of hydrated, but I would say hydration is the act of getting it to bringing in the water. I don't think that's a hydration. Sorry.
I've been listening. Right? It's like he told you that water has memory, and you're arguing against it so hard. Like what he's telling you makes so much sense, right? Because if you just drink distilled water, like I did for a long ass time, it's going to clean you out, right? It's going to flush everything out, especially if you drink distilled water with ground up cilantro in it. It's going to clean you out. Heavy metals, good, the bad, everything. It's going to clean you out. So what I was doing is I was eating high quality salt and drinking distilled water. So that has a flow effect where it's putting in good minerals and taking out good and bad minerals. But, I mean, you guys are arguing against him as if he told you that water has memory. Don't drink Monsters because it has 666 on it, right? You guys are arguing against him like he told you something like that. So if you guys can't get like the easy stuff, right? Like you shouldn't drink like just water. You should put like copious amounts of something else in it. Like milk would be a good idea. Unless you're lactose intolerant, right? Maybe then not milk. Maybe then like blend some lemons or something or cucumbers. Oh. So when he's telling you don't drink water, he's telling you don't drink dead water. He's telling you to drink living water. I think that's what you're saying, right, bro?
Yeah, and I think that would be a much more defensible position. That's all I'm getting at is like the opening of water dehydrates you is just such a contradiction in terms. But if what you're saying is it's such an effective vessel for getting nutrients and other things you might lack and stuff into you that you're almost wasting your time if you have a glass of water because you can only have so many of those a day before you're full up on water. And if you use that as a conduit to bring in things your body needs, you'll be overall healthier. Great, 100% agree. I don't think any of us here should disagree with that. But the question is, does water hydrate you? And the answer is yes, they're definitionally so. Even with his definition, it's about optimal. That's fine. You could say interestingly, water is a suboptimal way to hydrate your cells. Fine. But to say it doesn't hydrate your cells or dehydrates your cells is just insane.
Okay. Vitamin C does not keep you from getting scurvy. It's vitamin C and the selenium that makes it bioavailable. So water is not bioavailable if you don't have the salt.
Fine. Not sure that's true. I think that you could just have pure water with no salt and still absorb it. But I think what we're saying is in certain interactions in the body, I could easily believe that having salts or other minerals and things along with it is going to mean that it goes in quicker, or the cells are a bit stretchier perhaps even and hold more water per cell, and you hold it in other parts of your body, all sorts of stuff. I don't know. Quite probable. But the idea that water dehydrates you is just like...
Well, just because you have water...
The conclusions you're giving are great. Sorry, I was talking over you to say I think what you're saying is right.
Thanks. Yeah, if you have water in your bloodstream, that doesn't necessarily mean you have water in your cells. So you can have a belly full of water, blood full of water, and still be dehydrated and die from it. Because if you don't have the salt, you will die. It's the only rock that you have to eat. Every other rock you don't really have to eat, but you have to eat salt. As far as I know, I've never tried it to be honest, but as far as I know, you have to eat salt.
I think there's a lot of minerals that you need, but are relatively plentiful, so you piss most of them out. But I think there's quite a few. Like I remember even being told we need arsenic. Our body retains this tiny amount of arsenic somewhere for some important process. Yeah, I think that's the case. We need lots of minerals, and sure, water's a great vector for it.
Now, when you guys figure out that water has memory, let me know.
Well, that's the idea of homeopathy, isn't it? Tell us, how do you know water has memory?
Because they've done studies and they've put images and carvings over water and then took the images away and then froze it, and the image stayed long after the source image was gone.
So, on ice, is it?
No, they have liquid water, they introduce an image, they remove the image, and then freeze it. The water has memory.
The one I saw, it was like a paper with like an image and like a little petri dish with like a very thin, like just like water in there.
Yeah.
Placed it over it or something, and then she froze it really quickly in the freezer. It didn't take much long to freeze because it wasn't that much water, and then it like created cracks and designs and stuff like very similar to. I'm trying to find the videos on Instagram.
Sure. I don't know why that would say it has memory, because to me that would imply it like understood the image and represented it versus like did the molecules of water not move much since the ink was next to it or something.
It apparently did. I'll post it. You make of it as you will.
Yeah, I'd need some good evidence for it, but I've seen some stuff I like before, like that Japanese guy who sort of swore at the water and said that the cracks in the water were ugly.
Yeah, here it is. Found it.
You know, it turns out that you can learn from people you disagree with. That's crazy.
Like that idea?
Yes, actually, I've been thinking about that idea. Go ahead.
Here's actually a nice creative writing or storytelling exercise. Tell a story of a drop of water. Tell all of the things that it has seen throughout history.
Oh, that would be good.
I think you just want a reason to talk about balls.
Yeah, but it could well have started just so far away. You know, that would be very interesting. Then he comes zooming in and forms an accretion disk, and then he's like pummeled into the earth, and then part of an ocean, and something pisses it out, and da-da-da-da. Sitting on a desk during the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and it would be fun.
Y'all know what the Declaration of Independence actually is? It's a declaration of war.
I see. Against?
Read that sucker. Oh, against the crown.
It's actually a treasure map. Declaration of Independence it's actually a treasure map. Like if you look on the back, there's the map.
Oh, yeah. I think you watch too much TV. But actually read the Declaration of Independence and think about what I'm saying. Anyone who claims to have a higher claim over your life, liberty, and property is your enemy. Because how could anyone have a higher claim over your body than you?
Check that video. I just posted it to Reel. It's like 10 seconds.
Well, life, liberty, and property is John Locke, not Thomas Jefferson.
Well, it was influenced by the Iroquois tribe. Is that how you say it, Iroquois?
Yeah, so this is, so I can help you with the problem for this, which is they're showing it images, and those images are going to have a different thermal quality. So if you are freezing it while it's exposed to the image, particularly with the pattern already in the water.
Bro, man, your fucking opinion is not very weighted when you haven't even looked into the thing yet. Like, it just simply disproving things is not that hard, man. Look at something, maybe see more videos. Like, you're just denying it right off the bat. No one gives a fuck.
You're claiming it right off the bat. No, I'm just saying. But I thought it was keeping the water as liquid and then freezing it later, showing it remembered. If it froze with an image attached, then how impressive? Like, what is that actually showing? It's just showing that having an image next to water while you freeze it does something. It doesn't mean it remembered anything. There's no period in time between freezing and the image leaving. The image it leaves after the water's frozen. There's no memory. Come on.
Well, I don't know
use your. Don't freak out because I'm challenging it. Use your own.
Guys like you don't discover shit in this world, okay?
Well, neither do you. Not this way.
This isn't even something that I believe. I've just watched a couple of videos on it. You're just so dumb. You're so thick. Like you're just immediately denying it. It's not hard to do that.
I'm not immediately denying it. I'm saying that's a bad way to tell
smile
it's
if you
true.
want. You've got nothing, bud. It is what
Look
it
at this test. Look at this test. I'll put it in the chat for people so they don't have to watch my screen. So he gets water that's already in a funny shape and places it over a moon and stars image, right? And then later is like, wowee, look, it's got a somewhat similar shape with a moon in something that looks vaguely like a moon in the wrong spot for the moon. Doesn't this show that the water has memory? Like, who here should be convinced by this? This is not good evidence.
It's not about convincing you. It's about telling you about it so you can come to your own conclusion after you do more than preliminary research.
But what if the preliminary research shows serious flaws that the person who presented it to doesn't seem to see those same flaws? What should I do then?
Well, I think you should do your own research because the guy who just sent it to you said that he hadn't really done that much research. So maybe he should also do the research, and maybe I should go back and look at it again and be extremely skeptical when I do. That way we've all done research. Then maybe you guys could go back and be unskeptical and look at it, like I did for the first time, and then compare notes like in a week or two.
So I did many years ago when I was into the whole remote viewing thing, look at that water having emotions thing. And back then I reached the conclusion that it was nonsense with a lot of looking into it. Like the problem with replication is the main one. His original results are so stark. The pretty images where people have said love are so clearly beautiful crystals. And the ones where he said hate are such obviously ugly, uneven, non-symmetrical cracks. But around the world, tens of thousands of times people have attempted to replicate it. And they never, ever, ever succeed, such that you can find the ones that are clearly lying and they won't show you their setup and they won't be able to show you their controls because they show you the pretty ones and the pretty ones clearly are very pretty. And you can tell what they've done is just freeze ice and call the pretty ones the nice word. But nobody else has replicated it under proper controls. And so it's nonsense. And this, like, in the first one, it just goes, hey, these two look similar, but the bird's wings in the wrong spot. And in the second one, we go, oh, look, he actually held it over an image, so we saw his method the second time. But the resulting thing was a moon that's the wrong size in the wrong spot, and it just doesn't match very well and isn't very impressive because, according to this anyway, he froze it with the picture there. So it just says if you freeze something and a picture's nearby, that picture being nearby, black on white, might affect the way the ice freezes. Okay. As it may. I wouldn't consider it strong enough evidence to do something as improbable as water molecules having memory. I think memory is really complex. And the water molecules are moving hither and thither. Okay, Dreamwalker's got one. $50 minutes.
So while we were talking about Jeffrey Epstein, it talks about we led into like water somehow.
Yeah, water having memory. We still didn't get to the core question I wanted to go back to was, like, do you agree, Rumham, that the more moving parts makes lies harder to keep?
Yeah.
The only way to keep a lie between two people is if one of them's dead.
I'm terrible about lying with like one moving part. Like, did I buy X thing? That's a hard lie to keep for me.
Yeah. You guys didn't go out to the strip club, did you not? No. Like, where did you go? And the old thing where one says we went to see a movie, the other one says bowling at the same time.
What's crazy is the Trump South Africa thing right now, but I know talking about that can get us into for some reason can get the server into like TOS issues or something.
Yeah, Dreamwalker's given a thing about water having memory. It's just quite long. I just want to check that you haven't just Googled water memory and sent me that. But you're aware of the contents. I'm just doing a contents check from now on when given sources.
So what do you think about Aristophanes?
It was pretty clever. I think it's really got some very clever assumptions and that beautiful, simple science, mostly thinking and meaning the doing is very easy.
Yeah. It's like 100% true and could not be proven false by any of them.
Yeah, that's how we know the Earth is a sphere, because he proved it.
Yeah.
Scientifically.
Makes sense.
I was looking up butter ingredients here, and it says that country crock is over 50% vegetable oil in per like tub. Yeah. So if you're putting that all over your body, you're literally spreading oil, which will repel water.
Yep, it's hydrophobic. I forgot to get to that before. When you said when he said greases before or like lubricates, I was like, well, no, lubricates isn't necessarily hydration. Hydration makes a terrible lubricant, right? Because it burns up really quickly, whereas you smear it with grease in it, it keeps out the water. It feels more hydrated. It doesn't. It feels more slippery. That's what you mean.
Yeah. And but it also repels water. So any water, if you spread it all over your whole body, I would think any water in the air or anything would not want to attach to your skin because you got oil on it. So it's going to repel any water trying to get to you. Is what I would think. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems that way. Cover yourself in oil.
Yeah, but pure milk hydrates you better than water.
Allegedly. We've lost the champion of that. I think he said he was coming back, right?
Yeah, now I don't know about milk and stuff. All I was saying was oil, and I'm not even sure if oil for sure does that. That's just something I just assumed would happen.
I mean, how much water is in milk, though? I mean, milk comes from the body, or from the cow body, or a human body, or any mammal. So it must have water in it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there are way better ways to phrase that message, and you end up saying something. But I think the problem is if you don't start off with water is dehydrating, you just end up being like, do you know vitamins and minerals are important? You're like, okay, welcome to the 20s.
I know one thing about water that I learned. A lot of people always told us you can't drink or you shouldn't drink distilled water. But when I worked in the coal mines, we used distilled water come in gallon jugs to refill the batteries. Well, we also drank it because it was clean water come in jugs sealed up, and it was an easy source of water.
You worked in the coal mines?
Yeah, for like 20 years. But we drunk it underground, because it was just an easy way. You grab you a gallon of water when you got there, you carry it with you all night, you drink it. Even though it was distilled, I drank it for years, a lot of it, and it never hurt me at all. So
how old are you?
At 47, 46. I think I'm 46.
You've been working in the coal mine since you were 20 something?
No, I started working the coal mines when I was 18, straight out of high school.
Well, like the Midwest?
No, West Virginia.
West Virginia, yeah. And do you think it's good to like bring would you rather America bring back jobs like that, or would you rather America be a service economy?
I would much rather see America bring back jobs like that and bring back industrial jobs.
But you wouldn't want to work a job like that?
I would love to go back to the coal mines.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, they shut them all down. Obama shut like 95% of them down in 2011, 2012. I was there. I lost my job. I was in the process of buying a house. Like almost the entire state of West Virginia lost its job in 1 year because we're all coal miners up there, just about, or all the main jobs anyway. And it just about crippled that state, me along with it. So I ended up moving to another state just to get a different job where I could actually work and make some money. So yeah, I would love to see it come back.
Do you go to the doctors often?
No more than I do now.
I mean, like they haven't. I'm saying, how often do you go to the doctors? I guess
once a year, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe that much. Maybe once every other year. Not very often. Why? What?
I just wonder if like working the coal mines is detrimental to your health, right? It could be.
Well, it's not as bad now as it was 50 years ago. I mean, now they've strict. Well, when I quit there, in 2012, by that point in time, the laws have gotten so strict to where you have to keep your air up underground. You have inspectors show up 2 or 3 times a week to check everything to make sure their laws are followed. There's all these laws. Plus, everything is run on with heavy machinery. You're not under there with picks and shovels. You're under there with large machinery, but it's just low profile because it's like 42 inches high. But this is still big ass machinery. It's just low profile. And it cuts the coal and you haul it and stuff and dump it on beltline and stuff. You're not in there with picks and shovels like you used to be.
Okay.
No, it's highly mechanized.
So why do you think they need to bring back those specific jobs as opposed to like any other job that those same people could do?
Well, to start with, coal is some of the densest forms of energy we have on the planet as far as that goes. I know it's a little dirty, but in the United States, we had scrubbers on all of our power plants in the United States that scrubbed 97% of particulate matter out of the released gas. So literally, coal-fired power plants were some of, other than like natural gas and a few others, they in America were fairly clean. In other countries, not always like China, but America had pretty clean coal-fired power plants because we had so many restrictions on them. And the mining itself is not that bad. Yeah, after you do it your whole life, you come out with a bad back and you're a little broke down, but you also make damn good money in a state like West Virginia where there's not a lot of access to jobs like labor jobs like factory jobs and stuff, because in West Virginia and Kentucky, East Kentucky, it's mountainous area. It's not easily accessible by large trucks and stuff, so you don't have big rows of factories like you do in Tennessee and stuff where you have flat land. So coal mining was a dream for the people that lived up there. It was, you could make killer money. It was, you didn't have to be 4 years of college to do it. You could do it straight out of high school. You just had to learn it. And it supported your family very well. There's nothing else to take its place up there.
No, I guess I would have to do more research into West Virginia coal mining, that kind of stuff, to have a definitive opinion on that. But I believe you. How many people here own a house as opposed to renting?
I do.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
I do.
I bought my house 2 years ago.
Yep, I do.
How old are you?
I own a few.
How old are the people that own a house here?
42.
42.
Say that again?
40.
Anybody else? 40?
Say that again?
No, I said, how old are the people here who own a house? And somebody said 42, and someone said 40.
59.
59. Because I should have asked. I should have asked, like, what age were you when you bought the house? Is what I
Yeah,
should have
that's
asked.
the better question. What was the age when you bought the house?
That's what I should have asked. Yeah.
Mine was 23.
23.
Anybody
else?
I've owned several houses.
Who was it that worked in the coal mine? Was that you, Paul?
I didn't understand that.
Me neither.
I was asking if the coal was the one that worked in the coal mine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's me.
Good on you for having an industrial job. That's where I'm at right now. I work as an industrial machinist, and it's my income alone supports me, my wife, my 2 kids, and our entire household on one paycheck alone.
Love it. I'm glad to hear it for you, brother.
That's why I'm such an advocate for industrial and manufacturing jobs. You know, your technical trade skills, you cannot beat them.
What kind of things do you mine then?
Who are you talking to? Is that to me or him?
I don't know. The miners. So what kind of material do you mine?
The stuff I mined was coal in West Virginia and Kentucky, and then zinc in a hard rock mine in Tennessee for a while. But I don't know about him.
How much tons of earth do you have to move to get 1 ton of zinc, for instance?
A lot. Like we.
No.
Huh?
I could imagine it must be high. Numbers.
Yeah, here in Tennessee where I live now, it sits on top of a large what's it called? Not sandstone. limestone. It sits on a huge limestone deposit. Tennessee literally is like on top of a gigantic deposit of limestone, several thousand feet deep and almost the size of the whole state. And that's what we mine. That's what that zinc, it lays in, veins and stuff in there.
Yeah.
But we literally supplied all the gravel. Those two mines up there, not far from where I live, supply all the gravel for all of East Tennessee just about, just because it took so much rock coming out of there just to get the zinc out of it. It's crazy. It's like 10,000 times the amount of rock it takes to get the same little bit of zinc out of it. I never could understand how it was profitable, because it seemed like to me that there could not be enough zinc in that rock to make any money off of, but apparently it is.
It was mad, isn't it? Because we were doing some mining in Africa, and we're selling the dirt because it contained rare earth metals. But they just was taking lorry after lorry after lorry after lorry. I was thinking that. But it was, then I found out how much they were getting from one lorry, and it was just like, I don't know, is it worth it? It must be, otherwise they wouldn't do it. And it gets shipped as well. They was like taking it down to the port, shipping it.
I don't know where the zinc that we mined ever made its way to. The rock stays here mostly, and the zinc got loaded onto trains and sent off, and I don't know where it goes to. But yeah, it same way. It's truck after truck after truck, 24 hours a day. They run night and day up there.
Yeah,
all of that.
Yeah, this is what it's doing. It's insane. I think that's why they built the causeway in Sierra Leone as well, because the amount of traffic to the port is insane.
You know what's insane to me? The fact that people eat Taco Bell. Like, that shit's insane.
That shit is pretty gross, yeah. I tried it when I was over there, and I was like, what? Really? Am I going to a bad one? It's like, it's already like diarrhea on the way in. Everything is already like soft and brown and pungent and odor.
Nasty.
And partially digested nonsense. God, I hated it.
Do you know what it
a
is?
shitty conversation.
It's a franchise, and everything's pre-packed. So when they're pretending to chop things up, they're just scissoring the bag open, whacking it in a microwave. Ping! It's just garbage, toxic garbage.
The meat all comes out of a can. Like, they just open up a can and dump 3 or 4 cans of some
My dad was
nasty
a
smelling
manager
stuff in a
at
pan.
a Taco Bell. He said he had to go through the beans to make sure there was no rocks in them, and they only trusted the managers to do that. So, Larry, what other food can you eat for, let's say, dinner, and then the next morning you wake up hungry? Because whenever I eat Taco Bell, I'm not talking about any shitting or anything gross like that. I'll wake up like my stomach's like hungry, and no other food than Taco Bell does that to me.
I think the best one was Chipotle, when they said, like, they announced that some of their ingredients were cancerous, and
they're just
I was in Vancouver. I was in Vancouver on the day they announced it, and the restaurant was empty all day. They actually closed early, but the next day, the very next day, fucking full. I couldn't believe it. People, they know this shit and they don't care.
Well, they're apathetic, right? Because they say that, what can I do about it? Everything that you eat is poison, which is not true. But I was talking about specifically like something like the bean burrito from Taco Bell. I believe that it has like 30-something chemicals in it. It's not just beans and cheese and onions and tortilla. There's like actual fucking chemicals in
Yeah,
See,
I would imagine Taco Bell is on a level with McDonald's.
At least at Chipotle, you can get a beer with your salmonella poison.
The problem with America is there's chemicals in almost everything in our food over here.
There you go, innit?
Almost
Yeah, I know they're down in everything, but like for all the fast food stuff, a lot of the grocery store stuff is you look on the back and it's as many chemicals as it is normal ingredients.
I tell you, one of the biggest ones, the absolute kick of this is, natural whole food store. It's when you walk into the store, everywhere it says natural products, natural products. Then you should get this little app. It's called Yuka, and then zap everything what comes in the packet. It's fucking rancid. It's got chemicals, bugs, the colouring. Yeah, it's not very good.
Even like the seltzer water, just seltzer water, it's filled with bullshit.
Yeah, it's fucking. I would imagine America has, and the worst thing is they don't even list it. They list the ingredients as so innocent. You think that it's ascorbic acid. It's not so bad, but it's grown from mold. It's synthetic. All the chemicals or all the additives, enhancers, flavorers, which seem to be normal, like sodium. They are the sodium what you put on the street to melt the ice. It's insane. So you're using like industrial products, like by-waste basically, and they're putting it in your food, and you're not even realizing. There was another thing as well. They done another thing where they don't have to list, as long as the ingredients was under a half a gram of sugar, you don't have to list it.
Maybe that's why my keto diet didn't go as good as I thought it should have.
Well, any calories, if you're on a keto diet and you're doing a water fast, any calories will just zap it. You won't go into ketosis.
Right.
The best thing is go to the butcher, get the grass-fed beef, get the bones, make the broth.
Yep.
And then
that collagen is a game changer, bro. If you're eating bone broth and getting your water from like watermelon with salt on it, like it's a game changer. Like everybody tells me when I shave that I look young, like really young. They're like, I don't even recognize you, bro. Like you're 40. Like you got to be fucking kidding me. You got kids my age? That's what people tell me. It's a game changer, bro.
I was somewhere the other day, and they I swear to God, people wouldn't believe how old I was. I was going, I looked at them and I was thinking, fucking hell, they're a couple of years older than me. They look like my great grandmother. I don't know. I've done well, but I do eat healthy. I drink the raw milk, raw cream, raw yogurt, raw butter, the raw cheese. I eat so much fat. People don't even believe. How come you're not fat? You just eat fat. I make the tallow myself, and usually have like 1 to 3 spoonfuls a day.
Yeah, we like to put the bacon grease in our green beans. It's like a spoonful or two.
Spoonful of minerals helps the cell get hydrated.
You need to get the lamb suet or the beef suet from a grass-fed. So you need to go to a butcher who tells you they're like got grass-fed beef. You can't have. They do a thing that's called grass finished. So you imagine the cow is eating grain, then maybe the last hour it's given a clump of grass or something. I don't know. I would imagine
you'd want to check that, right?
I swear
you can't just get upset about the things you imagine. Surely you want to check what grass finished means. Like, do they fatten it up on grain?
What do you think it is?
It'll be a set number of days. Generally, is how it works. You count it by days. So you might bring them up generally out in fields, but you might feedlot them for like the middle half of their life. So they're feedlotted for 10 years, and then you go, oh, that puts on a lot of bulk, but maybe it makes the meat really gross, or they just want to be a differentiator. So then maybe you do 180 days on grass. So they get all the fiber through their system and maybe clean out a bunch of crap, because feedlots often just put, what is it in it? The things that stop you, antibiotics. They just put antibiotics in the food, which means that you never get a condition. So you swell up a load of stuff, but you can't have high levels of that by the time you go to market. So maybe that's what you're also doing when you're grass finishing them, is taking them back out to grass, but getting them off all of the drugs, and then they're good for sale. But it'll be
so you're
like
trying
50,
to say
80, 100 days, something like that.
I don't even think a fucking cow lives 180 days.
What? That's like a part of a year, a third of a year. 180, sorry, a bit over half a year.
You do know what industrial farming is?
Yeah, my folks have a cattle farm.
Well, is it industrial or organic?
Well, it's I don't know. Like it's a 5,000 acres with a few, like under 1,000 head of cattle run around. We'll put them with bulls. Or they have calves. We go and wean the
Are
calves.
They grass fed or
then
grain fed?
Grass. Yeah, we're not a feedlot. But generally, you go to feedlots to finish them, right? They'll do a bunch of time on the feedlot at the end. But if it's grass finished, otherwise it'll just be grass fed, right? If it's grass fed, it's straight from a grass farm onto the truck to an abattoir.
That's the only beef.
But generally, you fatten them via the.
Fed.
Say again.
That's the only beef you should be eating, grass fed, and lambs, like sheep.
I think if you've got a problem, like I think that is maybe a step in the right direction. But if you've got a real problem with meats, like you've got to just not live a modern life.
I guess you can go to local
butchers and stuff, but
I'm lactose intolerant. But if I drink raw milk, I ain't got no problem whatsoever.
Are you of European descent? I don't mean to judge you by your accent, but you and your voice, you sound like you're of European descent and you're lactose intolerant. Are you European?
Yeah.
Huh. It's Chinese, isn't it? I thought it was like all the Chinese and Eastern people. You might have some Chinese in you.
Yeah.
Because most of Europe's fine with lactose. It's like particularly, what is it? China, that Malay whole area, Indonesia, that kind of stuff. Not the Indians so much.
I think it's a big thing. I'm in the UK.
Big.
I'm in the UK, and it's a big thing. Lactose intolerant. They do the other one where they now call it irritable bowel syndrome.
Right, but they're different, right? One is about the cilia in your gut, and IBS is like a generalized condition.
Basically the same. IBS is caused by pasteurization. Pasteurization is when you drink a pint of milk, when you drink a normal pint of milk, which is from the store, half of it cancels out the other half. It's like basically nothing. You're drinking nothing. You're better off drinking water. Distilled water, even. Not normal water out of a bottle.
So my grandpa worked at a milk plant. He told me that they take the milk in, they boil it, and then they add syrup. So they add 3 different kinds of syrup to the milk. So basically, the milk that people are getting from the store, it's basically like soda water.
Yeah. Zero nutritional value.
Zero.
It's marketed. It's the way they market it.
But don't you think, like, at a certain point, you'd be going to extra effort if it's got zero nutritional value, because it's still milk, right? It's still something in that product that's come out of cows' udder, surely.
Look, the milk costs nothing. You see the farmers, they're fucking throwing it away. They're throwing it away.
Yeah.
What?
They're actually controlled by the companies who buy the milk, because if the companies don't buy the milk, the farmer has to fucking waste the milk. And when he produces too much milk and the company won't buy the milk, They throw it away.
But why does that? But I'm still just trying to get this zero nutritional content. That was just a bit of hyperbole, right? You're saying it's not that nutritional, maybe, but it's still
no. There's no enzymes. The enzymes is what helps you break down the food, right? So if you're not getting enzymes in your food to help you break down the food with your microbiome, then it has zero nutritional value. You might get the calcium.
Have those enzymes in your gut?
Hold on. Well, what if you're not getting it from your food because your food is American? You're not thinking American diet. I don't know what it's like over there for you, but over here, it's bad. So if you don't have,
I think I get what you're saying now. Okay, yeah. So if what you're doing is like, right.
So the enzymes break down the food, like the McDonald's burger that's like 20 years old, because there's no enzymes in the food to break it down. But if you go get a cabbage and you know, an organic cabbage or whatever, with no, pesticides on it, and you put the cabbage on your tabletop for 20 years, it'll turn into dust, like, quick. So that's what food is doing in your gut. If the enzymes are in your food, then you'll be able to break it down and absorb it. But without those enzymes, you might have the calcium in your blood, but it's just going to stick to the walls until you get the vitamin K2 to make it bioavailable to take it out of your plaque arteries and put it into your bones.
There you go. There's a man who's talking sense.
Yeah, I think I would agree where certainly the microbiome is going to get really badly fucked up if all you're having is like, Taco Bell, and then, you're having this pasteurized, weird, syrupy milk on some cereal that's mostly sugar, and all of those steps. Yeah, I could easily see that, like, having a bad effect on your gut. And also, isn't it also they've found this link through that high sugar diet to gut to dementia, such that many people are now calling dementia type 3
deposits,
diabetes.
Aluminum in the head.
Sure, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
it's actually a fat / cholesterol deficiency.
That's all. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that sounds like that makes sense for the myelin.
I know we try to eat a lot of vegetables and decent food here where I live, me and my kids, because I don't like to eat out a lot. And I can tell every time we go eat out at fast food like McDonald's or Taco Bell or somewhere, I do feel sick after I eat, like sickly, and the next day I do feel like my stomach is upset. Like it does something to you when you eat it. I think people get used to it, but if you're not used to it and you eat good food and then you just go eat it one time, you can tell how bad it is because it makes you feel bad.
It's also the sugar makes you retain water, and it stops the white blood cell production in the bone marrow. So there's lots and lots of things that are synergistically working against you. But yeah, one day I went to eat Sonic because I was craving jalapenos, and I was like, "Oh man, cheddar peppers sound good." So all I ate was some cheddar peppers, and I, felt like I was getting the flu. Like I felt like calling in. I felt like shit, and it was just cheddar, breaded cheddar, and jalapeno. Like simple food that should be. Because I eat jalapenos a lot, like bacon wrapped jalapeno, cream cheese. Like I love jalapeno.
What's that drug? The crazy drug was in everything. Like the street drug where they're hanging over. Who?
Fentanyl.
That industrial sugar is the fentanyl of food. I'm seriously. That's why McDonald's.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Actually, I like that.
It's not just industrial sugar. It's also fortified starches. It's
everything.
It's literally everything that you get from the plant kingdom. Because plants, evolutionary, has been our survival food. Something we have sought after when we couldn't kill game, and when this happens, the body kind of has signals that, well, we are in a famine situation. So instead of actually using this plant matter as energy right now, we store it as fat. So when people have a stable diet of 300 carbs every single day and they're trying to lose weight and they're in a caloric deficit, because they're eating so many carbohydrates, aka sugars, they're not losing any fat because the fat burning blocker, insulin, is activated. So carbs and plant matter is only survival food. We should only eat animals.
Oh, I like that. It's a good one. I do think roughage. The main thing I like about vegetables is they clear me out. I poop a lot better and I feel a lot better. And my skin's a lot better. And like, I'm not sure how much I'm getting from them, but I think the clearing effect of fiber. Oh, can't get enough of it.
I mean, it is
raw.
Eggs. It is clearing you out because your body don't want it inside of it. Because it cannot digest it, it cannot break it down. So it is shoving it out as fast as possible. And you might feel a little better because you don't have those things fermenting in your gut and blah blah blah, and bloating you and stuff like that. But generally, because you're pushing out your food so fast, that means that all the good nutrients is also being pushed out equally fast, and that means that your absorption rate goes way down.
But I feel much better when I eat vegetables than when I eat meat.
Well,
you got to eat.
I think that Tim's point is fair, which is, you're noticing a short-term effect, right? Isn't that some of what you're saying, Tim? Which is like, of course, it's going to feel a bit better for a bit, but like, what you need to do is stick to a meat diet, and then the results change. Kind of.
Even don't cook the meat.
Yeah. Well, it's actually just a small correction. It's actually not a meat diet. We are fat-based animals, which means that like 70 to 80% of all what we take in should pretty much come from fats in some sort of way. Like you can easily top your protein needs and exceed it with easily 10%, and still have 80% of your daily what's it called, food intake left. Like, where do you get that? Well, you just need the fats at that point, because you have gotten your protein, you have gotten your building blocks, and there's nothing that the carbohydrates will help you.
You're a weightlifter too, aren't you, Tim? You keep yourself in pretty good shape, don't you? Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen Tim. Oh, have you showed me your rig, Tim? I didn't know you're a weightlifter.
Tim's ripper, mate.
Yeah, right. Did I already know you were hench? How did I forget you were hench?
There's a reason why the wells were nearly wiped out, because not only were we using it for fuel for other things, but we were also using it, for our bodies. Like well blubber was like wonderful food.
Yeah, that's why I use a lot of lard in my cooking, because I'm like, how do I get away from vegetable oils? Because, they're not the right fats to build myelin out of.
If you're on a farm, you should be getting the suet from around the kidneys of the lamb or the cattle, and you get.
Would like to do a harvesting course. Yeah, I would like. I'm considering one that costs like $700, and you can go and kill and harvest an animal. And they teach you how to how to carry it, how to prep it, and how to not spoil it and stuff. And I don't know any of that, but I would like that, thing of.
Mate, go with my brother. He kills fucking so many animals.
I see the Native Americans. They take the deer, right, and they fucking gut it, right, but then they cut the tendons on the knee, and they wrap the legs inside the other legs, in between the two tendons that they cut in between. And they carry the deer out like a backpack. I was like, these fucking natives are fucking genius, wealthy natives, because they know how to do shit like this that no one else knows how to do. Sorry for interrupting. I get excited.
My brother's from Texas. He's just a fucking animal killer. He goes on these hunts. Him and his son, they just fucking kill. I don't know. I always see him with like loads of animals, deers. Obviously there are places where they breed the animals to be hunted.
Yeah, I think it's a really good way to do conservation out of interest, as one of my edgy views. I think if you want to maintain healthy animal populations, then you get them because they maintain a herd. They generally like the really healthy ones. They deliberately will go to they expend their own money to maintain genetic diversity. It's just for a slightly gruesome thing, but I like arguing that with environmentalists. Like, what about hunting being a good conservation tool?
Well, when you kill a deer, it's one kill, and you eat the deer for what? Like 3 to 6 months, depending on how big your family is. But when you make a field, you kill every animal, every insect, every creepy crawling thing. Like, you kill everything in sight just for soybeans.
And then typically bring in an organism or like an animal or plant that is foreign to that area, stuffing up the balance of the soils and
what they do to the land is just insane.
So it's not just the animals, right? It's also the enzymes in the ground, because the fertilizer kills the natural enzymes and the biome of everything under the plant. So if you don't use fertilizer and you actually grow your plants, it'll have more enzymes without all that extra stuff. But fertilizer does make it grow, but there's a difference between food and food-like substance. So with all that fertilizer killing the biome, then it doesn't move the nutrients like it's supposed to, because the quote unquote bacteria in the dirt and the soil, like, it's synergistic with everything around it, and it moves nutrients into the plant. But I think we are far behind on sciencing the mushrooms. We should totally science the shit out of the mushrooms. Like, if you look at the benefits of just a few mushrooms, like lion's mane, like just that one alone, and I put that kind of stuff in my coffee. So I think there's really something to the mushrooms.
That's what I read about that also helps sexual performance, doesn't it? Lion's mane or something like that?
No, it's
I don't know.
That's allegedly the claim, yeah. But there is also when we're talking about ecosystem, there is the example of Yellowstone National Park, where they had eradicated all the wolves, all the natural predators to elk and stuff like that. And the elk population pretty much just exploded, and they overgrazed. So bushes and trees and stuff like that slowly died out. The other species of animals died out or left the area, and the area pretty much just became a barren fields of plains with only grass. Then they reintroduced the wolves, and they kept the elk population down, and now the vegetation came back and the animals came back. So we really need a balance in nature to make it all run around. You know what am I saying?
That's an argument that I forgot about when it comes to evolution. That how are you going to say there's evolution if the ecosystem at one time was balanced and in harmony, like it was finely tuned?
Because then it's an external event. So that's my understanding, at least, as a real layperson. All of this is that's punctuated equilibrium, where everything was fine. So you just have trilobites. My understanding is one of them, which those Balmain bug kind of slater beetles that are about the size of your hand. They're pretty much all that exists, is my understanding, for a really long amount of time, because nothing much changed, and they were the kind of optimal form. And they're one of the ones that's used when people joke and say evolution is just things becoming crabs over and over again. And so that's just a stasis, right? But then you have we get hit by asteroids, or volcanoes erupt, or there's a tectonic movement causing an island to break away, right? Sea levels rise and something that was a mountain is now an island, or a raised area is an island. And now these two groups separate, and that separation will just naturally mean that there's going to be a slight difference in their environments, in how much space there is, or access to different nutrients, or something like that, and that'll cause them then a shift, and then you get this punctuation in the equilibrium where suddenly things change at a geological scale. They start changing quite quickly, right? When compared to how little they changed mere moments ago. That's my understanding of it anyway. Did I fuck that up, Globers?
How do you explain that line in the middle of Malaysia? What's the line called? On the east, there's like a whole different set of animals that's on the west. I can't remember.
Yeah, I had a personal little fan theory about that. So what Larry's asking about is you get like species all the way from like South America, South Africa, Australia, all of Antarctica, where there is this thing where these species don't cross this line because they're all one part of Gondwana land or something like that. But the thing is, it joins, the point Larry's making is it joins in Malaysia on this archipelago of islands. But the islands are within sight of one another. And fine, it makes sense that landlocked animals can't cross that. But even the birds don't seem to cross it, which is kind of weird, right? Like that they haven't spread across in all that amount of time. My feeling is that they just the birds and the things that can cross just don't like the smell almost. They turn up and they go, oh, that's not quite right. Sorry, I ranted for too long, but it's a fun line.
You put like any kind of fat out in the garden and the birds will eat it. You put margarine, they won't touch it. You'll never get mold on margarine. Ever.
Yeah, like I can't say that things don't change. Epigenetics and genetic expression, it definitely is a real thing. Um, I did do quite a bit of research on evolution. Watched like a 3-hour documentary from Aaron Ra, which I think is a total fakeness. By the way, I watched the whole thing and he made some really good arguments, but I just think it requires a great deal of faith to believe that consciousness sprang up out of the rocks, and now the rocks walk around and call itself Larry. I think that it requires a great deal of faith to think that that happened without any sort of direction or programming. This place is just too wonderfully diverse.
You can't get.
I wouldn't say it's
something complicated.
I wouldn't say it's like sort of beyond the realm of possibility. I'm not saying it's impossible that there's a God. I just don't. I think that. I think you already pretty much know the argument, even though you don't agree with it, which is what you can substitute the majesty of God, the creation of God, with lots of time. Time solves most of the problems on the side of the evolution. It means it gives you more iterations, which means more improbable things become possible, or the probability of things happening increases.
There was arguing
sort of planetary. Go ahead, sorry.
There was arguing the other day about yeast becoming different. I was thinking, mate, that you're talking about replication of the same. Like basically, it's not becoming any different. It's just replicating the same cells that it already has. That's not.
Come on, Sleazy. That's not what went on the other day. People showed a paper where they took a single-celled yeast that turned into a multi-celled yeast and got slightly different properties. So it wasn't just like one copying itself. No. It actually went from one stage to another state and changed.
That what is it? Snowflake yeast.
Something like that, yeah.
The same cells, and that's a fact. Regardless of how you want to dress it up, it replicates the same. It doesn't produce a different kind of cell. It replicates its own cell. And that's the fact. That's in the paper. Read the paper properly.
I did. Something happened in this replication process. A mutation happened. A mutation that it could now combine itself with other single-celled organisms. So it's now a multi-celled organism. But they also changed slightly. They got different properties, like stronger, harder shells and stuff like that. So it wasn't just one-to-one copy. Something happened.
Can you see what you're talking about? You're talking about a minute change in something that is minute. You could never extrapolate that and think you're going to get a human from that. Ever.
I mean, look at it like this. Let's say that we're talking about you and you replicate yourself, and suddenly you're not just replicating yourself one-to-one. Now 7 of you is stuck together. It's like 7 copies of you are stuck together. But instead of having like a bare back, now you fucking have a turtle shell on. That's a fucking huge change, bro.
Well, I'll tell you what, right? I don't know what paper you read, but I can pull those papers up now, and there's no. The bottom line is it replicated the same cell. It was not deemed as different, and I don't know. I would imagine it depends what paper you've got.
Well, you have to change. One single-celled organism replicates itself and the new thing is now multi-celled. That's already a big change. This new multi-cell things also, I'm just repeating myself. It got strong. You read the paper.
well,
You know that it got stronger. You know it got different properties. You know it went from single cell to multiple cells. A lot of changes happened here in just a few generations of mutations.
Yeah, but the cells, what it was replicating. I've got the paper, so I'm only reading the paper that I deemed was the proper paper because it was like all, it's peer reviewed, and it was. I can't remember. I can pull it up if you want, but it was not anything fantastic. It's changed. The bottom line was it was replicating the same cell which it already had, although it was multi-cell, but it was the same cell, so it wasn't. And not even deemed as a different species. So I can only go with what I read myself, and I read there was 4 papers.
Four papers saying evolution is debunked.
No, it was just talking about the snowflake yeast, but I don't see how it was become a new species and evolution was a thing. It was just saying it was replicating. And do you know what it was?
You just got to look at the tiny steps and ask yourself, can the tiny steps add up to a big step? That's
it had that. What is that autophagy thing where they self-destruct? The cells, what they were replicating, were self-destructing. Like when they produce that, the cell what basically commits suicide, and that was interesting.
Yeah, when you fast, autophagy and fasting is like your superpower.
That's what their cells done. They produced some of the cells they produced. They replicated was like autophagy, which killed the actual. There
was a benefit to that. This was helping the clusters split and reproduce more efficiently. It was not just like a defect. That was actually a positive outcome of this.
I dare say it wasn't. I agree with you. So that I read the paper just to come out with that.
I never said you didn't.
Yeah, so I wasn't confused on the paper that I read. I read that, and the conclusion was, it replicated, but it didn't become a new species because it was only replicating the cells that it already had.
Well, new properties emerged. Had greater stress resistance. Genetic and epigenetic changes underpin this transition. Structural changes made the clusters mechanically robust. A lot of things happened here. Again, I'm gonna repeat. I'm not gonna repeat myself for the 5th time because I have said it.
Yeah, I have to repeat. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. You read it one way. I read it another way. That's fine.
Mate, I'm not. This is not my opinion. This is what the paper itself said. This is the results from the observations or tests or whatever they were doing. This is not my opinion. It was a fact that we had a single-celled yeast that turned into a multiple-celled yeast that also became more resistant. That is a lot of changes. That's not my opinion. Well, a lot of changes. That is my opinion, but
that's your opinion.
That is a lot of
changes. I'm saying that's your opinion from the paper you read. So maybe we read different papers, but the papers I read didn't amount to, wow, this is fantastic. This was just fucking nonsense.
That's your opinion that it wasn't wow.
Yeah, that's kind of subjective that it wasn't wow. I don't understand. If something's now got a shell, doesn't that give a really important indication that things can change?
Well, it wasn't a shell. It just became more stress resistant. But I just use a shell as an image,
Yeah. It does pose the question if you could use evolution to make something that's like a device, something that's like a phone, might even still need an LCD screen, but it's sort of behind the screens built itself to be more useful to you, or you're almost using a kind of evolution thing of some parts of it are cells that are just, you need a harder phone screen, so you need a
maybe that will happen
conductor.
maybe that will happen with quantum phones.
Oh no, we got quantum phones coming. Dun dun dun. What's a quantum phone going to do? I'm intrigued.
You can call your quantum grandma.
What, from the grave?
Yep. That's why it's quantum.
Grandma, it's time to get up. You've been dead 50 years.
Wah, wah.
So what is this what's it? Quantum phone going to do?
Well, what Eggshells was proposing, like imagine that we had a phone that could, in the background, quote unquote, evolve or make itself better. And I'm saying maybe that will happen with quantum computing in phones, because of my limited knowledge of it. It sounds like instead of having one processor, you now have like a quintillion processors that is doing it all in the background in the same time, or faster than your current computer can do. Some stuff like that. So if you have that kind of system in a little phone with the right programs, I could see it having AI implemented in it and working on its program and building. You know what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, I get it. And I also think you could do it with because some of what I'm also thinking is like, what about if you wanted the phone to change shapes? Like it's this intensely multi-useful device, because you could stretch it out and make a bigger, flimsier screen out of it, or you could go, right now I need any device you can dream up, or it needs to be a different shape because I need to reach behind the couch, or and it was able to just sort of go into a shape just as you had imagined it. I want to be able to like carry my bags from the airport so it forms this nice squishy handle.
I don't think it's ever going to happen. If you had a phone that intelligent, you'd release it once and never be able to sell nothing else, because the people would love it so much and you wouldn't need to upgrade.
Yeah, like it's an imaginary device. I don't think it'll be real, but I just love the idea of you just got a block of matter, and a lot of the time you use it as a phone, but it equally could, or it just stands. Other things like it just stands itself up. So you put it on any surface, and it can like grab onto a wall or lean at just the right angle. In fact, it would move its lean around to follow you around the room, wouldn't it? So you could always be watching the news like, I get into the hotel room and I've got to drop my stuff and I just want to keep listening to the news while I take stuff out of my bag, and it just sits there constantly looking at me. Wouldn't that be cool?
You want a phone made out of the same stuff that Transformers are made out of.
Yeah. And I wanted to go eat your as it changes.
Yeah. On that, they had that little piece of metal and they could make it a gun, and then they could make it something else just by telling it to change.
Blow up doll.
That would be cool.
What, the blow up doll?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Multicellularity, cellular differentiation.
So some
new properties emerged.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah, I just asked AI to give me like a highlight of that paper.
Go on, Larry. Tell us, Larry.
So some cultists came to my house today, and they tried to give me Book of Mormon. And I told what?
Did that? Yeah, go on. I'm excited. Sorry, I was just joining in enthusiastically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, sorry.
So it's never my intention to be like extremely rude and like offend people. So I told him, I said, yeah, I am the church. If you follow Christ, you are the church. So I don't belong to a church. I am a church. And I said, but since you're talking about it the way that you're talking about it, I'll just go ahead and say that, yeah, I've looked into a lot of different churches, quote unquote. And I have a problem with the churches that they're all cult of personality, right? Because I wanted to call them a cult, but I didn't want to call them a cult like outright. So I said the Anabaptists, they got their leaders, church leaders, and the Seventh Day Adventists, they got their priestess or whatever, and I was like, and you guys, and they were like, what do you mean by cult of personality? And I was like, some people are like pro-Trump, and others are like pro-Harris, and some people are like fuck both sides of the government. I didn't say those words exactly, but I said, yeah, that's my problem. That if Jesus is the high priest after the order of Melchizedek, according to Hebrews, and he's the Messiah, the anointed king, I said all heavenly authority and secular authority belongs to him. Why would you follow another man? Because, they follow John Smith or whoever the leader is,
Yeah.
Latter-day, right? And, like, to me, it's like, if you're going to be in a religion, it's all about you being the highest being under God. But at the same time, everybody else is also equally the highest being under God. So I can't understand why people that are like in the religion, they're all like in a cult following a person. When it's not about following the person, it's about becoming who you are capable of being once you realized and reached your full potential. So when I told him that, I told him I can't stop you from congregating on the sidewalk or knocking on the door, but I'm not. I said I wish not to extend an invitation, and then I went inside. I do not wish to extend an invitation.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. It's a very funny belief, I think, the Book of Mormon. I know a couple of ex-Mormons. I'm like hanging out with them, but they did the full had to go on mission on what is it again?
Don't hang out with the Mormons, man.
Yeah, they're very interesting. Yeah, they grew up.
They are
very interesting
they're
culture,
a definite change of species.
Because John Smith, even in their story, was already a convicted con man, wasn't he? I think he was already convicted for trying to sell a similar lie.
If they need a blood transfusion, it's over, man. You're dead.
Well, seawater is a transfusion that'll keep you alive. During World War II, they was fighting on the west side, fighting the Japanese, and they ran out of blood quickly, as you can imagine, in the open ocean. And they would filter the seawater and use the seawater because the seawater has most all of the minerals that your body needs. But your body doesn't need blood, it needs blood pressure.
Uh-huh.
So isn't that amazing that you can get a blood transfusion with seawater filter?
That's the first thing they do. When you go rushed into hospital, they hook you up to saline solution.
Exactly. Saline water. Salt water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your diagnosis, you haven't seen a doctor. The first thing they do is they give you salt water. But what do they always tell you? Watch your salt intake, your blood pressure.
Yeah, because there's a sweet spot for stuff, right? It's like I've got to keep oil in my motorbike, but if I put too much oil in, that's bad.
Well, what's too much
Zero oil is bad, but 7 liters of oil is worse.
Yeah, but it
they're probably
depends
both
what
pretty much
salt you
catastrophic.
put in your body.
Well, 7 liters on a motorbike, it's probably not good, but sorry, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it depends what salt you put in your body. You can't go and put table salt in your body thinking it's going to do you any good whatsoever.
Exactly. Like, I don't even eat table salt at restaurants. Like, if I go out to eat a proper meal with my wife, right, like I took her to a pretty nice place not that long ago, because they had that, what's that shit that Chef Ramsay's always talks about? The meat that's wrapped in, like, breading.
What is it?
Anyway. The meat that's wrapped in breading.
Oh, like sausage rolls?
No, it's like
Beef Wellington.
Beef Wellington. We've got the murderer. We've got the murderer trial going on at the moment where a woman killed her in-laws with a poisoned beef Wellington.
Oh shit!
She put it in a stock.
Went out and got mushrooms. Allegedly, she's not guilty yet, but it looks like she Googled where to get deadly mushrooms and how to recognize them, and then subscribed to Facebook pages that said deadly mushrooms spotted, and went to those places picking mushrooms.
Amanita.
Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, carry on. I didn't mean to hijack. I just thought I'd share it because it was second time it was relevant too. I nearly brought it up last one.
The Amanita muscaria mushroom is very poisonous unless you hang it on a tree.
That's the red one.
Yeah, that's the red one. The Mario
I'm talking about the Angel of Death or something like that.
Those are called death cap.
The white one, what looks like a lovely mushroom, but if you eat it, it's going to kill you.
White gills is what you got to look for. The good ones have dark gills.
Well, I haven't got as much as that. You need to know what you're eating, otherwise you're going to get ill.
I don't know what I'm eating 90% of the time. It'd be too hard. Not to a flat.
I tell you what, one of the best places I've ever been for mushrooming is British Columbia. Fucking insane. You can find porcini mushrooms, the lion mane, turkey tail, chicken of the woods. It's just, every day I was like, wow, this is fucking amazing.
Yeah, the beef Wellington was actually really good. Worth every penny.
I was saying, did the woman put it in a sock and beat him over the head with it?
Yeah, she just mixed it into a sauce. She had a plate for herself with a different color, and she didn't kill them all. She poisoned 4 people, but only killed 3. So we've also got one witness who is a priest,
it's your favourite.
who's giving evidence against her. It's a really good story. You'll hang out for the YouTube summaries once it's all done.
But what was her defense then? That he drove her mental.
I think the angle looks like it's still going on, but at the angle it looks like, because the state have to present all of their evidence, then you get to respond to it. So she might still not have decided whether she's going to give evidence, but generally you don't speak in your own defense. It just almost always harms your defense. Because if you do speak, you've got to make an argument, and you can get tripped up, and you can get caught in other lies, which make you look like a liar. So if she doesn't take the stand, my understanding is her lawyer doesn't have to hold a position of whether on a bunch of issues. So she doesn't have to show where she got the mushrooms, because in the initial days after it, she was saying, I just bought them at a store. I've got no idea how this could have happened. And then mycologists have come up and said there is absolutely no way this is store-bought. These mushrooms cannot grow in captivity. They only grow wild. And if she takes the stand, she's got to have a position. Somebody's going to ask her a direct question. Did you go to these hotspots for mushrooms? Where if she doesn't take the stand, her lawyer can go, well, they haven't even proven that she picked these mushrooms. She could have still bought them in a store. They haven't disproven that as a possibility. Do you get what I mean? So she probably won't have to present a single defense if she doesn't take the stand. Just her lawyer has to go for reasonable doubt.
That's what it's called. If you don't agree and you don't disagree. But it's the state.
Yeah, I think so.
It's the state against you. And I don't fancy my chances because they fucking lie.
Yeah, I mean, prosecutors often fail to disclose exculpatory evidence. They're really bad for that.
So they over-conflate things.
Yeah, yeah. The main one I think they do is they see that this person's alibi, they did, talk to somebody about the alibi and the alibi held, and then they just don't give that interview over because they want to.
Just for the record, I'm about to get off. About to go inside. I did forget my good headset today, so I did my very best not to talk very much because I know this headphone sucks. So I tried to I tried to hold my tongue a bit today. So if I'm on tomorrow, which I likely will be, I'll be a little more talkative.
Yeah, good, awesome. See you tomorrow, Larry. Good to talk to you as always.
Take care.
Same here.
Have a good day, man.
Yep. Peace.
Yeah.
What's Larry? Is he a Glober?
Laddie. I'd say very much on the biblical cosmology side is my guess from the outside, but obviously ask. I don't mean to be straw manning him, but I think that he might be one that would almost lead with the Bible, where some are like, I lead with observations and found it supports the
He
Bible.
believes in the globe, yeah.
He might have that position, but I rarely actually hear him use the Bible as any sort of argument or position. Like I know that he is leaning in that direction, but he is actually talking about papers, numbers, statistics. He might have a wrong whatever.
He didn't sound very biblical then, did he? When
exactly.
He said that.
That's what I'm saying. Like I would disagree with the biblical thing. I know that he is a believer for sure, but I don't think that's not his approach. Not like liar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he does I think he might come from the better conversations crowd, which is like people who are using street epistemology for God, and essentially like, what's a more effective way to proselytize, and go, well, if they're not interested in religion, right, what the Bible says, then there's no point talking to them about the Bible yet. So you meet them on their ground. If they're saying there's no evidence for it, okay, let's talk about the evidence.
I mean, that's also
a respectful way to talk.
That's also why street preaching is good, because people who are interested, they stop around and listen. That's a good point.
They're trying to deem that.
You don't have to go to door and get denied 99% of the time. You just go to the street, and people who are interested on the fence or whatever, they sit and listen. Even people who are skeptic, they just want to hear the arguments when people are asking questions, and
Isn't that mad that a Christian street preacher can get interrupted and told to be moved on, and then Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons come and knock on your fucking door, annoying you, disrupting you more than someone in the street preaching?
But the street preachers always moved along. I think probably only in areas where they're causing a danger or disruption.
No. There is.
Where do they get moved on from? I've seen them in like Speaker's Corner in London. I've seen them just wandering around. They're in Town Hall in Sydney.
Speaker's Corner is a thing. Way before preachers would go in there. They've like that event. That's go to have free speech.
But where would you say they get moved on from? Would you agree that it's pretty much only when somebody can say there's a danger or because you're creating a disturbance or something like that?
Well, nowadays, if you walk into Oxford Street in London, it's set up with fucking tables, microphones, but they're fucking, they're preaching Islam for sure. You've even, you've got music blasting out. It's not good, Like, for me, I don't want to fucking go to London, be blasted out by loads of shit with some geezer on a microphone screaming. I was thinking, mate, that's not my idea of going to London and enjoying, shopping.
I actually like some of the concepts that you British dudes are doing, because I've seen a lot of gatherings where people are actually discussing religion, like Christianity versus Islam and stuff like that. So it seems like they have, get out of their apartments and into the real life and actually discuss these things. And no matter what they're discussing, I like that concept itself. You know, it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim or whatever you believe. It's more the concept of getting out of your apartment and talking with people head to head. You know.
Yeah, you get that at Speaker's Corner for sure. You know, it's kind of, it's not. Sometimes it gets a bit violent, but really and truly, usually, you know, people can say what they want because you go there with the premise that you can say what you want. It's, I would imagine, free speech, but you get some idiots who want to, you know, be intimidated.
Yeah,
I
think there are some limitations, but I think they're pretty broad.
You know,
I wonder, is it the case that you can say things there that you couldn't say elsewhere? Or the same sort of like hate speech, slander. Slander would certainly still exist there.
Well,
I got to say it because I was in Speaker's Corner.
Some of the things said there, if you posted them on Facebook, I'm sure you'll get a visit by the police. It's insane what they're actually knocking on people's doors for. There was one guy, he was walking down the street in Bethnal Green, and there was Palestine flags, and he went, "Oh look, they're fucking at it again with this garbage." Or he didn't even say something like that. He said it's something, look, it's everywhere. They come and knocked on his fucking door and said, "What were you referring to?" It's insane. You see his post, what he posted, then you see them knocking on his door for that post, which is, he didn't even say nothing back. He just said, "Oh, it's everywhere you go." It was that kind of referral, like, you know, talking about it like in the third person. It's just insane.
This is why freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not for. It's not to protect the things that you like. It's to protect the things that you don't like and necessarily agree with. Because what that does is that keeps people from being able to say, well, I'm going to say this is correct, and we're going to make laws to tell you that you can't say that because I deem it to be incorrect or I deem it to be bad, so you're not allowed to say it. That's not how freedom of speech works. Freedom of speech is supposed to protect the things that you don't necessarily agree with. So you or anybody else don't get to say what other people can and cannot say. Now, I know there's limits. You can't yell fire in a theater, but I'm not talking about stuff like that. Talking about making a meme and then coming trying to arrest you for it.
Well, this is the thing. That you should be able to say you don't disagree. You disagree with something. You can say your opinion about that thing, rightly or wrongly, because that's your opinion. When that gets taken away from you, you're getting oppressed and basically forced to follow a narrative, and that's not correct. I think even Trump has come over and said, you know, you're killing free speech, and that's bad in itself. I think Vance said that as well to the people in UK, because what's happening is just ridiculous. The same thing with this fucking green energy. Fucking green energy will be your downfall. You know that.
Why?
Because it's just not, it's unsustainable. Look what happened in Spain the other day. You see what happened in Spain the other day?
But why would it be? Hang on, you're just jumping from thing to thing. Like, even if we're not running out of petrol, I don't like the idea that there are toxic fumes coming out of the back of every vehicle, and there's millions of vehicles, and they're all around me all day long. We are going to see in the future, mark my word, a noticeable increase in the IQs in cities.
I agree.
Once cars disappear, noticeable. You'll be like, oh my God, we were 10 IQ points dumber as a result of that. But it was hard to pick because the data, you know, smart people moved to cities. But I bet you'll see, maybe not 10 IQ points, but could it be 2 or 3? Absolutely.
Where do you think your batteries are coming from?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't respond to the point I'm making. You're just skipping from the point I made, which is that green production of energy in that way, keeping stuff in batteries rather than bringing in fossil fuels and burning them under your own nose, is massively advantageous.
You don't think they have a shelf life or a functioning life? So what happens when
doesn't respond to my argument? It brings up indeed a problem that does exist, but it doesn't respond to the fact that I've pointed out one that is killing people and making them live dumber, shorter lives. And you're like, but we might have to replace the batteries that make that we live longer, smarter lives. You're just accepting my point and moving on. Fine, yeah, we'll need lots of batteries to get this massive advantage you can't reject.
Nuclear,
yes, agreed.
Definitely doing better.
Nuclear's way better, yeah. Happily go for nuclear.
Yeah, well,
right? It's the only one that's not just solar, right? If you're going to do solar, but digging up fossil fuels is solar. Wind is solar. You know, geothermal, if you think about it, is kind of old solar. So I think solar is a good bet.
You cannot do without fossil fuel. Well, there ain't fossil. What fossils is...
Fine, but just don't burn them under your own nose. Save them for the things you absolutely need them for. Don't burn through 99% of the supply, but with no viable alternative. If they're so necessary, they are a resource. Stockpile them.
But
don't burn it under your own nose inefficiently.
How to harvest enough sun power with the current technology? Like, if we have these vast farms of solar panel fields, like that will disrupt the ecosystem in every single area, even more than farming does.
Sure. Yeah, I think nuclear is the may end up being the winner because if you can make it safe enough, you could have lots of little plants that are relatively close, so you're not using a whole lot of copper to get hither and thither, and don't have like the rate at which you need to replace that nuclear material is insanely long. So
I think you'd be surprised.
I think nuclear is really good.
I think you'd be surprised how our planet, our wonderful realm can deal with the pollution.
Sure, but it deals with it in the past. The fossil record suggests that the way it deals with pollution is by killing 90% of the bio.
Right there. When you're chopping down vast amounts of forests, there's your crime. You know.
Fine. Yeah, agreed.
Which
and
who was doing this? Petroleum companies. There's kind of a little bit of a theme going. I don't know whether you follow it or you don't. You know, you can only see it if you see it. If you can't see it, then you can't see it.
Well, I mean, it's pins, but you just connect them differently, right?
Well, you've got to think petroleum. Your pharmaceutical companies are petroleum. All the chemicals are petroleum. They're petroleum-based chemicals.
Right, and
you've got like your fuels.
It sounds like you're saying because we use a lot of petroleum products, therefore it's an obvious conspiracy. That's what it sounds like. I'm not following.
You don't think that there's no conspiracy, is there? The pharmaceutical or the petrol. Let's not go to the pharmaceutical. Let's go to the petroleum companies. Are the ones that there's no conspiracy there. They control the markets. They suppress anything what is going to compete with them because they have the money, the finances to do that. And it's obvious. You only have to read the history of the petroleum companies. They fucking done the deforestation to fucking build, these refineries. That's insane. If you can't see that, you don't have to be a conspiracy. That's plain simple. You only have to follow the history of the petroleum companies.
Well, sure. I mean, companies whose job it is to dig up a resource get very good at digging up that resource. That doesn't surprise me a lot. It's sort of what I would expect.
You had the hemp, which was a natural fiber, much better than any kind of synthetic.
It's just I don't think it's an evidence of I think everybody would agree with those things, I guess. They don't necessitate a conspiracy and large groups of people lying to you.
Well, they have lied because, come on, so you're telling me it was the petroleum companies who had the war against marijuana, saying it was a bad drug. They're the ones who concocted the thing. It was like marijuana.
Oh, yeah, they did PR against
that was a guy
competing product. Yeah, people do that all the time. It's not great, but I just don't think it's evidence of a overall grand conspiracy.
It's not conspiracy, is it? If it's out in the open and there's nothing to fathom or work out. They're saying that marijuana has no medicinal properties whatsoever, zero. So it's a schedule.
Who says that? Is how far is this pinned from petrol companies? Who's saying anything about marijuana?
It's petrol companies who done that war against marijuana because it was the hemp, and they said, "Oh, look, it's reefer madness." Because really and truly, hemp, you could smoke.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. So they contribute to a lobby that says that marijuana is bad to compete with hemp oil.
Yep.
Or hemp in building products that typically take petroleum.
The hemp field is actually, it produces it does that, what is it? It produces the CO2, which cancels out all the bad stuff more than any forest. A field of that. Then they said like, oh yeah, it drains the soil of. It's not. It's the chemicals what does it. But it was a direct threat against, like you've got this natural product, hemp material. They even used to make Levi jeans out of hemp, you know that, because they were deemed it was much superior than cotton. And a healing thing as well. That's what they didn't like when someone said it's kind of healing. I was like, oh my God, we got competition, iron it out. They had the money, the resources to do that. And to say that it has zero medicinal value, which is untrue. You only have to see.
Yeah, like I think that happens, but I think that the fact that we know we can trace back those lobbyists and a small group of people decided to not even lie as much as propagate an angle of the truth or propagate some evidence that would make people come to a conclusion, fine. But it seems a massive jump from there to imagine the kind of grand conspiracy where it connects up with Earth being flat, and all of these experts around the world not being able to figure it out.
We're not talking about Earth being flat at this point, are we? We're just talking about marijuana as opposed to the petroleum companies, because people think it's like other things, but it's definitely the petroleum company. And then you can trace who owned the petroleum companies, and it goes with bankers, all that kind of stuff. I think even in America, I think they have their individual states, but the federal law is it's still classed as I think it might even be still a Schedule 1 drug, which is in the same class as what is it? Heroin, cocaine.
Fine, yeah, I agree. But I mean, I think that's my point is that we can see that those kind of dodgy things happen, which are small groups of people lying, and we still can expose their lies, makes it less likely that large lies can perpetuate. Like a short amount of, we're talking about a small number of people who for a short amount of time were able to secretly sway public opinion. But now people are well aware that has happened and it has failed and public opinion has swung the other way. So what I'd say is that's evidence that even small conspiracies get uncovered fairly quickly. There was another one to reinforce a building that I thought was pretty good the other day.
What's your opinion about this geoengineering and cloud seeding? You think that's a thing, or is it just a conspiracy?
Don't know what geoengineering means, but cloud seeding's been a thing for ages, right? People have been doing proofs of concept and actually doing that for quite some time.
You think it's good or bad, though?
Well, it depends on the effects. Good or bad is like, it's just you got a hidden operator, right? It doesn't.
Well, what I mean to say, when did we have the referendum to approve this and say it's okay to be sprayed with unknown chemicals and, on a day-to-day basis? That's,
Yeah, I just don't think that that's happened. I think that's a made-up simplification to the point of absurdity. Well, I don't think any act was passed in British Parliament saying you can spray us with whatever chemicals you want and we don't want to know what they are.
Well, only I think it was 4 weeks ago from today, they announced that they're going to start spraying the skies
with known or unknown chemicals.
Well, they said they was going to. They just said in general it was going to be cloud seed and geoengineering to reflect the sun back to cool the planet. So you think? How big
Hang
the
on,
world?
has this passed or is this proposed? I think you're talking about in the news recently. There was a proposed idea to release sulfur being discussed, which has been proposed for a long time. No. Okay, what is it? It's not volcanic material.
I don't know. No one knows what it was. They just said geoengineering and it's going to reflect. They was going to use particles to reflect the sun back, cool down the planet. But if we live on this
massive... With known or unknown chemicals, though. I'm just calling bullshit on the government saying spray whatever you want up there.
There's no details. There's no details. It was just a...
That's horseshit. That's just... Okay, I'm calling bullshit on that evidence. Please present it. There is no way that is true.
I'm telling you,
in a month of Sundays, has the British government said spray whatever you want into our atmosphere? We don't mind.
Oh, look, don't put words into my mouth, yeah?
Is it known or unknown chemicals?
There was no listing of any chemicals. They just said
Show
they
me.
got a weather, one of these weather fucking alarmist, climate change fucking alarmist in.
Come on,
Who said,
this is daft.
We have consented. We are no. Not even we've consented. We're about to start geoengineering.
We're about to start geoengineering.
If it works, and it was like, if it works, as though, don't worry, it most probably won't even work.
We've got to rely on your wording for this, and you keep changing what the wording is. It sounds like you're making it up on the fly. Can we see the thing that you're claiming exists?
On the news.
Fake evidence. This is just more phantom evidence, as it always is. I swear my girlfriend goes to another school evidence.
So if you read it on the news, which is coverage for the majority.
Show me the news. Come on, man, please, so we can discuss it. Can you please show me what it is that you're talking about? That you're saying, the other day on the news they said they're going to be geoengineering and cloud seeding with unknown
You make
chemicals.
yourself sound so fucking stupid. You know that. You really.
Because I don't believe in the source you made up.
What you don't believe in.
And I'm asking for the source you believe.
Contrary to the belief.
If it's presented without evidence and sounds really dumb, then I'm going to ask for evidence.
Oh, shut up! You don't think they said this on the news?
No, I think you made it up because you keep changing the wording. It's obvious you made it up. It's obvious they didn't say anything like what you said.
Because I want to, like when I just.
Here's my bet. Here's my bet, Schlitzy.
The fact it was no details, zero details. I don't know, nada.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yours was very light on details, yes.
Yeah, there was no.
Here's what I think it's going to say.
That's what I was trying to say. They just put the announcement that we're going to start in 2 weeks. So they come on and said, in 2 weeks, we start geoengineering. And it was like that. There was no details. And the guy was, yeah, that's if it works. So there was no details. So when you're calling out bullshit, what are you calling out bullshit
Which channel
for?
was this a bill or a proposed legislation?
Come on TV without no details, and then you're telling me, "Oh, where's the details?" There was no fucking details.
This is just
How
bullshit.
come you
Your
can't get
story
that
has
round
no
your fucking
details
head?
like what channel it was on, when it was, and
I
what
just
the person
told you,
actually said. You're clearly making this up, man.
GB News.
Nobody
GB
here believes you. Nobody should anyway. Everybody knows, can hear that you're just inventing this.
Everyone knows you're a cunt. Yeah. It most
Come on,
probably.
man. Let's just get back to factuality. That's just all cotton wool.
Yeah,
all
it's
just
nice.
red
Yeah,
twine.
but they know what you're like. They know what you're like. They listen to you and think,
Sure,
this
okay. The UK
fucking
government
geezer,
said,
this
spray us.
fucking
We don't
geezer,
want to
this
know what the
fucking
chemicals are.
globus. Mate,
It's just obviously
you
silly,
talk,
man. You can do better than that.
talk rubbish, utter fucking rubbish. And
Here's
I love
what
it.
I think possibly happened.
I love it that
Possibly.
you talk rubbish because people will see you for what you are and think these fucking globers are hardcore cunts. They ain't got a fucking gun.
Here's what I think there is a possibility happened. They said after extensive feasibility tests,
I'm going to pull up.
they okayed a small number of
then
chemicals
you can
in a
apologise
provisional
for being
test or
such
something
an
like
idiot.
that. Sure,
You can
present it. Show it.
apologise for being an idiot. Yeah.
Sure.
So I'll put up the news article.
X, how dare
Pull it
you
up.
ask for details and evidence? You're terrible.
Yeah, so
details and
disingenuous.
evidence of
I'm just claiming this
what?
news report exists, and you want to see it. The news report that I claim exists that is central to my
I want
argument.
to see
and
the
you want
fucking
to see it.
curve. When are you going to show me the curve?
You're going to take Lizzie's word for it.
Are you going to show me that you went to the moon?
Sorry, what was I thinking? What was I thinking?
This
is the source that claims the improbable
when you're going to show
thing.
me your globe model, you ain't got no fucking model.
I present anything I claim
Yeah,
exists.
you present.
It's so fucking funny. So fucking funny.
A little silly composite video. That's not proof, is it? Proof in your tiny little mind.
Just a news
so
report.
If you want us to believe, Eggs, if he wants us to believe this news report,
so
if we have a news report that says it's the globe, isn't that checkmate?
Oh yeah.
Well, you're
I
telling
saw a
me
news
to now
report
bring
saying
up
they've okayed spraying unknown chemicals.
Very fluffy, by announcing that they're going to start geoengineering. It was in the fucking newspapers. You know that they're going to start it. There was no
I think they're going to start geoengineering. It'd be dumb if you didn't. We're already unintentionally geoengineering.
With no details, so you can just go, oh, now I believe. So when I pull this up, you can fucking apologise, you fucking mug. It's ridiculous.
It's not going to say that. I'll apologise if it says unknown chemicals. If it says the government doesn't need to know what chemicals
about fucking chemicals. How much more do you want me to fucking tell you?
So it doesn't actually say what you claimed it did, and I call bullshit on.
Oh, chemicals. The only chemicals.
Can somebody else catch me up if I lost the
going
plot?
to your brain and making you not.
Yeah, you've lost the plot, Eggs.
Yeah, you bunch of absolute cunts. Honestly.
So what does this source actually say, Schlitzy? How far is it from what you originally claimed?
I didn't claim anything. The claim was.
Oh, now we've gone through. I swear the article says what I did. Let me pull it up, but I didn't make any claims about it.
Listen, you prick. It's this guy, a climate alarmist. This guy has come on talking about fucking climate change time and time again. So he's a well-known climate alarmist. Comes on, makes a matter of fact, very light, no details, no content. That's the government are now going to the government.
He's an alarmist now.
This is why you cunts can talk about Harry Potter in the fucking as though it's real.
What did the
all
news
flat
report
earthers go to
say?
the same school? Is that how they all act the same? Like every one of you guys, all flat earthers, all argue and act the same. Y'all all go to the same school to learn to be that way, or what?
Oh, shut up! When you're talking to cunts,
Can I hear this news report? This news report that claims that the UK government is willing for some geoengineering to occur in the form of spraying chemicals.
No, they're not
unknown
saying
chemicals.
anything about chemicals, cunt. Why would
Cloud
you
seeding.
say that? Why would you say that, you fucking dimlo fuck?
Because the whole question at the beginning was about cloud seeding and whether we knew what chemicals were being in cloud seeding.
Listen. They said that they were going to start cloud seeding, geoengineering. That was it. There was no fucking nothing about chemicals. The only chemicals are the fucking chemicals releasing into your little pea-sized brain, forcing you to believe someone said something which they fucking didn't. Clearly,
Can I just summarize this for a second?
That was my opinion. That was my opinion.
We're talking about
my opinion was about
Take a breath.
they're most probably spraying unknown chemicals. That's fucking my opinion, yeah?
I didn't hear the unknown.
I deserve an opinion, no?
There wasn't any unknown mentioned before.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I was about to say something. Yeah? And then you listen, you're like the police.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking to police, I would be more
only
careful
believe
with how you
things
speak,
that you
'cause
wanna
keep
believe.
changing your mind what you think. And it makes it very silly.
Nothing.
Originally,
You're
what happened was you said,
You're like
have
one
you
of
heard
these
of cloud
fucking
seeding?
weirdo- Look, you've most probably grown up on soy, yeah? And it's
Yeah, I'm just getting a
affected you.
summary. I'm just getting a summary of the previous conversations. Literally.
Get the fucking
Go for
summary
it,
then.
Carrie. Can you
I didn't
bring
say
us back?
anything.
Can you help us land this plane?
Anything about
I don't know. I'd have to go. But I'd
unknown
have to go back into the live stream and actually.
It's too late. We're going to crash.
Oh my god!
Thanks, Carl.
I'm
You
happy to
gotta get
move
the
on,
fucking
or I'm
rocket
happy
out
to
there,
explain to you what you did say, but we can
Well, I'm only
move
going
on.
by what I heard, Eggs. I heard we're talking about cloud seeding. It's
Yeah.
on a news. It's in a news report, and yeah.
Yeah, I think I said I'm not surprised they've been talking about cloud seeding for years, and I think they've even been doing it. So sure that they're discussing cloud seeding is fine. And then Schlitzie said with unknown chemicals, and I went, no. While they would okay cloud seeding, it would not be for unknown chemicals.
I'm getting egg side of it first. Just wait. Wait. I hate doing muting. Keep going, eggs. And then we'll get Lizzie to say
the only bit I would be surprised by in anything that Schlitzie said, that they're geoengineering, that a guy went on the news, the only bit I balked at is that it sounded like he said, and this is why I tried to clarify about 20 times, that the UK government okayed the idea of cloud seeding without needing to know the details of chemicals that were being released, of what's being seeded into the clouds. And I said, no, I don't think that's the case. I think they would have done extensive studies on it and done it in a limited way. And absolutely would need to know what they're putting up there and what we expect the effect to be and how they're going to measure.
Yeah, that's details.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let Litzy defend himself and just let him say his bit.
Sure.
That was a classic, wasn't it? They've done extensive details, although very limited. What a fucking clown! You are a clown.
Now get back to your claim. Don't just start with insults.
Listen, okay, I don't need to defend myself. The people would have heard what I said, and what this clown just said wasn't what I said. So there you go. I don't need to
I just want to say
myself.
one thing, please. For 90 minutes, we have had the most chill conversation for a long time in these servers. And then what? There's the one little confusion spirals everything out of control.
That is true. I should have just
so
let
annoying.
it pass. That was me.
I did laugh at it at first, but after 5-10
Yeah.
minutes after saying, it's just boring. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Let's just move
I
on.
know.
Do you know what
I
it is?
come in here and there's a shit show already.
Yeah, because like he does it every time. He fucking knows what he does. He thinks he's fucking clever, but you just fucking you alienate people. If you think you're fighting a cause, mate,
I'm sorry.
people are just like dropping you like a fucking hot cake. Trust me.
Yeah, you shouldn't flex your cerebral intellect too much, Eggs. It doesn't reflect well with some people.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You know what it
Fair
is?
enough.
It's because I
Fair
don't
feedback. Thank you.
understand. I don't understand.
You know, some people are a little bit lesser in that level than what you are.
Yeah, too much soy. I think that's where we're
Too
at.
much soy.
The soy boy. You know. Next, you'll be fine because I've hurt your feelings. Terry can give you a cuddle, Hal. How about that?
No, I don't hug. I'm not a hugger.
No, just give him a cuddle. Come to my bosom. Suckle.
I'm not on Egg's side. I'm not on no one's side. I'm on my own side.
Do you reckon, Terry, dodgy people would try to put bad stuff in the atmosphere?
Whoa! Is there a conspiracy with seeding the atmosphere with chemicals that we shouldn't be seeding the atmosphere with? I don't know. I haven't really heard of anything that can be evidentially.
Yes,
I
I've got you the link, soy boy. Soy
Just
boy.
for me, some of what I think is that it
I've
would
got
be
you
the
the
worst
link, soy
factor.
boy.
Unless it was going to make life better, because even if I'm the elites, I still got to breathe the air.
I'm going
if I'm going to put anything to...
Is there any factual evidence that
I was going to DM you.
seeding did the middle of my sentence interrupting and beginning of yours, let's see.
I've got a delay,
that they've gone up in the atmosphere and they've put things into the atmosphere to do something to make an effect. Is that something that's been known?
Yes, so the one I've read about is volcanic material, because sulfur and something else, like it's particulate, reflects back the sunlight, and that could help with global warming is the idea. And the tests that they do, quote unquote tests, are like, well, we don't really need to do tests because we get a test every time a volcano goes off. So we know what it does, and it lands, and it does have some ill effects, but the system, because sulfur has been ejected for millennia, the system, the ecosystem is able to handle it. And so it could be a thing where we go, well, why don't we just dig up sulfur and spray that out of planes to combat global warming? and I think it's been tested in the past to see if it can reduce surface temperatures or something. I've just read about it. I don't know much more than that.
Doesn't that seem a bit counterintuitive that Britain is trying to block the sun when they hardly get any sun as it is? That doesn't make sense. They need more sun. They need to be able to get rid of the cloud. Oh, speaking of cloud, it's cleared up here now with that weather we had, Eggs.
Oh, it's gotten
look,
it's been quite nice
this
today.
is your
Actually.
clown army. Oh, that's old news. 3 to 4 weeks ago it was announced.
Look, I'm sorry I was being a bit rude to you. I'm sorry for that, mate.
Yeah, how dare you be rude?
Don't worry. You're most probably putting it on your shitty website, isn't it? Or your shitty channel.
Probably. Most of the things I do are pretty shitty.
I hope you do. Hope you do. Hope you do. You're just hemorrhaging. That's what it is. I understand. The globe is hemorrhaging.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need a band-aid?
You need more than a fucking band-aid. You need a fucking, I don't know, a fucking giant swab. You must be losing people. I love it when you go, when you have your things. I love it. It's fantastic.
Speaking of band-aids,
I've lost anyone.
It's fantastic.
Speaking of band-aids, has anyone seen Bandsaw Bandit? Maybe he could act as a Bandsaw Band-Aid.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen Bandy for a while.
He came on for a very brief moment. It feels like about 4 or 5 months ago, but he's generally been away for, I think, feels like about 2 years.
Less than that, Eggs.
He changed his name.
I did bump into him one of the servers earlier than that.
He's changed his name now.
Briefly.
It's Banjo String Bandit.
You're not talking about.
He keeps breaking.
So we're talking about the same. Yeah, we're not talking about the same person by the sound of it.
I don't know. Maybe he's cross-dressing with Jaren. Is that true? He's a cross-dresser?
Bandy. Bandy could be, but it'd surprise me if Bandy was a cross-dresser.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he was.
They reckon they're interchanging wardrobe.
Have you known him as long as I have, Eggs?
Possibly not, I think. Depends. When did you get into Flat Earth? Because I met him fairly early on.
About 18, 19.
So yeah, a bit longer then, because I got in as a result of the V thing, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was before that.
I really like Bandsaw. I think he's good value.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Don't tell anyone, but he's not really a flat earther. But you didn't hear it from me.
What?
He's a flat earther anyway.
Oh yes, let's pretend we don't know what that term means. That'll fix things. So you're saying you think he's not? Is that it, Terry?
Oh, I don't want to confirm or deny the actual evidence, but it's just between you, me, and the lamppost.
You have strong.
There may be
secret evidence that that's not the case.
Yeah,
okay.
He's not actually really a flat earther.
Right. Because I wondered that a bit. Where there was one other person. Right. There's one other person who I don't out, but I had a private sort of nod and a wink chat. But and was like, oh, hang on. Just they said something one day and it suddenly clicked. And I was like, oh, hang on. Da, 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 da. And they essentially admitted it.
There's your thing. Did you read it? Did you watch it?
That's what makes me think. That's what makes me think all these people that be on the flat Earth side are not really flat earthers.
Did you watch it?
The question about how many, because I think that one of the ways you can tell the people who don't believe it, and I certainly feel this when I LARP as a flat earther, is their it's difficult to get angry at somebody, genuinely angry, when you're arguing against a point you agree with. So I think that generally it's hard to be like one of those really angry interlocutors. And
did you read the news article?
Lapa. Where's the news article? Let's see.
Posted it.
Okay. Yeah, give me a summary. I'm not on the computer. I'm not on the computer at the moment, Eggs.
Read it, watch it.
Sure. So it's very, very different to what we said. Britain to approve 50 million sun-dimming experiments in bid to prevent runaway climate change.
Yeah, no
Britain is set to approve. That's what I said. Britain doesn't need to dim the sun. They don't get it enough as it is.
Yeah. Britain is set up to approve funding for 50 million for outdoor experiments to dim sunlight, a part of efforts to combat runaway climate change. The Advanced Research and Intervention Agency, ARIA, will announce the funded projects within the weeks, making Britain one of the world's first biggest funders of geoengineering research. Small, controlled outdoor experiments on particular approaches, right? So that's what they're doing. So they're not geoengineering, they're doing research.
No chemicals, nothing about chemicals, very wishy-washy details.
Well, you're getting an article with poor details and saying there's no details. Yeah. The question is whether the government got to see the details.
Now listen, what do you think? There's a fucking better announcement than that. It was like
probably. I think what the government looked at is what you want to look at.
You know, when you see those news articles and they're all different companies, but they're all got the fucking buzzword, blah, 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 and it just sounds like repetitive.
Who likes that? 2025. Hang on. But what I'm saying is, you're doing this thing that doesn't have much information. Doesn't have much information.
Bet you not, and it's going to be just, mate. Can't you just accept something?
What's that saying, Eggs? The devil's in the details.
Can't you accept something is what it is? There's nothing more. There's nothing less. They haven't said anything.
But the question surely should be, fine, articles don't include it. But the question we want to ask is, did the government know what it was approving when it approved it? These small, controlled outdoor trials that aren't geoengineering.
I don't know. I can't answer that question, can I? I'm not sitting on a committee where I'm privy to that information. If you think that I am, you're fucking absolutely off your dick and Fred.
You're almost getting.
Is this another one of those cases, Eggs, where somebody reads a title or a headline or whatever and then goes with it, but not read actually what it's all about?
Yeah, because this is not a bill approving geoengineering or cloud seeding. It is a 50 million budget for small, controlled outdoor experiments.
Article.
You're a bit muffled. I didn't quite hear you.
I was saying that if Shilitsy checks the text chat in the main feed there, you'll see that I had to feed my AI your article, but go ahead and read the response that it gave you. You'll see why you're wrong.
AI. What's AI?
Let's pretend we don't know what that is.
Usually you're going, you used AI, and now all of a sudden you want to use AI. Are you fucking for real?
But
are you for real?
The point you were making seems to be isn't alarming.
There was an announcement with very little details, and there is the announcement with very little details. That's exactly what you fucking asked me to prove, and now you want to fucking,
why bring it up? Why bring it up? Why bring it up in your defense?
And ask AI.
Here's a very
thing that you
point
ridicule
that
people. Oh, you asked AI.
Let's not all pile in.
Now you want to ask AI.
Yeah, I know.
Why don't you just contact?
This is the clown show. The clown show. This is the clown show.
Yes, enjoy the clown.
Contact Parliament and verify.
This is the clown show, and I'm just like,
I'm
at the circus listening to the clowns.
So what did we learn? Let's say we agree with you, Schlitzy.
No. You don't want to agree with me because I'm fucking stupid. I'm stupid and I don't understand. Because I can't get my head around the globe. So I'm never going to understand your logic.
Put in the bot. Schlitzy's a clown.
We now agree with you, Schlitzy, that this article does indeed
with the clowns.
So we now agree with
the clowns, and you're juggling.
Can we get back to the point, please, mate?
Terry, yes, X. Oh, has someone read the article wrong? No, the article is the fucking article.
You should be a stand-up comedian.
Very limited on details. I posted it, and now you want to dissect it. So I said something to the contrary when I didn't. And I don't get where you're coming from, soy boy.
Yeah, so it's light on details, fine. Your source is light on
details. You need a kick in the chesticles or something to fucking kick the soy right out of you, so you can start thinking normally.
You make a claim, and now you're backpedaling.
What claim am I making? How the fuck are you saying that I made a claim? A claim about what, you fucking clown? A claim about
what? The claim
what?
sounded to me initially like the claim.
There was no fucking claim, was there? Look, there's an article
please, mate,
from the TV.
Please take it.
Oh, can you fucking post it? Can you post it? I've given you the post.
Are we still on this?
Yeah,
I love it. You're fucking the clown
move on from
show.
it if you don't. I can get you're upset, man.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Move me.
But
do
your
what
original.
You fucking want.
No, I'm not. I'm not threatening
I
you.
don't
We're having
really
a conversation. I'm not modding
give
you.
a flying fuck.
I'm just as a friend trying to say, can you chill out and stop swearing?
You're too full of soy to fucking absolutely think for yourself.
Well, let's think. Let's do it. Let's do it together now. Let's do it together now.
I just
your
don't
original position.
get
Your original
it.
position sounded
I
like
don't get it.
Let's
You
move
can
on
have a
then.
decent
Let's move on.
conversation, but you just want to just be
spiraling.
the fucking idiot.
Can somebody give me a rundown of where this conversation started from?
The original
I've only
point
been
sounded
here like
very
1
similar
minute.
to.
Can we unmute him,
He's just fucking
please?
spiraling.
Without
Well,
these
okay,
guys,
Rufy, we're
we
gonna
wouldn't be here.
backpedal back to the original conversation of where this came from in the start.
Yeah. So it seemed like it was. I mean, we can move on as well. It seemed like it was the UK government okayed an entire geoengineering program, including cloud seeding, and they didn't care what chemicals were in it. And I was like, I don't believe that. And what we now have is an article that, as Schlitzy is saying, is right, is light on details, but that's the article, that's his source. And all that source says is there's a 50 million grant for experiments in what geoengineering might do, which is going to be with small controlled outdoor experiments.
Yeah, and that's it.
So it's very far from
muted.
In Schlitzy's defense, at the very beginning, I've heard listed every bit though. He did say that he read an article and it was very light on information, and it said that they were going to approve, spraying something to the air or something like that. And that's where it all started. And he apparently wasn't lying. He read an article. It was light on information. It didn't give much information. So, in his defense, that's how it started, and he didn't really say anything.
Why bring it up in the first place?
It's just saying I found something once that was light on information and didn't seek any further information.
Yeah, why bring it up?
Here, look at the bad information. We all agree, I think, that there's bad information.
Yeah, I'm not defending
about a geoengineering
one thing or
program.
another. I'm just defending Schlitzy's original point.
I think he should be unmuted though.
I didn't mute him. That
was me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your integrity. And it's not about me going to look for or research for better details. I told you the announcement was made. Yeah? That was it. You don't have to. My case was, look, there was an announcement, very matter of a fact, that they were going to start this geoengineering experiment. That was it. There was almost zero details. So, and you said, I don't believe that. And I gave you exactly what they said.
I didn't. So for clarity,
now you're saying you didn't. You tried to put words in my mouth to say that I said they were going to be dropping chemicals when it was my actual own opinion that they most probably would be.
I do have a question, Litzy. Where is your position on this general topic of what you brought up?
Right. I would, logically thinking about it, I would have thought there would have been a referendum. If you're going to drop anything on your, citizens, I think it should be approved. I think they should be very open and saying exactly what's being used and have a referendum. Do we want this, yes or no? Because, really and truly, it's dropping on us. Whatever they do, experiments, And when you think about it, we're a small little island on this big, if you want to call it a globe, let's go with the globe. We're a small island on the globe. Do you really think that's going to make a difference? Reflecting the sun? We don't get no sun. The irony of that is in the fact that we're very limited on the sun we get.
That was my point, Lizzie, in the first place.
Yeah. I think that you doing research in the UK doesn't mean that you're then stuck only ever using that research in the UK. The people in the UK could figure out what might help and then allow people in Spain to do it.
How about this, eggs? It's not very, readily available information. So when you say you should go and research it, it's not very ready available.
It's everywhere.
You give me the resources,
put a big block of text
and let's
about
go
it
and research it. You could most probably research it as much as I, because there is limited resources to research.
What atmospheric manipulation? Well, I don't know. There must be some sort of main.
Yeah, I've got a thing saying United States, China, UAE, Thailand all do it, as well as other notable programs. Australia's done tests. China was known for using it before the 2008 Olympics. I don't think anybody sensible should question whether we're cloud seeding and using that for geoengineering.
Well, there was a scientist, a group of scientists who went up into the Pyrenees, in Spain, the Spanish side, because they were Spanish scientists. And they done water tests because the water in the Pyrenees is deemed some of the most purest waters because it comes from natural springs. So it's not sort of like pools of water sitting there, it come up through the rocks. And they found high amounts of aluminum, mercury, sodium, and other chemicals in those findings, which were higher, I don't know, I can't remember the parts per million, but there was significant, traces of those elements.
That was good water.
Yeah, and I'm talking, this must be 15 years ago. Maybe even longer.
Apparently most use silver iodide.
I don't know. We can only assume. I'm not in the position of assuming because who knows? You can assume everything, innit? That's why I done my generalization. It's most probably chemicals, what we don't know.
Yeah, sulfur compounds. So most of them are silver iodide for increasing rain or choosing when and where it rains. And then another proposed approach involves reflective particles, often sulfur compounds. That's the one I know of, where it forms a bit of a mirror, and if you let it off up high, it bounces the sun back. They're all just proposed techniques, so they still need more research, hence the 50 million grant.
Grant.
Did I say grant?
No, you said grant, like you should.
Grant.
I said grant.
Oh, you're one of those Aussies.
Grant, yeah.
No,
we're Australian. We're Australian eggs. Not Kiwis.
Terry is a posh Aussie as well. Grant or Grant?
Grant.
All right. What is it called to move your body to the sound of music?
Dance.
Dance.
Oh, so Terry switched right, but Roofy's staying posh. What about the country that's in Europe that rhymes with France?
France.
No, I am full on France plant Grant. Yeah. I can't stand fucking France and Grant and plant.
I switch back and forth. I use both.
Oh, I can't.
So what sulfur particles, if you know they use sulfur, what sulfur particles are they using?
My understanding is they know that volcanoes cause a drop in temperature. Like there's that dark year after a supervolcano, right? Where all around the world, people are like, yeah, for one summer in particular, but the next summer as well, a little bit less so, a lot less so. It was very dark and the sun wasn't very bright and the crops all failed and there was massive. And they've since done tests and they think it's the sulfur because that's the main ejaculate or whatever you call it from a volcano. And so they're like, well, maybe this is a safe way to do it that won't cause other things to stuff up because we can already see what happens after volcanoes explode and it's like not much bad. If anything, it makes the soil a bit richer.
Well, I'll tell you what they did is when they started deforestation, when they were burning the shit of the forest, they realised that the smoke going up changed the weather. This is how they absolutely found out that they could change the weather by releasing stuff into the air.
Could be interesting, yeah. Do forest fires increase the chance of rain or something?
Well, look, any form, well, near enough, almost forms of sulfur are toxic, you know that. Whether it's oxidized, whether it turns into a gas. Sulfur is not a good product.
Well, I think that's a bit simplistic.
Okay, so you got good sulfur then, yeah?
Well, I think sulfur just is, right? Whether it's good or bad depends what you're trying to do with it, right?
Well, have you ever
if you're hoping for a tasty breakfast, it might not be that effective. But if you're hoping for something that, is a naturally occurring compound that you have a high degree of probability doesn't cause really negative effects environmentally, then it might be good.
Well,
if it washes away or dissolves again very easily.
You get sulfate particles.
Yeah, so things that are corrosive bad, or are they sometimes good at corroding things?
You got sulfate. Like, say if you got a room and you're growing something, you can use sulfur for pest control. But if you breathe it in, it's going to be bad for you.
Right.
So
maybe
it's good in certain things, but bad on other things. But really and truly, when you're talking about sulfur, it's not good. It's not going to be good because it's breathable. You can breathe it in most forms. So if they're dropping sulfur on you, you're going to be breathing that in. That's not good.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you where I worry that it's going to be like our cane toad problem in Australia, where each time we think like we do a bit of this geoengineering kind of thing or bioengineering, whatever you want to call it, we often end up fucking up things quite severely because it has unintended consequences. We always think, oh, we've got it this time. We're not going to make the same mistake again. But every time we make the same mistake. The cane toad thing where we had cane moths. So we brought in cane toads to eat them, and the cane toads
can't climb.
What is a cane moth? Is it a really big black thing?
They're horrible. They're the most ugly-looking animal.
What's it? My friends, they live in Perth. They sent me this fucking moth yesterday. Oh my god, it looks like a black fucking slug. Who wants to identify this moth?
Unless it's a bogong, I can't help you.
I don't know. It's Australian. Most probably bites you and kills you. Yeah, I'll send it to you. With love. What's that? Limited details. There's no details, but it does look a very evil looking moth.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that it ends up causing some other problem. I'm not saying it's definitely good, but I don't think that, like, for me, it just doesn't make sense. Sure, you might want to control the population if you're this evil Illuminati or whatever. But surely the way you do it is just put it in cheap, shitty foods or Flint's water and not go to Flint. But generally, I wouldn't try and pollute my entire environment with something that I knew to be bad, because I live in that environment, right? If I just want to get rid of the underclass, then I could, give them all diabetes by making sugary foods really cheap. Why would I also gas myself?
I've already done that.
But why would I gas myself is the question. Yes, we could have already done that. That's my point. Why would I also then destroy the atmosphere that I breathe?
Well, I mean, you asked about gassing yourself, but you would presume that you already have the cure.
But would you do that? Would you give yourself a disease because you were confident you had the cure?
I say you guys should be doing that all the time to prove your mechanisms, but
that's just avoiding the question.
It's a silly question.
No, it's a valid question. Would you deliberately gas everybody, but just because you had imagining you're evil but also smart? What do you gain by gassing people that you couldn't gain some other way?
What would it be? They're not releasing enough to necessarily cause like a cataclysmic problem, but enough to cause enough people enough problem, right? But then you just have your own, the solution for it. That's all. It's inconsequential.
But you live in that environment, right? Because do you want to get rid of the plants? Do you just want everything to die? Like, what's your motivation here? Because I can certainly see the idea of having a subservient, stupid underclass. That would be beneficial, right? They do all the hard work and I extract wealth out of them and labor, sure. But just making everybody sick because I've got an antidote to that sickness, I don't get.
Cull the herd, mate. Too many people.
Fine, cull the herd. Why would you do that by gassing yourself when there's a million other ways to cull the herd? Lots of things kill people. Lots of things make people infertile. Why use an aerosol?
What would you use?
Diet. I would just know that my class of people
they're already doing that.
Didn't exactly. So you agree that there is a better already available method that is currently in use.
They're already doing.
Why would they switch to a terrible method?
Dude, they're not doing. I don't think it's the this geoengineering. It's not to directly poison you. It's just damn the consequences. Geoengineering is just for the geoengineering. No point in sort of trying to conflate it too much.
So what is the geoengineering for? What's the intent?
Well, I mean,
it?
I think it's just
first of all, they've been pushing a climate crisis. Yeah, and if you've got control of that thing that causes the crisis, then rub a couple of cells together for a second and just think about it. They can literally just make the climate change and make the geoengineering effect you're looking for.
Fine, but what's the advantage? What do they gain by doing it? You're just saying they could.
Dominion.
Great. Dominion over what is the effect of the geoengineering that gives them dominion?
Well, they can decide who gets drought and who gets rain.
Right. So that's already the existing program as admitted. We've now gone to not needing a conspiracy because the intent is already that we choose when it rains so the underclass can harvest food for us.
Why do you always
come back to like the main?
They get food from whoever's got the control of this is getting food from a very exclusive area. They don't eat the same food as
Fine, but now we're back to a program that people would agree with, right? Which is the program that is proposed to already exist.
You just love playing devil's advocate.
Just logic, though. Why? It's the same reason they stopped using gas in war, right?
Devil's
if the gas can blow back on you, it's how many times they gassed their own trenches before they went, let's stop doing this. We'll lob it there in shells, but we won't poison our own air. So sure, if you're going to use it to make just for cloud seeding for rain, fine. But everybody's going to agree to that. That's fine.
But they did do that, though. They did like release the gases in the first place, right?
Yeah, sure.
So, and they kind of would have known that was probably going to be a consequence. It's not unreasonable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So why did they release it in the first place? It's because they didn't even care if their own soldiers got hit. Just like was it Agent Orange in Vietnam? I mean, they didn't even have proper like protective equipment. And from what I was told, like heard anyway, that they were told that the gas that they were handling actually wasn't even that obnoxious. Yet they come back with all these cancer problems, and their babies are then also mutated as well. So I mean, they do it over and over. They just keep asking for forgiveness. You guys give it, and the cycle begins again. They put fluoride, and then they put the thalidomide, the babies and stuff. They keep asking for forgiveness, and everyone gives it to them.
I watched a video the other day, and a bunch of people in the Middle East are coming down with these weird cancers, and they're all in areas where the United States went over and used depleted uranium shells. And even though depleted uranium is supposed to be not harmful, there's like loads and loads and loads of cancer cases that are popping up just in the areas where the United States has used heavy amounts of that type of ammunition. And they say that it's very unnatural that would be happening in those areas at that high of rates.
Fancy that.
But I'm just saying, it's just an article I read. I don't know if it's true or not, but I thought it worth mentioning.
What you got to say about that, X? Conspiratorial?
I would say that they're actually going to jam the notion that these tumors are related to that weaponry, because the truth of it would be that they're actually using chemical weapons that they were never permitted to use, and so they're going to blame it on something else.
That's my understanding. I'd say that as well. You see what happened in
good enough.
What was that flood? That flood happened there the other day, where they had there was a massive flood. Was there in Dubai?
Australia's just been flooded again, twice this season, maybe even 3 times. So it's the third one. Queensland's been hit twice. One in the north, in the middle. Then me being in Brisbane, and then right now, New South Wales is getting slammed.
But no, we're finished here.
We just had one in Valencia. It actually snowed in Valencia, which is fucking insane. Valencia's got its microclimate. I was there in December in shorts. Well, I weren't in shorts, but you could have been in shorts. If you was a tourist, you'd have been in shorts.
I don't imagine you in shorts, Litzy.
Yeah. I'm usually in my fucking Speedos. You know what I mean, Terry? Put another flaming galah on the Barbie. Playing devil's advocate. Because that's what I like doing, just winding up people. I don't know. There's things that if you want to close your eyes to it, and then every other word you say is conspiracy. Oh, you're a conspiracy. It's no conspiracy, is it? If you're just stating the facts. What's conspiratorial about stating the facts? Have a look in the history of Valencia and snow. You get these unnormal weather conditions. Is everyone dead?
No, I can't talk at the moment. I'm eating my dinner.
Yeah, I don't know. Guys.
Oh, fucker.
Good afternoon. Whoever is building his IKEA shelves right now.
The microphone is very muffled, so I don't know what you were saying.
It might be you. I hear you hammering something. Hammering, tapping on something. So I just say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mm.
How are you?
Oh, good, good, good. Saturday afternoon.
Where are you from? Germany.
No, 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 no. I'm French.
Ah, you're French. God, that's how bad your microphone is. Coming across a little bit muffled.
Oh yes. Oh no, I'm on my earbud. I forgot to turn it off and to be on my speaker. A moment.
Oh,
a
I
moment.
see. You're in the south or the north?
Alright, I'm back.
Ah, that's better. I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear your Frenchness. Are you in the north or the south?
I'm from the northwest of France, but right now I'm completely east of France. I'm in China.
Oh wow. And how's China?
Weather is beautiful, 23, 25 degrees this afternoon. It's a bit windy,
nice.
but it's a nice day because soon it will be apparently the rainy season coming, so I enjoy the sunny afternoon.
What, are you living there or just for work kind of thing?
I'm living there for work.
Oh, even better, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost what we are. We are almost end of May. Yeah, so almost 11 months in China.
So one of my cousins was there for about 4 years. She absolutely loved it. She said like the people are good.
Oh yeah, people are good. They are nice. Work is work. It's a different mentality, but work is work. But okay. Yeah, can you hear the frog?
Yeah, I can hear that.
Where is it? Oh, might be in a bush over there. Huh?
They go crazy. I remember I moved somewhere and they had a pond, and the guy, he sort of quickly mentioned about, oh yeah, maybe you want to close the windows in the summer because of the frogs. And I was thinking, no, I didn't really pay attention. I weren't thinking. And then I think it's the mating season. My God, did they make a noise?
Yeah, but it is a mating season now, so yes, they are making noises.
Yeah, I can imagine. They almost drove me mad.
Yeah, but I mean, apartment complex. There is few ponds, so there is not so many frogs.
God, they was in this pond and they were. I don't know. I couldn't believe something so small could make such noise. Yeah, it's kind of insane, but.
So you are where in the UK to be awake at that time?
No, I'm in Spain.
In Spain.
Yeah, in Spain.
But you are not Spanish.
Yeah. Did you say you was in the northeast of France?
Yeah, Brittany.
Oh, Brittany. I had a house there in a little village called Gomene. You know it?
Gourmand? Gimene?
Gomene. Yeah.
Near Van?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. There is many. It's not easy to remember all these names because there is many names finishing in mene.
Yeah,
in Brittany.
It's with the Gomene. They have that style of house. There's just a nice, very oldie woldy.
Yeah, in stone granite, made for stone.
Yeah, with the slate roofs and it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
My little getaway. But the city of Rennes is beautiful. I love that place.
Rennes? Rennes, yes.
Yeah, this guy, it's called Rennes. They was going, qu'est-ce que c'est Rennes? I was going, Rennes! The same with, I was going like, Bordeaux. And they was going, qu'est-ce que c'est Bordeaux?
Bordeaux.
It was kind of funny.
Oh, yeah. Rennes. You know the Saint-Michel Street in Rennes?
The where?
Saint-Michel. Rue Saint-Michel. Saint-Michel Street in Rennes.
I most probably do, but like I haven't been there since about.
Perhaps you know it. Perhaps on another name, the Street of the Thirsty Men.
Do you know what? I haven't been there for about 15 years. So, but Rennes is really nice. It's got like nice squares. They have a unique architecture for that area. It's really nice. I think it's most probably the best city that way, you know, apart from Paris.
Oh no, you have not. Nantes is more beautiful than Rennes. And after Van is nice also to go. Pontivy is a little small, but it's okay. Brest and many very industrial human style, not so much because it have been bombed during World War II, so it have been rebuilt.
I gathered that. Yeah, I went right to the east side, to the coast along there. But you have what's that little place sort of north of Rennes? It's like a seaside place with the little blue and white tents. Oh, come on. It's up by Saint-Malo, isn't it?
Saint-Malo, yes. Saint-Malo, north of Rennes.
There's a little beach area, like it's most probably the most expensive place in the north there. I can't remember what it was called.
Mince. Not Ploermel. Mince, the pink granite coast. What is it? It is Guingamp, near Guingamp, between Guingamp and Rennes. Dole.
Yeah, I'll think of it in a minute.
Not Plougastel, not Ploermel.
Dinard.
Dinar.
Exactly. It's beautiful there.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Yeah. Oh, ouais. Bon. And what are you doing in Spain? Working also?
I just live there. It's like, for me, it's better. Yeah, I came here like, about 11, 12 years ago.
But you have to work to be living there.
No, I've got a residency. So I can stay as long as I want.
Okay. Nice life. Don't need to work.
Sun every day. 2 months of kind of cold weather. But mind you, like, really and truly, like, when I first come, you would be sort of like, in March, you could tell the weather was changing. And now, they done something where the weather don't really get good until, say, now, really. It's only now. Last week, it was raining. Raining, overcast, kind of a bit cold, just unnatural weather.
You are on the north coast of Spain?
Yeah, I'm on an island in the Mediterranean.
Oh. Okay.
So between Peninsula and Africa.
Okay. Oh, but okay. On an island. Cool. Nice, easy life. Maybe expensive on it compared to the land.
Yeah, just very expensive. It's insanely expensive, to be honest.
Oh, nice for you to be living there and be able to live there.
Yeah, to be honest, like, I have noticed you tend, because I have an activity there as well, and you tend to see the people coming. And in the last couple of recent years, like, there's been a considerable amount of French people come. And just not only to visit, but to live, you know, like, I see a lot of the people, and they've come to live. We had a couple of people work for us as well from Marseille.
Yeah. Okay. Good for them. Marseille, Marseille people are special.
Yeah, for sure. They have their own language, their way of speaking. They think everyone, apart from Marseille, are weird. They're quite funny, though.
Yeah. Oh. Everybody else is sleeping?
I think so. I don't know. There was a little bit of conversation earlier, then it went a bit hectic, then it's gone back to a bit quiet.
Okay. Parce que now, see. Yeah, 3:40 afternoon. So it's almost 3 to 5 in the US, so they are sleeping.
Yeah, they're definitely sleeping. It's 10 o'clock for me, so I'm just doing some stuff. I've got to go out in a minute, but I was just listening.
Oh, well.
It's 0340 hours here, and I'm at work.
You're at work?
0340.
Doing the graveyard shift.
Yep. I get out of work in about 2 hours.
Did you have a sleep?
During the daytime, yes.
But you will be working on a Saturday?
No.
Attends, I'm not mixing. We are Saturday. So yeah, no.
Technically, yes, because I go from the night before into the next day.
Okay. Yeah, so you will go back to work only on Monday evening.
Correct. Actually, Tuesday evening because we have a holiday here in the United States on Monday.
Okay. What is the holiday in USA now?
The holiday is Memorial Day.
Talking about holiday, does Trump still want to do his military parade?
For me, as the day says, it's a day of remembrance for my comrades in arms. I'm former military.
Oh, yeah. It would be funny to see our American do a military parade. In France, like we know, we have every year a military parade.
Does that help you when you get in a job?
What, being former military?
Yeah.
It depends on the job that you're applying for. In most cases, yes, it can help, but it also depends on the specialized skill that you were trained in.
Yeah.
Yes, military credentials do carry a lot of weight in the job force here.
That's a good thing, though, yeah?
Yes. On top of that, military disciplines obviously exhibit self-discipline, structure, respect for the chain of command, attention to detail, etc. Especially in my particular job where I actually work for a government contractor.
I come back in 5 minutes. I have little things to do.
Me too.
mixing of races, trying to like this is eugenics at
Well,
this
but
point.
hang
Of
on.
what you're referring to, eh? You're basically supporting the notion of
opposite.
immigration because you're going to go for eugenics in the form of what?
But
Healthy
you just
looking
made that up. Why? Come on, Rixky. That's just such a horrendous thing to suggest in the middle of a conversation with somebody who you should consider a friend.